Chapter 1671 Operation Star. Come and hit me, you dumbass. Wang Yuhang ran, shaking his ass vigorously as he went. Many creatures were behind him. It looked risky, but Wang Yuhang could run like mad. He may have been dealt a number of injuries, but none of the wounds put him in critical status. Queen's beautiful legs were swinging to chop foes like axes. They managed to cut a sacred blood creature in half with a combined chop, spraying blood across her limbs. Two more creatures, like maddened tigers, came leaping towards Queen, who was now starting to show signs of exhaustion. But she disappeared, and the two creatures ended up jumping into each other. When Queen showed up again, she was beside them. With hands like blades, she sliced both of their heads off. Queen was like a killing machine. The ghost/technique Han Sun had invented was even scarier when she used it, due to her natural dexterity with the time and space elements. Lin Feng was colored gold, and he looked almost like a Buddha. Jing Jiwu's powers were slightly weird, and they were used in tandem with Lin Feng's. If he threw a punch, an enemy would get trapped and become unable to move, letting Lin Feng finish it off. Through their cooperation, they were an unstoppable force that produced even more blood for the field. A super creature came with a roar, interrupting their killing spree. Elysian Moon's Elysian umbrella opened, and every time that occurred, a new creature was sucked onto its surface. It was very strange. Little Star was too tame though. It didn't even fight. All it did was use Starsea travel to run around and avoid all damage. Due to it not being able to get hit, Little Silver stood atop Little Star, as Little Star navigated the field. The furry creature cast many bolts of silver lightning to electrify the enemies below. A few super creatures tried going after Little Star, but they couldn't get him. Bao was also on top of Little Star. She kept looking around, as if in search of something. Wherever Little Fairy flew, a blizzard accompanied her. Many flying creatures were frozen in the air, and they fell to the ground and shattered like hailstones. Gu Qingqing's face was cold. Her sword skills were powerful, but she was unable to hit Elder Yin. He was like bubblegum. Whenever you attacked, he fell back. Whenever he attacked, you fell back. His skills were very powerful too. Han Menger kept on firing arrows as well. They kept on getting attracted to the Horn Beast Alpha's horn. Many explosions were created between the two, but a victor did not yet seem decided. Han Sun was running in between a dozen elites that hounded him. Even though he wasn't afraid of taking on large numbers alone, he still felt a lot of pressure now. All of his enemies were powerful. An ancient devil kept breathing down his neck, making him feel much worse. He was still making use of Bulwark Umbrella, an overbearing shield, to block the attacks that came his way. Bulwark Umbrella's surface had a small crack running across it, but Overbearing Shield was wreathed with far more. It looked as if it'd break soon. Han Sun was using his fallen slaughter body and butterfly wings to dodge an attack of an elder. He shouted to Sacred's leader, "Hey, look at who is in the ancient sky mirror." Sacred's leader turned around to look at the mirror, and in that big mirror, Goddess was visible. She looked terrible. "Let her go." Sacred's leader roared. "Sacred, if you don't leave now, I will kill her," Han Sun said coldly as he dodged attacks. "If you touch one hair on her head, I'll make you." Pang! Before Sacred's leader finished, the noise of an explosion sounded. Goddess exploded, becoming nothing more than a bloody mist across the mirror. "I'm going to kill you." Sacred's leader's eyes turned red, and he became incredibly angry. Han Sun was so cold, and his face didn't change. As he continued his fight, he coldly said, "Elder Emohi, if you keep moving, 2 of your people will suffer the same fate. I will kill you today." Elder Emohi gritted his teeth. He didn't fall back, and he simply attacked even harder. Han Sen's heart jumped. And then, the 2 people that belonged to Emohi exploded. They became a source of energy for the mirror. Han Sun kept on killing the others, because he didn't think the alphas would leave. Those were their kids he was now killing, but they had many children. They weren't going to fall back on account of 2 lost ones, however. Han Sun wasn't killing their children just to make them mad though. He was hoping to take advantage of their emotions. But that aside, Ancient Sky Mirror required a lot of energy to keep reviving his teammates. Many elders were enraged by the actions of Han Senator. They were able to maintain their powers, but their usage was now emotional. Han Sun grabbed hold of the raw emotions he could and weaved his way through the elites. He was like a fish that was swimming upstream. It was a difficult situation to be in, but it was at least a little better. Dong! Ancient Devil threw his palm against overbearing shield. It reversed the power back onto Ancient Devil, but it didn't succeed in hurting him. And the shield itself wasn't able to fully sustain the shock. The shield ended up breaking while it was still attached to Han Sen's arm. This made Han Sun feel terrible. Ancient Devil was near Han Sun now, and he was a far more dangerous threat than the others were. But try as he might, Han Sun could not figure out a way in which he could rid himself of Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil was a powerful nemesis, but the white and unassuming donkey he rode was also a tricky fiend. Han Sun couldn't figure out a way to deal with the two. Inferno Skeleton Emperor could now feel Ancient Devil's presence from inside Destiny's Tower, and this made him a little nutty again. He kept on slamming the locks, wanting to fight Ancient Devil. But Han Sun wasn't willing to let him go free. And more than anything, Han Sun didn't want to expose the fact that he himself was Dollar. He was invincible in the Fourth God's Sanctuary, but the Alliance had organizations Han Sun would not be able to deal with. If people figured out Han Sun was Dollar, there was sure to be big trouble. And as all this occurred, in a base somewhere in the Alliance, a black tiger creature came to the man that looked like God. "Sir, they have started their operation. They are attacking Han Sun and Shadow Shelter," the black tiger said. "Good. Let us start then." The officer spoke coldly, but he looked interested. "Yes, I will travel to Han Manor," the black tiger said quietly. With his black Geno armor to veil himself, he went to see the Han family. Chapter 1672. He is different inside Han Manor. Ji Yanran was holding Little Flower and talking to Luo Lan. Zero was sitting near them. Suddenly, Luo Lan stood up from the sofa, her face grim. Ji Yanran looked at Luo Lan and noticed something was amiss. She held Little Flower tight and stood up off the sofa as well. Pang! One side of the house was blown up, and the garden went with it. A giant black tiger, that was the height of a grown man, approached them from the outside. He was wearing black crystal armor, and he didn't walk robotically like an owl would. "Give me the kid," the black tiger said, looking at Little Flower. "Animal, how dare you!" Luo Lan stood in front of Ji Yanran and Little Flower. She spoke back to the tiger harshly and gestured for Ji Yanran to run off with the baby. Ji Yanran did as instructed and fled. Before she could leave the room, though, the black tiger roared and leaped towards them. But due to its speed being so great, Ji Yanran only saw the black tiger disappear. She felt nervous. Damn! Luo Lan's face changed. She moved her hand and heard a dong sound. She had hit something. The black tiger's body reappeared inside the house. Luo Lan had hit the tiger's forehead, but she had not hurt him in the slightest. There was not even a mark on his armor. Luo Lan was shocked that her falsified sky powers had done nothing to the black tiger. It wasn't as if falsified sky powers were useless. It was just because Luo Lan's strength was far outclassed by the black tiger's. She couldn't break the armor. The black tiger swung its paw and claws towards Luo Lan in retaliation, looking at her with great disdain. He had been in the Fourth God's Sanctuary and obtained that armor from an officer. His power placed him among the Alliance's best, and the powers of a surpasser would not be a concern. The black tiger's attacking paw was something Luo Lan could not dodge. There'd be no chance for her to escape. Dong! A bone knife appeared beneath the paws. Zero had blocked the strike, but the force sent her flying back into Luo Lan, and both of them crashed onto the ground. Boom! Zero stood up off the floor bleeding, but her blood was purple. Her eyes turned purple, then her hair followed. A pair of purple horns grew out of her skin. Shura! The black tiger looked surprised, but it did not care. It did not matter who she was. As long as she did not have Geno armor, there was nothing to be concerned about. He increased the strength in his paws and leaped at Zero. Zero's hair moved like it was dancing. She evaded the strike of the claws and retaliated with a cut of the bone knife across the creature's face. Dong! The falsified sky power backed by the bone dagger was unable to penetrate the defense that armor provided. The black tiger headbutted Zero, and she slammed into a wall and broke it. Luo Lan jumped towards her and pulled her out of the rubble. Zero slowly stood up, staring at the black tiger and said, "Leave now." After that, Zero leaped toward the black tiger again. Luo Lan tugged at Ji Yinran, prompting them to leave. But before they could get very far, the black tiger's claw came down on Zero. She was delivered 3 deep clefts in her skin, and she was suddenly bleeding quite a lot. Zero dodged the next direct attack, but the force still sent her flying 1,000 meters with deep marks across her. Seeing Zero bleeding and still wanting to fight the intruding black tiger, Luo Lan shouted to Ji Yanran, "Take Little Flower and run. Don't look back." After that, Luo Lan jumped towards the black tiger. She knew Zero wouldn't last in her current state. "Mom!" Ji Yanran was shocked. "Go Little Flower," Luo Lan said and flew, using her falsified sky power against the black tiger. Dong! But Luo Lan was just a surpasses, she wasn't even a demigod. Her powers were far weaker than the black tiger with Geno armor. She couldn't even leave marks on its head. The black tiger was irritated by Luo Lan though. He attacked her before she could even react. Zero pushed Luo Lan away, and her back was delivered a few more cuts. The shockwave from the claws tore a nearby building in half. That building was a dozen stories tall. Blurg. Zero fell in front of Luo Lan, bleeding profusely. There was a deep wound across her waist, which revealed the organs inside. Luo Lan picked up Zero with the intent of taking her away. The black tiger saw Ji Yinran get into an aircraft. Since he was now short on time, he looked at Luo Lan and Zero, and decided to stop trying to kill them. He jumped over to Ji Yinran. Dong! A bone-forged dagger fell from the sky, and hit him on the head. The black tiger looked back and saw Zero being held by Luo Lan. Her hand was still extended from where she had thrown the knife. The black tiger was enraged, and he attacked the aircraft and destroyed it. He turned around and jumped back to Zero. It looked like her hit had made the creature even angrier, and he wished to finish her off first. Zero pushed Luo Lan away. She felt nothing in the face of that scary black tiger. But Luo Lan pushed her to the side, smiled and said, "You are like my daughter." And no mother would willingly watch her daughter die. Zero, who always looked emotionless, now had a conflicted expression. She wished to save Luo Lan, but she was too injured to do so. Before she could get up, the black tiger was in front of Luo Lan. The black tiger wanted to kill Luo Lan right then, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Ji Yinran. The baby in Ji Yinran's arms began to cry, and there was a scary presence in those tears. That was what made the black tiger stop. The black tiger saw the life force and looked at it in disbelief. Little Flower's body was glowing with a holy light, the pupils were all white, and the hair grew obscenely long and white too. The baby had suddenly become much stronger. "He is different." The black tiger looked very excited, and he ran straight for Little Flower. Dong! He crouched to leap forward, and felt something hitting his legs. Luo Lan was hacking at them, and even though it may not have hurt, it was annoying. The black tiger was going to grab the pesky Luo Lan and get rid of her. "Take Little Flower." Luo Lan knew she couldn't run, so she just shouted at Ji Yinran instead of evading the incoming claws. As the claws were about to land on Luo Lan, a hand suddenly appeared. It stopped the death-bringing claws in their tracks. Chapter 1673, Killing the Tiger inside the cafe. Stay Up Late was wearing his uniform as he researched coffee. He suddenly frowned. He put down his tools and took off his apron and placed them on the counter. "Stay up late, where are you going?" The manager looked at him strangely. "I'm going to the bathroom, I'll be right back." Stay Up Late smiled at the manager, and then walked away. He walked out the back door, and as soon as he stepped out, he ran straight back towards Han Manor. There he saw the black tiger doing combat. The black tiger was about to strike Luo Lan, and Stay Up Late sighed to himself. He said, "This woman doesn't even have Geno armor, and yet she's that cocky? Humans are so weak. But I promised Han's son I'd keep his family safe. I'll have to kill that guy." Just as Stay Up Late was about to get closer, he stopped. He looked towards Luo Lan. Seeing the black tiger going to land a finishing strike on her, Ji Yinran and Zero looked on in shock. A hand had stopped the descent of that paw. The claws were held fast and unable to move. A strong human body was in front of her now, blocking the tiger. It was a man. He looked young, but he should have been middle-aged. The man's face looked like ice, but there was a fire burning in his eyes. Luo Lan only saw his back, but the moment she saw it, she looked so happy. She was too excited to speak. "Touch my woman and die." The man sounded very cold. His power was like that of a volcano, and he blasted the black tiger away. The next second, the man disappeared and teleported in front of the descending black tiger. The black tiger was surprised. He was squaring off against another human, but he had been sent flying, while still wearing his Geno armor. He was shocked by the power the man wielded. He used the power of his Geno armor, and attempted to grab the man, but all of a sudden, he could not move. Pang! 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 The man's fists were like a rainstorm as they pelted into the black tiger. The constant sound of impacts chimed with the non-stop strikes at the armor. The raging fists kept on whacking the armor, and while the armor did not break, his power still penetrated the defense and shook the black tiger within. The black tiger's organs became twisted, and he continuously choked up blood. The black tiger's eyes turned red, and he looked extremely angry. His opponent was just a human, and what's more, the man wasn't even wearing Geno armor. And that power he wielded could render the safety of the tiger's armor inert. It was quite scary. The scarier thing was that he couldn't move. He kept on submitting to the pummeling. Catcha! The black tiger realized that the crazy punching was beginning to crack the Geno armor. "Who are you?" The black tiger wanted to scream. He looked terrified, but he couldn't make a noise. Pang! The black tiger's Geno armor helmet was broken. The fist then came through the shards of helmet that remained, crushing the black tiger's face. His face, after taking that punch, was a mess. The eyeballs fell from their sockets. The mouth was twisted, and teeth fell out as the creature puked more blood. Pang! 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 The black tiger was like an airborne punching bag now. The fists kept on punching it, as the entire body twisted more and more. Blood spilled like rain, and the bones kept breaking. Ji Yanran ran over to Zero and Luo Lan, and helped get them up. She wanted to take them away, but she was frozen by the sight of that wretched fight. Stay Up Late looked at the man in the air and was shocked. He said, "He isn't wearing Geno armor, and yet he is so strong. I didn't expect a human could be as strong as this. If he had a Geno armor, he might be qualified." Interesting. What is the relationship between that man and Han Sen? And the woman must be Luo Lan. Does that mean he is Han Sen's father? Or Luo Lan's partner? Stay Up Late continued looking at the man with interest. Impossible. Impossible. A human that has no Geno armor cannot do this. How is this possible? The black tiger was incredibly frightened. Han Yufei's eyes looked murderous. He stretched his arm and delivered another punch to the black tiger's chest. The cracking Geno armor finally shattered. It fell to pieces like shards of broken glass. Without the armor's protection, Han Yufei's fist went right through the black tiger's chest. It cleaved its way through the bones, right into the creature's heart. The next second, as the black tiger looked on hopelessly, Han Yufei put another fist into the creature's chest. Then he ripped the entire body in half with nothing but his bare hands. The blood and organs fell to the ground, with what was left of the battered body. Craters formed where they landed, and the man remained airborne, floating where he had been. Han Yufei gave Luo Lan a gesture, and then Luo Lan gestured back with excitement. Han Yufei nodded, shook his head, and then disappeared. "Mom, who is that?" Ji Yanran looked at Luo Lan and thought to herself, "Has she found a new boyfriend? She raised Han Sen and Han Yin alone. She should have a life of her own now." "That was Han Sen's father. That was your father-in-law." Luo Lan looked at the vanished shadow and seemed disappointed. I thought he..." Ji Yanran looked at her in disbelief. She spoke half of what she was going to, but thought something was amiss and stopped. "He had his reasons. Don't say it out loud," Luo Lan quietly responded. As they spoke, someone jumped in front of Ji Yanran. The person reached for Little Flower and gave an evil laugh. The person said, "Officers are predictable." He knew the black tiger would not get the job done, and he knew there was something wrong in the Han family. Han Yufei is not dead, and he is on the god level. He killed the black tiger with his Geno armor, so he must be the heir of Han Jinji. I am going to take the credit. Chapter 1674 Dongxian Mutation. Lu Jia waited until Han Yufei was gone, and they were at their most relieved. He reached his hand out to Ji Yanran, hoping to take Little Flower. Stay Up Late frowned and wanted to help, but just as he was going to strike, he stopped. There were two scary powers coming out of Ji Yanran. One of them was from the baby. Luo Jia's hand was about to touch Little Flower when the baby's body began to glow with white light. Lu Jia couldn't touch Little Flower, even though he was only 3 inches away. Lu Jia's eyes opened wide in disbelief. Although he had no Geno armor, he had broken through the fourth god's sanctuary and become a god. He hadn't generated a Geno armor yet, but his powers were stronger than any demigod, and he should have been stronger than a 1-year-old child regardless. The power Little Flower released was as strong as his own, and he couldn't believe it. How can a human child have this kind of power? Did Han Jinji give that stuff to this kid? Lu Jia was in shock. He wanted to take Little Flower even more. If Little Flower possessed what they wanted, he would be highly rewarded after taking the baby. Power exploded from Lu Jia's body. He used force to reach further toward Little Flower. But there was a horrible power coming out of Ji Yanran as well. There were crystal high heels on Ji Yanran's feet. They looked like living things, and all of a sudden, they wrapped up Ji Yanran's body in crystal armor. Ji Yanran was not good at fighting, but she was still a surpasses, and if she had to fight, she could. She lifted her leg and started to kick the intruder. This did not require skill, and the crystal legs came firmly up to Lu Jia's head. There was a pang sound, and before Lu Jia could react, his head was completely broken. Blood and brain matter were scattered all about. It was too powerful and it happened too fast. Lu Jia's body stood there for a while before it crumpled and collapsed onto the ground. Zero and Lu Lan stood mutely, staring at Ji Yanran and her dead attacker. Then they stared at Ji Yanran's crystal armor. Stay Up Late looked at them from afar, seeming very excited. He stared at Little Flower and Ji Yanran in particular. Human children can possess this power? They can evolve to that level? This is unbelievable. Stay Up Late looked at Little Flower in shock. But when he looked at the crystal armor, he seemed to confirm something that confused him. That should be impossible. After looking at them some more, Stay Up Late glanced around. Then he disappeared. When he showed up again, he was at the back door of the cafe. Interesting family. It looks like I was right. Stay Up Late put on his apron, and a strange smile crossed his face. Stay Up Late. Why were you in the bathroom for so long? Customers are waiting. The manager looked annoyed as he spoke. I am sorry. I had an upset stomach. I will get to work now. Stay Up Late walked over to the grinding machine. Handsome dude, get me a cup of coffee. I want a freshly ground one. Me too. Can I have some love, please? A group of rich, middle-aged women were standing outside. They enjoyed teasing Stay Up Late, who had just returned. Just a moment, please. Stay Up Late made the coffee with a smile. In Shadow Shelter, Han Sun was in a bad situation. The white donkey was right beside him, and he had to split his energy between dealing with Ancient Devil, and the donkey too. His overbearing shield had been destroyed, and only the bulwark umbrella was available for his protection. It put him in a tough spot. Split Blade was held firmly in Han Sen's hand, but it wasn't as useful as overbearing shield. He was getting attacked by a whole group, and he couldn't fight back much. Catcha! After he got hit twice, the surface of the umbrella cracked. Han Sen's heart felt heavy. It looks like I'll have to use Destiny's Tower. Han Sun had resigned himself to it. The fact was, if he didn't win the fight right now, there would be no afterwards. Exposing his identity did not matter too much if the alternative was death. But before he used the Blood Legion technique, he felt his Dongxian Sutra undergo a change. His Dongxian Sutra had one last tier he had thus far been unable to break into. That was why Bulwark Umbrella had been unable to level up. Han Sun had 4 Geno cores. The crystal core connected to the new jade skin. There were no more additional levels that it could achieve. Real blood connected to the Blood Pulse Sutra. There was one more skill he could still learn, and it should be the skill to level up to the 5th sanctuary. Coin connected to his Super King Spirit body. Han Sun did not have to practice that any longer. When Super King Spirit got stronger, Coin Geno Core would follow. Bulwark umbrella connected to the Dongxian Sutra. There was still one more tier for it to ascend. Aside from the part which was linked to leveling up to the 5th sanctuary, there was another part created by Dongxian Zi, the man who could break through the vacuum. That part was the Dongxian Sutra's ability to leave the alliance. Han Sun took it seriously, and he practiced that the most. When Dongxian Zi broke through the vacuum, he accidentally entered the first god's sanctuary. The place he had wanted to go was the hero's spirit hall, where those powerful creatures had died. But he ended up going to the first god's sanctuary instead. Something must have gone wrong. That explained why Dongxian Zi was injured and died. Dongxian Zi was much stronger than Han Sun, and after he broke through the vacuum, he was alive in the first god's sanctuary. And he spent time writing the Dongxian Sutra. It was odd that he had just died like that. Han Sun only had one explanation for this. Dongxian Zi's power was stronger than the strength of the 5 sanctuaries, and that included the alliance. That was why he went to the first god's sanctuary. It was the sanctuary above where the gods lived. According to the rules of the sanctuary, creatures in a higher tier would ruin their body if they went one sanctuary lower. That was why Dongxian Zi died. He couldn't recover. Han Sun wanted to practice the Dongxian Sutra, but the Dongxian Sutra was the slowest of all skills, especially the last step in the 4th tier. He had practiced for so long and had not had a breakthrough. Now the umbrella was damaged and the Dongxian Sutra was exhibiting changes. Han Sun was so happy. Chapter 1675 Super Umbrella. The umbrella began to break because of the power, and Han Sun's Dongxian power broke too. In reality, it didn't simply break, it shattered completely. It collapsed into a substance like a cloud of molecules, and then it continued to break down even further. All the scary powers came against Bulwark Umbrella, and the cracks swept their way across the Geno core's surface. The shaft of the umbrella was crooked and bent. It looked like it was ready to come undone. Sacred's leader, seeing the umbrella about to break, looked as joyful as those that fought with him. Han Sun was difficult to deal with. If it wasn't for Ancient Devil there, kiting Han Sun like he was, they probably wouldn't have been able to achieve victory. They'd have all likely ended up dead. Surrounding Han Sun hadn't worked very well, and all the elders were afraid of the powers the human wielded. With Han Sun's Geno cores, his performance far exceeded even their wildest expectations. Now that the umbrella was going to break, Han Sun looked as if he was going to lose all his support. They felt a whole lot more relaxed, thinking the opportunity to kill Han Sun had practically come. Boom! Ancient Devil landed a hit on Bulwark Umbrella, and the power that was like an ocean looked ready to break the sky. The damaged umbrella could no longer hold on anymore, and it shattered like glass. It became dust. Blurg! Han Sun coughed up some blood. Die! Many elders and emperors all shouted in unison. Their swords broke space, and their spears were like black dragons. With the light that could destroy the world, they all came at Han Sun in a charge. It looked like the end of the world. Han Sun stood before this apocalypse, watching the strange events occur. Han Sun's eyes were still so calm, however, and as he observed what was around him, he remained motionless. At this point, Han Sun's Dongxian power had shattered alongside his umbrella. While his powers had been reduced to dust, there was a residue of a strange connection. The moment they broke, Han Sun understood something. His blood was bubbling, but he felt very good. Seeing the strange scene of the sky come down to land on him, he waved his hand as a strange power surfaced within him. Bulwark Umbrella reappeared. The umbrella looked as if there hadn't been any changes. It was perfect, and none could likely tell the difference. But in Han Sun's eyes, the umbrella looked completely different. The substance that it was made from looked completely different. And the powers of Han Sun's Dongxian Sutra were different now also. Boom! All the world-ending powers were diverted by Han Sun's Bulwark Umbrella. The godlike powers descended like minor drops of rain, sliding off and away from the umbrella. Nothing could even sway the umbrella. The black dragons landed on the surface and snapped, and the spacey powers landed on it and broke too. Mountains slammed down and were sundered. Everything broke against the umbrella like a mild summer rain. In Han Sun's eyes, they were just shattered substances. Compared to Bulwark Umbrella's sequence structure, they were all weak. They were like individual grains of sand. When the powers hit the umbrella, they rolled off like liquid. Like water against a rock, the umbrella remained unmoved. Many of the alphas were shocked, and even Ancient Devil's face changed. They thought they had broken the umbrella, and could now kill Han's son. But lo and behold, he had simply drawn another one out. When their attacks were unable to cripple the new umbrella, they were gobsmacked. Black Wizard Dur's Black Dragon Spear became Black Dragon. It came lashing forward at Han. Senator Han's son was holding the umbrella in the air as the Black Dragon roared at him in a charge. Han's son reached out his hand and tapped the creature on its forehead. Black Dragon met with Han's son in the sky, and it looked like Godzilla was squaring off against an ant. Han Sen's hand was like nothing before the mighty Black Dragon. But in the next second, Black Dragon's body became nothing but loose dust atop Han Sen's hand. The entire body shattered into powder. Blurg. Black Wizard Elder coughed up blood, and he looked on in disbelief. Black Dragon Spear was his Geno core, and it had never been broken before. Han's son had smashed it with a mere slap. Black Wizard Elder felt hollow and afraid. And it wasn't just Black Wizard Elder feeling like this either. Other elders looked at Han's son in shock and wanted to run. They could not believe Black Dragon Spear had become dust, and they shuddered to think what might happen if such a power befell them. Ancient Devil saw the elders looking frightened, but he seemed unaffected. With a creepy smile he said, "It's a little too soon, but it has to happen now." Ancient Devil jumped atop his white donkey. In one hand he held a parchment. In his other, he clutched his skeleton necklace. His mouth read some text at an inaudible volume. As he read, the skeleton started to blaze with black fire. At the same time, the creatures and spirits that were attacking Shadow Shelter were covered in a black aura. This happened to the elders too. The devilish aura was like ash after a blaze. Many creatures flew over to the necklace as the demonic aura grew in strength. "Ancient Devil, what are you doing?" Many of the elders were in shock, and they roared at Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil did not provide an answer. He just where he was reading. He fondled the necklace roughly until the sky turned dark. All those demonic auras started to come back to him. One elder was so mad. He used a Geno core to attack Ancient Devil. But as the attack came close, the Geno core instantly broke. It poofed into a cloud of black smoke. When it reached Ancient Devil, it became a part of that demonic aura. That elder had lost his Geno core, and that injured him badly. But even then, the blood he coughed up turned to a whiff of black smoke that drifted over to Ancient Devil. Everyone was flabbergasted, and they realized it was only happening to them. None of this was happening to the creatures inside the shelter. "Ancient Devil, what did you do?" Sacred's leader asked him in fury. Despite being a spirit, he felt as if his body was becoming a black smoke too. Chapter 1676 Devil's Flame. In the he didn't receive an answer. Ancient Devil was just continuing to read the spell that no one could hear. Elder Een and Hornbeast Alpha were in shock. Hanminger fired an arrow and managed to break the horned beast's horn. But when that horn was detached, it fell and became another demonic wisp that drifted towards Ancient Devil. Gu Qingqing saw an opportunity for attack, but she didn't go after Elder Een. She just let him go. She saw Ancient Devil in the sky, looking like a real demon. The fight had come to a standstill while this occurred. Many of the creatures that had come to attack the shelter tried to scamper away, but they could not resist the pull, and they were made into demonic wisps as well. Even Hornbeast Alpha and Elder Een wanted to run off. Ancient Devil threw down the necklace that was comprised of skulls. It turned into a ring and started to spin. The devilish auras started to travel towards the ring, which began to look like a black hole as it pulled everything in. All those wisps entered the black hole, and it looked like a twisted black sun. Ancient Devil's spell had a quiet voice. It sounded as if you could hear it, but at the same time you couldn't. The creatures and spirits heard the noise. They held their heads and rolled around on the ground in agony. Their bodies were fading fast. Black wisps came out of them and went straight for that ominous sun. Even Elder Een and Sacred's leader were writhing around on the ground. They no longer looked as strong as they had earlier. Hawk Emperor was in pain as well. His body was fading, and the spirit stone that was 1,000,000 miles away was fading too. "We have to kill Ancient Devil or we're dead," one elder yelled. He was in pain, and he tried striking Ancient Devil. Everyone else had the same thought. They all tried to endure the pain they were feeling and attack Ancient Devil. Ancient Devil remained still though. He continued to read that weird spell that looked like magic. When the elders came close though, they instantly turned into black wisps. And when one elder made it close to Ancient Devil, the demonic sun pulled the spirit straight inside. Everybody was shocked. The sun began to look like a skull as it ate the nearby elder, and looked all evil. One elder completely disappeared without any fuss. The elites didn't have a clue what to do, so they could only stand there looking hopeless and scared. If they went, they would be consumed by the demonic sun. If they stopped, it'd only be a matter of time until they became a demonic wisp. The whole world was shrouded in the black, malicious aura. Ancient Devil and his demonic son both became the world, like a devil walking the earth. Gu Qingqing drew her sword. The sword was overbearing, slashing towards the sun and Ancient Devil. The sword light went far, but then the sun turned into a big reaper-like skull. It swallowed Gu Qingqing's overbearing sword light. Gu Qingqing's face immediately changed, and she stopped attacking. Han Menger tried firing an arrow at Ancient Devil's eyebrow, but it didn't reach its destination. Before it could, the big skull swallowed it. The flames were everywhere, and aside from Shadow Shelter itself, the landscape was turned to char and ruin. It was like a proper hellscape. The decomposing beings were screaming in agony, sending a chill down the spines of all who watched and listened to the torture. They had no choice but to endure. Suddenly, the black sky was filled with another strange view. Everything was suddenly reversed as a beautiful palace appeared. Fairies flew around it in harmony. When this weird thing appeared in the sky, Han Sun frowned. He held up his umbrella and moved toward Ancient Devil. He didn't know exactly what Ancient Devil was doing, but stopping him would definitely be a success for Han Sr. "Don't go. He's opening the god's door." Gu Qingqing yelled at Han. Senator Han Sun was shocked. The god's door was the entrance to the fifth sanctuary. It was the way through to the Alliance. Ancient Devil was using the powers of those around to gain access to it. Boom. As Han Sun descended into thought, the air began to tremble and shake. An old and mysterious stone door suddenly appeared. The gravity came down hard around that area. Ancient Devil opened his eyes and grabbed the demonic sun. When he did, his body was surrounded by a devil's aura. He looked like a volcano, and he was heading right toward that old gate. Boom. The world was shaking, and the scary devil flame was unable to open the door. Ancient Devi's face did not change though. He simply continued to read the spell. He raised the skeleton necklace and proceeded toward the stone door. The whole world rumbled violently. Everyone felt as if their chests were hit, and they struggled against the pressure. Shadow Shelter's creatures were fine, other than bleeding a little. But the elders who had come with Ancient Devil were most certainly not. The weaker spirits had all decomposed by this point, and only the strong ones were left alive. But their strength was decreasing, and the power of sudden decomposition was getting stronger. Ancient Devil used the demonic aura of the decomposed beings around him in his attempts to pound the door open. And indeed, the door rattled as if it was on the verge of opening. Han Sun frowned, lifted his umbrella, and flew towards Ancient Devil. It was dangerous to fight in front of the gate, but this was the last chance Han Sun would have to kill him. If Ancient Devil opened the gate, Han Sun knew he'd have no chance. Of course, Han Sun was unsure whether or not Ancient Devil would be able to make it all the way through. But a being such as him would kill for whatever fancy concerned him. Allowing someone like that into the Alliance would be bad news for everyone. It'd also be best to kill him before he leveled up. Careful. When the gate opens, no one can leave. Gu Qingqing shouted at Han. Senator Han Sun nodded and flew toward Ancient Devil. He came in close to Ancient Devil's body. Because Dongxian Sutra hadn't been on its last tier when they fought earlier, it hadn't been very strong. The power of Super Spank might not have even been enough to break a strong substance in this sanctuary. But now things were different now that Dongxian Sutra had reached the last tier. It was stronger now. Chapter 1677. The fight before the door. Ancient Devil was sitting in lotus position. One hand was pushing against the god's door, while the other pushed back at Han Sen's hand. I already have one foot inside the god's door. It does not matter how strong you are still an ant compared to the likes of me. Ancient Devil spoke to Han Sen gently, as if he had already achieved godhood. But Han Sen didn't respond, and he just continued adding pressure against Ancient Devil's hand. Pang! A mist of blood clouded the entire area, as Ancient Devil's arm was suddenly blown into a gory mess. It became dust in the sky, turning into nothing. Ancient Devil's face changed. He had gathered up an endless life force, stolen from dozens of elders. He thought he was invincible and ready to become a god. But then his arm was blown off by the human Han Senator. The scariest thing was Ancient Devil's sudden inability to regenerate the arm. He could heal other wounds, but not the severed arm. And that added to his fear. His abilities of physical recovery were quite strong, and definitely as good as a healer demigod, but his broken arm are to regrow. Han Sen's powers had to be something special that Ancient Devil had never before seen. Han Sen was surprised by comparison. His super spank hadn't undone Ancient Devil's entire sequence structure. It only managed to break a part of him. Han Sen thrust his palm forward again, prompting Ancient Devil to pull back the hand he was using to try to open the door. He had to now use that single hand to fight Han Senator. The skeleton necklace became a black hole. Ancient Devil now wanted Han Sen's power before he ascended. He wanted Han Sen to become a part of him, but that, as it turned out, was not a good idea. Han Sen palmed the black hole instead, as Super Spank broke a sequence structure. Ancient Devil heard a boom, and one of the skulls on the necklace broke and turned to dust. Ancient Devil's face darkened. He had 108 skulls. Each one was difficult to refine. Each skull counted for one emperor too. When 108 skulls were strung together, their power increased exponentially. Ancient Devil's power was something that ought to have been impossible in the fourth god's sanctuary. Ancient Devil could not believe his skull orb had been broken. How did that happen? Han Sen did not give him time to think though. Instead, he just repeatedly pounded and palmed the black hole. There were many explosions detonating, like a string of atom bombs dropped on it one by one. The sequence structures of the skulls were destroyed. Ancient Devil trembled. He ignored Han Sen now. He wanted to get through the god's door, so he pummeled the stone gate. He wanted to open the door before the black hole disappeared. The spirits and creatures below were still writhing, and not even the elders would be able to hold on much longer. Their very bodies were decomposing. Lots of demonic auras and wisps came to Ancient Devil, giving him power and providing extra strength. The god's door was rattling. It seemed as if it would be broken by his fist at any moment. Almost there. Almost there. Ancient Devil looked crazed, with his one arm bashing against the door. The door rumbled and shook, but he had not managed to open it yet. Gu Qingcheng and the others all watched the spectacle in shock. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If the gate was opened, Han Sen would be sucked inside. With Ancient Devil's current situation, it'd only take a few more punches to open the gate completely. Han Sen had broken around 30 skull orbs, and reaching this figure, he noticed the power of the black hole beginning to wane. Still, it'd be a while before it was totally broken, and it was too late to stop Ancient Devil from opening the door. Han Sen, come back. It is too late. Gu Qingcheng shouted. Han Sen ignored her calls. He used his palm to break the sequence structure of another 2 skulls. There had been 108 skulls earlier, so breaking just a few was useless. Pang! Pang! Ancient Devil threw another 2 punches, shaking the stone door even more. It looked like it would not be able to withstand Ancient Devil's powerful strikes much longer. Ancient Devil squinted his eyes and looked back at Han Sen, whose fist was in front of his body. Then suddenly the demonic aura exploded. The dying elites were decomposing at an even faster rate, accelerating their wispy travel to Ancient Devil's fists. There were more and more demonic wisps coming to his fist, so much so that it almost couldn't handle the sheer volume of strength. Even the people of Shadow Shelter were shocked by what they saw. This is my god's door. You will die entering it. If you don't want to live, then come with me. Witness my ascendance as a god. After Ancient Devil said that, he threw his most frightening punch yet. You are too naive, Han Sen said quietly. He held a closed bulwark umbrella and ventured near the black hole. Bulwark umbrella brushed through the sequence structure of the skulls. They broke like spider webs, as 70 of them were reduced to dust. Han Sun brushed away all the orbs and gathered power into his right fist. The power of Super Spank was now directly before Ancient Devil. He was waiting for the moment when Ancient Devil struck, so he could get him at his most vulnerable. Ancient Devil's face went pale, but he had no options at this point. He was now smack dab in the process of becoming a god. He couldn't run at a time like this. He had thrown his fist back at God's door one last time, but it was too late to pull it back now. Even if he could, after he saw Han Sun break the skulls, he didn't think he could block Han Sen's fist anyway. Ancient Devil was so strong, and he still felt hopeless. He couldn't run. Han Sun watched Ancient Devil as he was punching. Winning. Gu Qingqing saw Ancient Devil unable to do anything, and it brought her sheer delight. But suddenly a white shadow appeared. The white donkey had brought with him an invincible power. It came before Ancient Devil and blocked Han Sen's fist. The white donkey brayed at Han Sun with a weird smile, and the sequence structure of its body broke and turned the creature into dust. Han Sen's face changed. When he was blocked by the white donkey in that crucial moment, Ancient Devil's fist reached God's door. There was a big boom and the stone gate shook. "Don't open! Don't open the door!" Gu Qingqing and the others screamed, watching the door and yelling. Pang! The stone door broke and swung open, as the godlight poured out like the illumination of stars. It wrapped up Han Sun and Ancient Devil, pulling them both inside. Chapter 1678 Getting Decomposed and Rebuilt. "It's over," said Gu Qingqing. After Han Sun and Ancient Devil got sucked into God's door, her face changed horrifically. God's door was the path by which demigods could reach the fifth sanctuary. It was the path creatures took. The power inside would crush the person, rebuild their body, and rinse them clean. It was built for the person that summoned the door. The rinsing and rebuilding would have to match with the element. A person who had an attunement to a fire element would be washed and rebuilt with fire, once beyond God's door. Firecasters have the advantage that would allow them to finish the process and be rebuilt successfully. If a water element person entered the fire element God's door, they would be rinsed and rebuilt with fire just the same. With a lack of proficiency with the element, though, they would not succeed. That was why Gu Qingqing was in such shock after seeing Han Sun get sucked inside. No one knew what Ancient Devil's element was, but whatever it was complicated and extremely unique. It was very different from Han's Senator since Han Sun had now been dragged inside. His chances of survival were low. Normal demigods had a low success rate themselves. The ratio was something of a 1 to 1,000 sort of figure. But Han Sun had stumbled into a door opened by someone else, which made the chances of survival even lower. And things were only made worse by the fact that the other person was a being as terrifying as Ancient Devil. "Dad!" Seeing the door sucking Han Sun and Ancient Devil inside, Bauer flew through the door just before it closed. Boom! The stone door closed tight, hidden in the air. Then it was gone. "Will the boss and Bauer be okay?" Cheap Sheep asked, reeling from shock. Gu Qingqing did not answer. She pulled out Pure and leaped down towards the dying elders. The elders were all strong, but they had been brought to the brink of death by Ancient Devil. They wouldn't be able to fight back. Seeing Gu Qingqing come, they were all terrified. They wished to run, but their bodies were in no shape to. That was because their strength and energy had been drained by Ancient Devil. A sword came down, launching an elder's head across the sky. "If you kill me, the Een will kill you." Elder Een shouted. Gu Qingqing did not care at that moment, and she cut Elder Een in half. Cheap Sheep and Green Cow came running out. They stepped on Elder Yin's sundered corpse and proclaimed, "Bad idea to come and mess with Shadow Shelter, eh? Let me step on it some more to avenge the misdeed done upon our boss." Pang! An arrow came flying forward, piercing into another elder's chest. Han Minger looked incredibly angry. Han Minger then knocked another arrow and took aim at Sacred's leader. Gu Qingqing stopped her though. Han Sun had told Gu Qingqing all about Han Minger's true identity, and Gu Qingqing had made sure to look after her. She had to stop her from harming Sacred's leader. Sacred's leader could be killed by anyone else, but not Han Minjer. Sacred's leader managed to escape. Gu Qingqing did not bother going after him, and she allowed his broken body to slither away. Sacred's leader had decomposed quickly, and there wouldn't be much else he could do. The important thing was that Gu Qingqing had to leave a few alive. The sanctuary needed to know it was ancient devil's work that had caused so much harm. The story had to spread. What had happened to the elders was not something done by Shadow Shelter. They did not know if Han Sun was alive, however, and that meant the mirror could not currently be used. If a revenge attack came, they'd lose. They didn't have the defense and security they did before. Gu Qingqing could only deal with a few elders, but she still had Red Pony and Han Minjer for aid. If you didn't sound powerful and assert authority, people could easily bully you, and others might think they could bully Shadow Shelter without paying a price. If Shadow Shelter was turned into a scapegoat, there'd be much trouble in the times ahead. The fight at Shadow Shelter shocked the entirety of the Fourth God's sanctuary. However, when news did spread, all the tribes now despised Ancient Devil for the evil he was. And they were surprised to hear just how powerful Han Sun was, and how powerful Shadow Shelter had become. Most of the elites had been harmed by Ancient Devil in some way, and so no one dared bother Shadow Shelter anymore. That was because Gu Qingqing and Death Goddess were too scary, and the elders slain by Gu Qingqing did not respawn. After the two battles, the structure of the Fourth God's sanctuary had changed. A time of peace arrived. Han Sun and Ancient Devil had been sucked into God's door. Han Sun hadn't counted on getting sucked in, as he thought the punch was something Ancient Devil would be unable to resist. It was a one-hit kill sort of thing, he believed. But the white donkey had gladly given its life to accept that punch instead of its master, and that allowed Ancient Devil to open the door. I am surprised someone would be willing to sacrifice themselves for that abhorrent Ancient Devil. Han Sun sighed, but there was no time for Han Sun to feel anything right now. The moment he fell into the door, he felt as if he had fallen into a vat of oil. The cells in his body were fried, ravaging his skin. All the feelings in the world were useless at that point. He had no vision, and not even his eighth sense. His body was rapidly decomposing. Han Sun was in a weird mode. He felt as if his spirit and his body were now two separate entities. His body was decomposing, but something different was going on with his soul. The power of God's door decomposed his flesh, bone, organs, and brain. All that was left over was some gooey liquid inside. And Han Sun's mind or soul was drifting amidst the molecules. The body disappeared, like it had nothing to do with him anymore. Han Sun had only heard about a body being rebuilt, but he had never heard about the specifics. Suddenly Crystal Core, Real Blood Coin, and Bulwark Umbrella all flew out. They melted in the midst of those molecules, too. The molecules surrounded the 4 genocores, and Han Sun felt as if those genocores were working to help rebuild his body. At this time, the power of God's door changed. The decomposition power changed to one of construction. The power to rebuild a body fell on the genocores and the molecules, but it caused damage to Han Sun's molecules and genocores. The bad side about not matching elements had finally appeared. Chapter 1679 Successful Ascension. A power went into his sea of soul. All the beast's souls and genocores suffered underneath that strength. Han Sun felt terrible. He heard someone say it was best not to bring genocores and beast souls to level up. But Han Sun wasn't prepared for any of this, as he had been pulled inside unexpectedly. The beast souls and genocores were in there with him right now, and they were subject to the cleansing. The elements didn't align, and the initial impact dealt a lot of damage to his beast souls and genocores. The lower-tier beast souls and genocores were outright obliterated by the destructive power. That was the power that was needed to rebuild the body, though, and as fruitful as it might later prove, it was currently feeling like one major disaster. Still, he knew he had to accept all that power, so he could be rebuilt. In his current condition, Han Sun was losing molecules. The genocores that were supposed to help rebuild his body were grievously damaged by the force that would do so. The genocores were failing to reconstruct Han Sun's body, and instead, they were being destroyed. Just as Han Sun thought it was all over for him, he felt something tingle inside his sea of soul. The black crystal armor was pulsating with a strange power. It started to give off a protective aura that provided shelter for Hansen's genocores and molecules. It was keeping Hansen's Sea of Soul safe. But that power could only protect his genocores, beast souls, and molecules. The armor was unable to protect the part of Han Sen that had been his actual body. That was because the elements did not match, and the rebuilding powers were incompatible with Han's Senator. The pain was horrific. Hansen knew it was wrong to have entered someone else's god's door. He had not been killed, but his body and genes were too powerful, and he could not integrate with the rebuilding forces. Do I have to enter the alliance like this? I am afraid Mom will not be able to recognize me. Han-sun was laughing in his heart. Dad! As this happened, Han-sun heard a familiar voice. He was so happy to hear it. He hadn't seen Bauer follow him in, and he was worried Bauer might be damaged by the god's door. Han-sun wanted to talk back, but he found himself unable to. He was only a collection of molecules and a sense of will. He could not talk to Bauer. Dad! Bauer will help you. Han-sun heard Bauer speak again, and he wondered why she wanted to help him. And then he suddenly felt a weird power in his molecular state. When that power entered him, the black armor's power was not stopped. The power just melted into Hansen's molecules. When that power blended into the molecules, the black armor's power relented. The rebuilding power moved back inside the molecules then. This time it was different. The rebuilding power did not damage the molecules, and instead, it blended in with them. It began to rebuild Hansen's molecules. With the power of the molecules, his 4 genocores started to get rebuilt as well. Pang! Inside his Sea of Soul, the split-blade genocore could not handle the power. It exploded into nothing but dust. Pang! The fallen slaughter beast's soul was blown up by the same power. Many things inside his Sea of Soul exploded, one after another. The beast's souls and genocores Han-sun possessed were getting destroyed. It was not like the black crystal armor was incapable of protecting them, though. When Hansen's body started to get rebuilt, the beast's souls and genocores were exiled. Little Angel and Golden Growler were strong though. They didn't get blown up by the rebuilding power, but they got squeezed out of the Sea of Soul, and the connection Han-sun had with them was severed. Suddenly, the god genocore came out of the Sea of Soul and combined with Hansen's molecules. The same applied to the other 4 self-genocores. They all combined with his molecules. When the 5 genocores melted into him and merged with his molecules, they kick-started a process that started to rebuild Hansen's body. It was strange to see a body get rebuilt. There was the blood, flesh, bones, hair, heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys all coming together. It was a really weird thing to watch. While the rebuilding process was underway, a sense of feeling started to return to Han's Senator. But inside that weird dimension, Han-sun could not feel anything physical around him. All he could feel was himself. His new, rebuilt body felt as familiar as it did strange. Han-sun knew he was inhabiting his own body, but it felt different. When the body was finished being rebuilt, Han-sun recovered his control of his body and his Sea of Soul. The black crystal armor no longer showed any activity. Han-sun used his heart, but he could not establish a connection with it. This disappointed him. He thought he had become a god, and through that, he could now make proper use of the black crystal armor. That was still not to be. Inside the Sea of Soul, there was only the black armor and the white armor. He had stolen the latter from Tina. Han-sun was unable to control the black armor set, so he tried using the story of genes. The white armor, however, listened to his core and wrapped up his entire body. The moment he was wearing that armor, he could see everything around him in startling clarity. He was in a giant crystal passageway, the light of twinkling crystals, and a strange power was all around. And not too far from him, Han-sun caught sight of Bauer. She rushed toward him. Bauer looked different now. She was wearing an armor that looked like maple leaves, and she was holding a mini gourd. She scrambled over to see Han's Senator. When Han-sun returned to normal, Bauer jumped towards him. Han-sun patted Bauer on the head, and then he caught sight of Little Angel and Golden Growler. Golden Growler looked similar to how he always had. He was, however, clad in a golden armor. There was something vaguely different about Golden Growler's appearance, but Han-sun couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. Little Angel was inside the crystal light, with her body undergoing a change. It looked like her body was still being rebuilt, just as Han Sen's had. She was in the final stage of that process, and was almost done. When little angel finished, the armor Han Sen had received from Merrily appeared on her. And now Han Sen knew why Golden Growler looked different. Both Little Angel and Golden Growler had received completely new bodies, and they were no longer bound to his Sea of Soul. Han Sen was so happy seeing Little Angel and Golden Growler succeed alongside him. Han Sen looked around him, and did not see Ancient Devil. However, he was unsure if Ancient Devil had failed and died, or if he had managed to successfully enter the alliance. Chapter 1680, I Have Become God. Han Sen couldn't find Ancient Devil. All he found was Destiny's Tower, hanging in a corner of the hallway. It was the only Geno core that hadn't been destroyed after leaving his Sea of Soul. Han Sen went over to grab it, and return it to his Sea of Soul. Fortunately, there were no barriers inhibiting this, and he returned it to its rightful place. He could still use it as well. Han Sen looked inside Destiny's Tower, and noticed Armored Man was still there. Surprisingly, Meowth was hanging out on the first floor of Destiny's Tower. Han Sen wasn't sure how he had managed to get inside. Han Sen thought Meowth must have been killed, as his fitness was far worse than Little Angel's and Golden Growler's. It could most certainly not have been rebuilt. He never expected it to have been able to run inside Destiny's Tower for shelter. It was its same old self though. It was a beast soul, and it hadn't undergone any transformation or rebuilding. Little Angel and Golden Growler had their own bodies now though. They were no longer beast souls. They could not enter his Sea of Soul anymore. Fortunately, they recognized who Han Sen was. And together, they all traveled as one. Bauer was included in that equation too. On a planet in the Alliance, in a system residing in the Barrens, a naked man appeared on an island. He shouted to the sky, "I have become a god." That voice was so loud, it made the seas lash and the clouds part. All the birds flew away as well. It was overbearing. That man was Ancient Devil, who had successfully ascended. It was a trial and a half for him, but he had been successful. Because Han Sen had not been rebuilt in the beginning, and he had 5 Geno cores to rebuild his body, he had been much slower. This allowed Ancient Devil to reach the Alliance first. Ancient Devil did not have Geno armor though. He could not see the path to make his way out of the crystal hallway. He came out right after his successful rebuilding, unaware of what had happened to Han Sen, who slipped in with him. After Ancient Devil shouted, he noticed there was a man, a woman, a child and a golden-haired lion sitting next to him. They looked at him, as if he was a complete idiot. Ancient Devil's face fell when he saw Han Senator. All his possessions had been destroyed when he leveled up. He did not have an ounce of armor on him, but Han Sen and the others were all geared up, not naked like he was. He quickly wanted to scamper away, but he realized his powers were not as strong as they had been when he was a demigod. He was weak and slow. Han Sen grunted, and then appeared directly in front of Ancient Devil. He delivered a firm punch into Ancient Devil, and sent him hurtling into the sea. Waves rushed away from Ancient Devil's body when it hit the surface of the ocean. Han Sen was already next to him once more though. He gave Ancient Devil a good kick. Ancient Devils went at a speed that parted the sea wide. He was sent traveling a few miles. Pang! Pang! Han Sen's body teleported to Ancient Devil once again. He punched him in the side, he punched him in the front, he kicked him in the side, he kicked him in the front, and then one extra strong kick in the backside. He treated Ancient Devil like a punching bag. The spirit was left bleeding with an awfully swollen face. Leveling up to the Alliance was different from reaching a new tier of Sanctuary, and that was because your body was fully rebuilt. Your strength ended up lower. Ancient Devil and Han Sen were practically newborn babies right now, and it'd take a while for them to redevelop. It'd take a while before they achieved the strength of a demigod again. The process was only considered a genuine success if you generated a Geno armor. Han Sen already knew about all this though. Han Yufei and Stay Up Late had explained most of it to him. Ancient Devil, on the other hand, was clueless. He had no armor. He didn't stand a chance of fighting Han Sen, who did. He was beaten up severely, with no hope of fighting back. Han Sen was angry though. He had been forced to level up and reach the Alliance. He hadn't prepared for any of that, and he had lost many beast souls and Geno cores. Ancient Devil, suffering this new pain, roared. But Han Sun just punched him in the face and prevented him from doing it again. The gulf of power separating the two was massive. They had both just leveled up, but Han Sen's body was far stronger than Ancient Devil's. And with the Geno armor, much stronger again. Everything Ancient Devil tried to do to combat Han Sun was useless. Nothing worked. He was almost dead when Han Sun summoned Destiny's Tower and imprisoned him on the 7th floor. Despite his many calculations, Ancient Devil had never expected to become a prisoner upon leveling up. Han Sun tried to summon his unicorn beetle and had no problem with that. It floated up before him and did not seem to have been affected by the powers of ascension at all. Han Sun touched his body, but he noticed his 9-life cat pendant was gone. Perhaps it had been destroyed in the hallway. After entering the unicorn beetle, Han Sun examined the map to find out where exactly he was. He wanted to get back to the Alliance. Han Sun, unknown Geno body, not created level, none lifespan, 600 Geno body evolution requirement. Unknown Han Sun was unable to get a clearer comprehension of his current status, as everything was now showing up as unknown. And that was because he had not generated his Geno armor. Han Sun was confused. The Alliance did not have creatures, so how would one collect genes to level up? I need to ask Stay Up Late about this. Perhaps he will know, Han Sun thought to himself. The Han family home had been attacked by the Black Tiger, but it was destroyed alongside many of the buildings around it. Many innocents died because of the attack. Ji Yanran had to pay a lot in return for all that. And fortunately, the manor was old and few people lived there. If the death toll had been any higher, she'd have felt even more guilty. Ji Yanran made plans to purchase a planet for the family. In the event such a thing occurred again, there wouldn't be innocent casualties. But because of Han Sen's accident, Ji Yanran could not do this. So she was with Luo Lan, Zero, and Han Yen. Waiting for news of Han's senator entering another person's god's door was difficult to survive. They heard he had done this, but they were still hopeful he'd pull through. After Stay Up Late heard about what had happened, he thought regretfully, entering the god's door of someone else is deadly. There is no way he will succeed. When Han Sun returned to the Alliance, however, he was able to contact Ji Yanran. And this made Ji Yanran and the others very happy. Stay Up Late was shocked, and his face was full of surprise. How is that possible? Using the path of someone else. The rebuilding powers should not have matched him. How could he succeed? This family is strange. Stay Up Late wore a complicated expression. Chapter 1681 Tattoo Inside the Bathroom. Han Sun looked at himself in the mirror. He was topless, observing his back. When Han Sun went to sleep the night before, Ji Yanran told him he had a mark on his back. When Han Sun checked it out, he noticed his entire back was tattooed red. The tattoo on his back was like a cat, but not a cat. It was like a fox, but not a fox. It was red. It was the 9-life cat. Why is there a tattoo? Is it because of the 9-life cat pendant? Han Sun examined the tattoo on his back closely, but he did not notice anything special about it. It really did just look like a tattoo, and nothing more. Han Sun could not tell what it was, or whether or not it was harming his body. He ignored it, put his clothes back on, and exited the bathroom. Stay Up Late was in the living room. Seeing Han Sun come out, he poured him some tea and looked him up and down. He was curious how Han Sun had been rebuilt, despite entering a god's door summoned by someone else. Han Sun sat down on the sofa. He wanted to ask Stay Up Late something too. Han Sun accepted the tea and asked Stay Up Late. I ascended successfully, but I was unable to generate a Geno armor. There are no creatures here that I can use to gain genes either. How am I supposed to generate the Geno armor exactly? Stay Up Late thought about this for a moment, and then said, You cannot borrow power from the outside. You are on your own. After being cleansed and rebuilt, your body is like an unopened chest. You need to practice your genes to grow your body. Do that, and then you will be able to generate your Geno armor. That will be your beginning. That is the beginning and also the end, right? Han Sun looked at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late nodded and answered, I suppose. Only Geno armor has the power to exit the sanctuary. But outside the sanctuary is scary, and it is rather unknown. My people, the crystallizers, were almost entirely wiped out. Seeing Stay Up Late open up and be so honest, Han Sen found himself quite surprised. He proceeded to ask, what is out there? I am just an ordinary soldier. I don't know much about the outside world. If you would like to know, go and see for yourself. It is pointless asking me. Stay Up Late paused for a moment, and then went on to ask, how did you level up via someone else's path? It should be impossible for someone else's rebuilding powers to match your body. When my body decomposed, it just happened. The rebuilding powers didn't rebuild my body, and actually harmed my geno cores and molecules. But then something just seemed to change. I'm not entirely sure what happened. Han Sen was being half honest. Stay Up Late frowned, and then said, I have never heard of something like this before. Rebuilding your own body from someone else's rebuilding power will affect you. Whether it will be for the better or worse, I can't determine. If you do not mind, you should conduct a full body test, so I can find out exactly what is happening. Sure. Han Sen agreed to this. He wanted to know what his body was doing, and he wanted to know if he was strong in a crystallizer's eye. After conducting the tests, Han Sen's fitness was revealed to have been lowered. His strength and speed were only 10,000 now. Is this good for a crystallizer? Han Sen asked, looking at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late looked back at Han Sen with a complicated expression and said, for a juvenile, this is good. Han Sen's heart sank. After all those years, Stay Up Late could only compare him to a juvenile. That was depressing. Han Sen didn't know Stay Up Late was actually pleasantly surprised. The sanctuaries were something of an incubator for the crystallizers. Creatures that ascended to the Alliance were mere babies to the crystallizers. After they were rebuilt, they could grow from there. Han Sen's fitness was far better than a baby crystallizer, but where he'd go from here was uncertain. If he grew up fast, and after he generated his geno armor, Han Sen would definitely be scarier than a crystallizer. As he left the testing room, a gold lion dog came up to him. Its tail was wagging. It was Golden Growler. Its body was small, not too different from an average dog. It really did look like one, and he was certain others might not be able to tell what it actually was. Bao was riding upon Golden Growler's back. And then, she leaped onto Han Sen's chest. Han Sen patted Bao on the head. Without Bao, he was not sure if he'd have been able to rebuild his body successfully. Now that Bao was in the alliance with him, though, she could not return to the fourth god's sanctuary. Han Sen did not know if the gourd on Dark Spirit's holy vine was something Bao could use. There was no way to find out now. This was the biggest regret Han Sen had regarding his time in the fourth god's sanctuary. Fortunately for him, however, he had friends there. He would eventually send someone to take a look once the gourd had matured. It would be great to be able to bring it back. He just wasn't sure if he could. When Han Sen returned home, Ji Yanran was waiting for him. There were many contracts awaiting Han Sen's signature. They had bought a large portion of land to prevent another incident in which innocent victims could be caught in the crossfire and harmed. Ji Yanran bought out a few cities. If a fight like that happened again, at least others wouldn't be hurt. Han Sen signed the agreements and went to practice his skills. Jadeskin did not have a second part, so he had not practiced that. Han Sen was trying to practice the Blood Pulse Sutra, the Dongxian Sutra, and the Story of Genes. The Story of Genes was making progress the fastest, and it seemed as if that was what it took to generate geno armor. The Blood Pulse Sutra and the Dongxian Sutra were far slower by comparison. They were much different from the Story of Genes, and they weren't used for generating geno armor. Han Sen did not know which was better to focus on, so he just divided his time between them all. They did not clash with each other, so it was okay to practice them all at the same time. His rebuilt body was different now. When he cast skills, his genes would change. That should have been impossible for a human. Stay Up Late said that if they changed a lot, they would generate the geno armor. Chapter 1682 Crisis. Officer, Black Tiger and Lu Jia have been killed. Their operations failed, but Han Sun entered Ancient Devil's path of ascension and made it into the alliance. Surely that can allow us to confirm that he is the heir of Han Jinji, yes? He could be protecting his family also, explaining why the two operatives were killed. A man spoke to the officer with anger. The officer did not say anything in response. He merely closed his eyes and retreated into thought. Officer, we cannot delay. We do not have enough people and Geno armors to spare. If we don't strike the Han family now and force Han Jinji out, we will never get back the item. The man gritted his teeth. I am willing to take the team now and grab the Han family. I can draw Han Jinji out. The officer still did not say anything. He looked at the man coolly and said, Yake, you are too impatient. You need to look beneath the surface. Officer, with things as they are, do you continue to believe Han Sun may not be related to Han Jinji? If he is not the heir of Han Jinji, how can he possess such power? How were Black Tiger and Lu Jia killed? Yake demanded angrily. The officer responded calmly saying, It seems like he is Han Jinji's heir, but there is still something suspicious about it all. What is that? Yake asked with an annoyed look. If Han Jinji faked his death, why would he still go by that name? The officer said. Arrogance. He thinks the closer he is to danger, the further away from harm he is, Yake answered. The officer shook his head. If that makes sense, then tell me, does it look like Han Sun has it? His body is strange, Yake said. He is strange, yes, but he does not have anything similar to that thing, the officer said with a hard voice. Perhaps Han Jinji has employed a trick to hide the item, Yake continued to argue. The officer sighed. Yake, you know how precarious our situation is. If Han Sun is not an heir of Han Jinji, he would be a great help to us. He would be better off alive. No way. He is Han Jinji's heir. And if you aren't going to do anything about it, I will do it myself. He has only just leveled up, so he'll be in his weakest state right now. We can grab him with ease. Yake spoke surely. The officer frowned. You have forgotten about Black Tiger and Lu Jia's deaths already? Even if he is weak, he has someone to protect him. I will go with Rudy. If Han Jinji appears, I will kill him and take it back, Yake growled. We should wait. We should find out what Han Sin's relation to Han Jinji is first, the officer said. Yake slammed the table and said, Officer, we have paid an enormous price already. Snake Witch, Black Tiger, Lu Jia, and 2 Geno armors have been lost. I cannot allow another fruitless sacrifice like that. I will get rid of the Han family, no matter what it takes. After that, Yake left the hall. The officer did not say anything more. He merely watched Yake leave. Han Sun was holding Little Flower atop the garden sunbathing. Little Angel was scouring Skynet for all sorts of information. Little Angel was like a real human now that she had been given her body. And she was very interested in activities that were associated with Skynet. She watched many TV shows and played many video games. She was not interested in true proper knowledge. Games and the telly were all that snared her attention. She was watching a TV show currently, while also playing God's Hand. She only needed one hand to beat a hardcore player. Golden Growler lay on a chair next to Han's senator as he lounged. He was drinking from 4 separate glasses at the same time. A straw ran from each one to his mouth. He was also wearing sunglasses. The gold hair looked particularly good that day. Bauer and Zero had gone with Ji Yinran on some errands. Han Sun was afraid Ji Yinran might be in danger if she was left alone, and so he allowed Bauer to go with her. He was confident in her strength now. Han Sun leaned back and looked off into the distance. He saw someone land on the top of a building tower that belonged to him. Blind man, good timing. I've been looking for you. Han Sun was shocked, not expecting Blind man to seek him out that way. This was not usually his M. Oh, but that was okay. Right now, Han Sun really wanted to see Han Yufei. He needed to inform him of the consequences of producing Geno armor. Later. Listen to me first. Blind man looked serious. Okay, go ahead. Han Sun nodded. Blind man did not beat around the bush, and he dove straight into the subject. He said, God's organization has decided to get rid of you once and for all. Many elites will come, and so will your father. What did he say? Han Sun asked. Now that you are here, you cannot return to the sanctuary. You have to fight. He hopes you are sufficiently prepared, and asks that you send your mom and little Yen to hide in the sanctuary. Blind Man looked apologetic as he spoke. Han Sen knew what all this meant. Han Yufei was not confident even he could win the fight that was coming. This was the best plan he could come up with. How many elites do they have? How many Geno armors? Han Sen was surprisingly optimistic. Han Sen may have been weak, but he had a Geno armor of his own. With Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Bauer at his side, the 4 Geno armors in total would prove a force to be reckoned with. Furthermore, Stay Up Late was there, and he lived with Han's senator, and he frequently watched over him. Han Sen had no doubt that the crystallizer would lend a hand if it came to a fight. God's organization asked the new community for aid. We don't know how many people or Geno armors they have, but after last time, we estimate they will bring at least 3. Blind Man looked glum. Chapter 1683 Testing the Gun. Tell my dad not to worry when you go back. I will deal with it. After that, Han Sen moved closer to Blind Man and said quietly, There is something I need you to tell my dad too. Tell him not to generate Geno armor, and if possible come and meet me. There is something important I wish to tell him. Okay, I will tell him. I will return and prepare. As expected, we will be cutting all ties with God's organization. Blind Man turned around and left. Han Sen did not stop the man from departing. He knew Blind Man had come here quickly, and he would be found if he stayed long. There was no point in him staying, and it was more important for him to go and see Han Yufei. After Blind Man left, Han Sen got back to practicing the story of genes. That was because the story of genes was the fastest to learn, and it would help him buff up his white crystal armor. Normal Geno armor elites in the Alliance were using other people's Geno armors, and thus they could not use the full extent of their power. Tina, Snake Witch, and Black Tiger were unable to make full use of the Geno armor's power, because it did not belong to them. It couldn't assimilate with them completely. At most, they were only able to use half of what was achievable with the armor sets. Stay Up Late was the only being that had a self-Geno armor that Han Sen knew about, and the white Geno armor Han Sen had would not be sufficient for beating him. But even so, Han Sen would be considerably better than other Geno armor elites. His fitness was worse than before, and he had yet to mature again. He was currently weaker than the average demigod. But it was different when he was wearing a Geno armor. The story of genes might have come from the crystallizers, but it made Han Sen a better fit for the white armor. The more he practiced the story of genes, the better fitting it became. So far, Han Sen had a 60% match with the armor set, and that meant he could use 60% of its power. Other people could only use 50%, so he had an advantage. Han Sen wouldn't be able to improve the story of genes much in such a short time, but he kept on practicing anyway. Every little bit helped. While Han Sen was practicing, Little Angel was doing something with her hands. If you looked closely, you could see Little Angel was actually handling a small SMG. Someone had left it behind in the buildings when the fight against the Black Tiger was underway, and Little Angel had shown enough interest to pick it up and keep it. She found out what it was through Skynet, and she eagerly wished to play with it. She turned off the safety and took aim at a building sign. She wanted to shoot it. Pang! A bullet struck the sign, knocking the sign off the building. The noise immediately scared Han Sen and Little Flower. Where did you get that from? Han Sen asked. He had originally thought that enemies were attacking, but he was relieved to find that it was just Little Angel discharging the weapon. Ji Yanran had bought the land around them for miles and miles, so there was no one else there. She wouldn't be hurting anyone by accident. I found it and picked it up, Little Angel answered. Right before she pulled the trigger again, a bullet was fired, then exploded when it landed. There is no one around, and we bought this place. We should not waste it, Han Sen said, eyeing the buildings that were in rubble around him. Little Angel then aimed the weapon at Han's senator. It made him quickly get out of the way, but then he remembered that with his fitness, he did not have to be so afraid. Little Angel spun the gun around and offered it to Han Sr. Shoot me. Why? Han Sen asked, not accepting the gun. To see how powerful it is, Little Angel said calmly. There is no need for you to use your body to find that out. Hansen wasn't really sure what to say or do. Should I use yours instead? Little Angel asked with seriousness. Hansen didn't think they needed to use anyone's body for the test. But he had never blocked a bullet before. And he realized that he was quite curious. Sure. Give it a go. Hansen put Little Flower down on the table. He floated in the air, waiting for Little Angel to try to shoot him with the SMG. To survive being shot by an SMG, you'd need a fitness level of above 5,000. His fitness was weaker now than it had been for most of his time in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. But he had at least 10k. He could definitely block the bullet. For safety, Hansen gathered power in his hands. He wanted to get shot in his hand first. Little Angel was wearing her white battlesuit, and after swiftly aiming the gun, she fired his way. A circular bullet came flying toward Han's senator. He raised his hand, and an explosion erupted. Then the light was gone. Hansen's hand was a little red, but he didn't feel any pain. At the most, it felt like his hand had just been slapped, and that was that. Little Angel fired at Hansen a few times, taking aim at different regions of his body. Hansen knew she wanted to find out the power of the weapon she was using, so he didn't block now. He just let the bullets pelt him. The bullets weren't enough to break his body, though, and more than anything, it felt as if they were just tickling him. Little Angel was disappointed by the power, so she just threw the weapon away. While Skynet may have said it was good, it was little more than a toy gun for someone like her. Hansen drifted toward the ground, thinking about Little Angel's interest in the gun. But suddenly, something about his body felt very wrong. His back was on fire. Hansen's face changed. He looked at his back and saw his 9-life cat tattoo was burning. A red light shone from his back, unhindered by the clothes he wore. What is that? Hansen frowned. Boom! The next second, the light became stronger until his clothes were nothing but tatters. The tattoo on his back now resembled a swirling black vortex. But before he could react, the suction pulled him right inside. Chapter 1684 Accidentally Meeting Again Crash. Hansen hit the ground hard, writhing around as if his bones were about to snap. He felt sure that the composition of his body had become softer. He set a hand on the floor to pick himself up, and noticed that he was lying on something very soft. It gave him a shock. He heard a scream, and he jumped up and away from the noise. It's you! Hansen and another voice spoke the same line at the same time. Hansen looked at the floor. There was a red fox-like cat standing there. It was the 9-life cat. Hansen hadn't seen the 9-life cat since he left the last time. Hansen didn't expect to see him again, especially under these conditions. No way. The 9-life cat should be in the Fourth God's Sanctuary. I have already leveled up to the Alliance, so why am I seeing it here? Did it ascend as well? 9-life cat looked at him with shock and confusion. Why are you here? Again, they spoke the same line at the exact same time. Hansen pointed at the 9-life cat tattoo on his back and said, This brought me here, I think? 9-life cat looked at Hansen, but it could not see the tattoo he was referencing. Hansen turned around so the cat could see the tattoo. The shock on the 9-life cat's face deepened. Is this a bad thing? Hansen asked with worry. 9-life cat walked closer to Hansen and checked his tattoo out. Then he jumped on his shoulder, touching the tattoo. What is it? Say something. Hansen demanded when the 9-life cat remained silent. 9-life cat jumped off of Hansen's shoulder and then leaped atop a tablet, saying, It's not bad. But if you go out, people will think you are a part of 9-life cat. Go out where? Hansen asked without thinking. But then Hansen realized what the cat was implying. He looked at 9-life cat. And if going out meant what he now had in mind, it really was quite shocking. 9-life cat gave him a very human-like smile. And he said, You won't understand. You can't get out of here anyway. It doesn't really matter for now. Do you mean getting out of the sanctuary? Hansen still wanted to ask. 9-life cat looked surprised, but he didn't answer. He just used one of his paws to scratch his side as he repeated himself. You can't get out of here anyway. It doesn't really matter for now. Just in case I need to know, you should tell me. Hansen wanted to punch the kitty to get him to answer the question. 9-life cat laughed and said, It's nothing much. I'm just saying that Nine Life Cat does not have a good reputation out there. If you are lucky enough to get out, just don't let anyone else see your tattoo. If it gets you killed, don't take it out on me. Hansen's heart sank. Can I remove it? Nine Life Cat rolled his eyes. It has merged with your body. It's a part of you. You really think it's possible to remove something like that? Fine. Cut the crap. Hansen yelled. That was not the answer he had been hoping for. I'm busy, and I'm running out of time and patience. Nine Life Cat jumped off of the tablet and started walking in another direction. Hansen noticed that they appeared to be in some sort of graveyard. The tablet Nine Life Cat was sitting atop was a headstone. Behind the stone there was another one, half covered by patches of grass. Surprisingly, the grave was smaller than the sort you might expect to see for a human. He looked at the headstone, but he was unsure of what it was dated. All the text across its surface was faded. Some very light markings were visible, but what they meant he hadn't a clue. What are you doing? Follow me. Nine Life Cat gazed back at Hansen with a look of annoyance. Hansen followed as he was bid to, and they walked past many headstones. They were all in various states of decay, so he couldn't learn much about where he was. What is this place? Some kind of old graveyard? Hansen asked Nine Life Cat after catching up with him. Nine Life Cat smiled and said, This is the fourth god's sanctuary. We're not in the alliance. That's what Hansen had thought, but when it was confirmed, he really was given a shock. No way. This is the fourth god's sanctuary. I thought after you go to the alliance, you aren't allowed to come back. And why is my body not being harmed by being here? Nine Life Cat used his claws to point at Hansen's new tattoo and laughed. With this tattoo, it's not only the fourth god's sanctuary you can return to. If you want, you can hop back into the first god's sanctuary. Why? Because now you are a part of Nine Life Cat. What is Nine Life Cat exactly? Hansen asked. Hansen was curious about this. He only knew that it had some connection to the elusive human emperor, and that the Nine Life Cat was some sort of a mascot for Blood Legion. It was like a representative symbol. Hansen thought Nine Life Cat might have been a strong creature that followed human emperor. But all things considered, that no longer seemed likely. Nine Life Cat, whatever it was bigger than what he was thinking. It looked like it was even connected to some pretty big things beyond the sanctuaries. But now Hansen remembered people had told him that human emperor took Nine Life Cat as something serious. Hansen didn't care for it very much, but now, things obviously weren't so simple. I told you that you wouldn't understand. If you can get out though, you will know. Nine Life Cat did not want to talk about this much. Hansen wanted to ask some more, but Nine Life Cat suddenly stopped moving. Hansen saw a headstone marking a grave. It was similar to the other tablets, though, in which the words had all faded away. Since you are here, help me dig this grave up. Nine Life Cat pointed at the small, grass-laden headstone. We're digging up graves now. This is horrible. You can do that yourself. Hansen shook his head. Hansen did not know what the kitty wanted, and there was a chance that the creature would put him in danger. Whatever the case might have been, he wasn't quite willing to risk it. Nine Life Cat rolled his eyes and jumped atop the grave. With his little paws he started to dig. He told Hansen, Fine. You don't have to dig. But as for the special item that might reside below, you will have nothing to do with it. Chapter 1685 Dug something out. What are you digging? Hansen wondered. He knew that he couldn't steal whatever it was from the Nine Life Cat, as 10,000 fitness wasn't much in the fourth god's sanctuary. Hansen couldn't use his Geno armor in the sanctuaries, so he knew he'd be unable to beat the Nine Life Cat. Fortunately, he still had Destiny's Tower, and that meant he wasn't afraid. I know there's something good in there. I just don't know what it is. If you help, I'll count you in for a share of the profits, Nine Life Cat said. If you don't know what it is that's in there, how do you know it's something good you can profit from? Hansen didn't believe him. Teehee, you should know a bit about this. This is God's ruin, but it is a crystallizer ruin also. I know there is something about the crystallizers here, and we'll find out what it is exactly when we've dug it out, Nine Life Cat said. Now Hansen knew this was God's ruin, and it was no wonder why it looked strange. Okay, let's dig it out together. Count me in for that share of the treasure. After that, Hansen started digging out the grave alongside Nine Life Cat. Then, he thought to himself, he didn't know I would be here. He wouldn't count me in if I wasn't here. We don't have a grudge, but there's surely no chance he'd want to harm me, right? They both kept on digging into the grave that looked like a little mound of soil. It was very solid. All of Hansen's fitness, with the use of Taya, could only allow him to shovel just a tiny bit of soil. The soil was like steel, and it was incredibly difficult for them to dig through. After digging only a meter, Hansen was sweating through his clothes. Something is wrong with this soil. There can't be treasure inside, surely. Hansen spoke as he continued digging. Nine Life Cat said, "This is the crystallizer's crystal soil. It's composed of crystallizer material rendered into dirt. It's all fairly useless." Hansen kept on digging and asked, "How do you know something good resides in here? There are lots of graves here, all identical. There doesn't seem to be anything outstanding about this one." "Haha. I know because I am the Nine Life Cat. Keep digging. Something must be in here." Nine Life Cat smiled. After digging for a while, Hansen felt as if something was wrong. Soon he started to hear a strange noise. He stopped and tried listening to it. He decided that the sound must have been the wind, as there was nothing remarkable about it. "Old cat, do you hear that noise?" Hansen asked the Nine Life Cat. "What noise?" Nine Life Cat perked his ears, but there was nothing. He went back to digging. Hansen focused, and after not hearing anything more, he returned to the work at hand. After half a day, they had dug a 2-meter-long hole that was 3 meters deep. Then they finally found something. Hansen felt as if he had struck something hard. He brushed away the crystal dirt and found a portion of a big metal board. The part that was revealed looked to have been made from silver. There were some words on it too, but he couldn't read what was written. It wasn't the usual ancient human text that the crystallizers traditionally used. "What are you doing? Keep digging. Dig it out." Nine Life Cat hurried Hansen along when he froze. Hansen followed the edges of the metal board and dug out its shape until he unearthed it all. It was a square-shaped silver board around 40 centimeters long. It was full of text, but Hansen couldn't discern a single word of it. He didn't know how thick it was, as some of it was still beneath the soil. The visible portion was at least 5 centimeters thick. There was something there, but it wasn't anything unpleasant. Hansen felt much better seeing this, so he kept on digging with renewed vigor. But when he dug, he began to feel as if something was wrong. It wasn't actually a board. It was very long. Hansen dug another half a meter, but he couldn't bring it all out. "Old cat, what is this?" "It cannot be a coffin," Hansen said thoughtfully. "It's not a coffin. The crystallizers didn't bury. That's something only humans do," Nine Life Cat said. "If it's not a coffin, then what's in there?" "What is this?" Hansen asked. "Who told you it might be a coffin?" Nine Life Cat said, rolling his eyes as he did. "If it is not a coffin, then what is this?" Hansen repeated. "This is the greenhouse of a crystallizer," Nine Life Cat said. "Greenhouse?" Hansen's jaw dropped. Hansen had never expected some sort of greenhouse. "Stop asking stupid questions and keep digging," Nine Life Cat said. The metal board was very long. They dug 4 meters of it out, and they still weren't done. "It's working. It is almost out. Keep going." Nine Life Cat used his paws to push the board, and it moved a little. Hansen did not know what to say. They had been there for so long. It would have been terrible if they ultimately walked away empty-handed. After digging for another 2 hours, they managed to dig the entire board out. They stood it up against the wall of the cave they were in. The board was 6 meters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 40 centimeters high. There was a lot of text scrawled across it. Hansen tried to carry it out, but he could not. Even using all his strength, he could barely lift the thing. Hansen felt very strange. If Old Cat said that it was a greenhouse, then that might have meant all the graves were plants. They should have been digging out seeds, not a giant metal board, right? But before Hansen could get answers, he and Old Cat had to get it out of the hole. They both lifted it as if it were a heavy tree. They flew together and brought it out of the pit. "It's finally out." After they flew up out of the hole, Hansen and Old Cat dropped it back on the ground. After wiping the sweat from his brow, Han's Sun froze when he saw what was before him. For some reason, there were many pairs of eyes looking back at them both. Chapter 1686. Really surrounded, Han's Sun thought. All around them, there were scary eyes looking their way. The masters of the eyes were 4 creatures clad in armor. Or maybe it was the armor itself that was alive and glaring at them angrily. Han's Sun could only see the armor and the gleaming eyes. He also saw the color red, but he wasn't sure if that was something that belonged to those beings. The sets of armor looked like steel, but they had rusted. They also looked freshly unearthed. Each figure held a steel greatsword that was 1 meter long, but very broad. They looked very threatening. Han's Sun couldn't mull over their presence for long though. Within a second, the 4 monsters started to attack. Their speed was like that of a demigod. They were top tier, that was for sure. And Han's Sun was unable to compete with them. Han's Sun used his Dongxian movement to move shakily, like a wobbling fish, in order to evade the first strike. He leaped backward to gain some space and turned around. Old Cat was so fast that he was already 10 meters away. Due to Old Cat being as fast as he was, the 4 sets of armor turned their attention to the easier target. That was Han's Senator. Their greatswords came down like lightning, making their sudden slashes hard to dodge. Before leveling up, the 4 monsters wouldn't have even been a challenge. But now, Han's Sun was in a bad situation. His 10,000 fitness was too weak for him to deal with those enemies. Han's Sun dodged the next 2 strikes, but then he was delivered a blow from one of the greatswords. Old Cat, come back and help me. Han's Sun kept jumping around and around the metal board. He used his abilities of prediction, judgment, and movement to stay alive and avoid further harm from the brutal greatswords that were pursuing him. Old Cat, seeing those armor creatures not bothering to pursue him, jumped atop a tablet and spoke directly to Han Sr. 9 life cats are a peaceful race comprised of pacifists. You'll have to sort this fight out by yourself. You're not peaceful, and I just leveled up. My fitness is low. If you don't help me, I'm going to die. Han's Sun jumped past the metal board. The greatsword almost came into contact with his body, but it instead struck the object. The metal board proved not as sturdy as Han's Sun initially believed it to be. As the greatsword cleaved 2 decent chunks out of it, a peek inside the newly formed gaps revealed there was nothing inside. Han's Sun was surprised by this revelation. He had assumed the board was solid because of its weight. But with the 4 monsters chasing after him, he didn't have the opportunity to see what was inside. All he could do was run. A top-tier demigod in the 4th god sanctuary had 100,000 fitness, and these creatures were certainly top tier. Han's Sun only had 10,000 fitness. With a fitness such as that, not even the Dongxian Sutra or Heavenly Go would help him. However, Han's Sun found that he could almost fight them, which was completely unexpected. He had been preparing to use Destiny's Tower, but he was shocked that he could hold out as well as he was. Han's Sun only had a fitness level off in 1,000, but even so, after leveling up, he felt as if he could understand and see more. Hit fitness might have been lower, but he was somehow stronger. That was how he lasted so long under the pressure of the 4 armored men. If he was going to lose, it wouldn't be anytime soon. Old Cat heard Han's Sun, but he still didn't chip in to fight. He was on a tablet, and he said, I would like to help you, but I cannot. I am a peaceful being. I don't have an evil bone in my body. Evil thoughts just make me sick and dizzy. If I fight them, I would be killed by my own conscience, so. Fuck you. You are just trying to trick me, Han's Sun replied, following a swift dodge. He couldn't believe Old Cat refused to help, and went so far as to make up such excuses. Old Cat was not angered by the comment though. He smiled and said, Haha, young man. Don't be so rushed. I may not be able to save you, but you can save yourself. How can I save myself? I am going to be killed. Han's Sun kept on evading as he spoke. The sword struck the metal board a few times, leaving marks and scrapes across it. Han's Sun was eventually able to see a light inside, reminiscent of some sort of jewelry. You are in luck, and you have no idea. Stupid. Old Cat squatted on the tablet and shook his head. Stop being so damn condescending. I'd rather die than listen to any more of your bullshit. Han-sun sounded angry. Han-sun did not use Destiny's Tower, because he wanted to see if Old Cat was deliberately bringing him harm. Old Cat shook his head and said, "You are stupid. I thought you would have Geno armor. If you cannot fight, why don't you use it?" "I would use it if I could. This the fourth god's sanctuary. It wouldn't work, even if I had worn it coming in." Han-sun shouted, "Who said you cannot use it in the fourth god's sanctuary?" Old Cat rolled his eyes. "I have tried it many times. If I could have worn it here, I'd have been king of this place many times over. It would have saved a lot of trouble," Han-sun shouted. Old Cat sounded serious. "That was before. Now things are different. You have 9 life cat's blood. You can use your Geno armor." "Really?" Han-sun was shocked, and he was not sure if this was true. Elegant 9 life cat does not lie. Old Cat looked at Han-sun with disdain. Han-sun decided to give it a go. He thought about summoning his white Geno armor. And then, the Geno armor plated his entire body, and a phantom power filled him with vigor. "I really can?" Han-sun was surprised. Chapter 1687. Jewelry light. When a greatsword came at him next, Han-sun didn't dodge. He reached out his arm that had been plated in Geno armor, and caught the falling blade. He reached out his other hand, and grabbed another incoming greatsword. He pulled both creatures in by their weapons, thrusting them into each other. The sheer force flattened their helmets. Han-sun took the 2 greatswords, one in each hand. Then, he swung them akimbo at the monsters coming at him from behind. He skewered them both, and then pegged them into the ground. The monsters wished to rise back up, but Han-sun stepped on the helmet of one, and crushed it completely. Super creature death armor swordsman killed. Beast soul gained. Geno core shattered. The flesh is not edible. Collect life Geno essence to gain 0 to 10 super Geno points randomly. Han-sun was delighted. Then, he proceeded to step on the heads of the other 3 swordsmen. Unfortunately, he didn't get any more beast souls. The 4 bodies then disappeared, along with their greatswords. All that remained were the 4 life Geno essences. Han-sun picked them all up and checked out his sea of soul. When he leveled up, he had lost a lot of beast souls and Geno cores. Being able to replenish his stock again was good. Death armor swordsman. Transfusion beast soul. Han-sun was very happy. It was a humanoid shape-shifting beast soul. It might not have been berserk, but it'd still help him. With that beast soul, he could fight super creatures without even using his Geno armor. "See? I told you. You have 9 life cat's blood, and so these weren't a problem." Old Cat leaped off the tablet. He looked very proud as he went to examine the cleft in the metal board. It was now obvious that it wasn't a metal board. It was hollow on the inside. It was more akin to a rectangular container than anything else. A sparkling light was still beaming out of the cracks. It was like a strange chest. Old Cat peered keenly into the cracks with both eyes. Strangely, it didn't seem as if he could see anything. Why does the 9 life cat's blood allow for so many exceptions in the fourth god's sanctuary? Han-sun asked Old Cat. Han-sun had heard from Stay Up Late that the sanctuary was the last safe place of refuge for the crystallizers. Other beings were unable to enter, and there shouldn't have been an exception to bypass that rule. 9 life cat was a being from outside the sanctuary, so why would his blood allow for so many anomalies? Old Cat continued looking inside the metal box as he spoke. He said, "Let's not talk about that. Come open this box, so we can see what's inside. There might be something decent." If Old Cat did not want to speak, there was nothing Han-sun could do. He walked near the metal container to take a look inside. It was so bright inside, you couldn't see anything much. "I can't see anything." "Let's open it up," Old Cat said. Han-sun nodded. Then he placed his fingers into one of the cracks and pulled firmly. The metal bent under Han-sun's hands, and the crack opened another inch. Han-sun let go to take a look. Old Cat joined him for a look too. It was still as bright as before, and they were unable to see what was inside. So Han-sun tore it further. Cracks spread across the surface of the box, but none provided the visibility that allowed him to look inside. "Stop it," Old Cat said. "The item in there is releasing light. If you remove the entire box, it's likely that we'll only be able to see that light." Han-sun could tell this might have been the case, So he complied and did not continue. He just frowned and said, "What now? Do you know anything about what might be inside?" "I don't know. It doesn't seem dangerous, though. So you can probably go ahead and touch it. And by doing so, find out what it is." Old Cat circled the box as he spoke to Han Sr. "Why don't you go touch it?" Han Sun lifted his lip. He didn't know what was inside, and if there was some monster lurking in there, he could lose his hand if he stuck it inside. That wasn't something he'd be willing to risk. "You are stronger. You have Geno armor. It won't be a danger for you." Old Cat clearly didn't want to do it himself. Han Sun was not stupid though, and he'd never fully trust Old Cat. But right now no progress was being made. Neither of them dared pick it up, and it'd be a shame and a waste to just pack their bags and leave now. They looked at each other, with neither of them saying a word. After a while Old Cat coughed and said, "How about he who takes it owns it?" "Okay. And because I am a gentleman, I'll let you go first." Han Sun smiled at Old Cat. Old Cat gritted his teeth and said, "Or let's just play rock, paper, scissors. That way we can decide who goes first." "Okay." Han Sun agreed but then thought, "I am the king of rock, paper, scissors. You won't even have your panties left if you play with me." Old Cat was feeling cocky, and he thought, "You are too green to compete with me. When I was the champion of the universe, your mother wasn't even born yet. You are stupid to play this with me." They both smiled queerly at each other. Han Sun pulled out a coin and threw it up into the sky. Then he said, "Make your move when the coin hits the ground, okay?" "Okay." Old Cat nodded. Then he watched the coin fall. Dong! The moment the coin hit the ground, they both made their move. When the fists showed up, they looked confident. The first time was just a test. The next would be about skills and mind tricks. Scissors, scissors, paper, rock, paper, rock. Han Sun and Old Cat were gasping, and they looked at each other with red eyes. They had played this for 1 hour, and they were both tired. They eventually just looked shocked. Rock, paper, scissors was about using your brain. It was more tiring than combat. Neither of them could win, and it just left them exhausted. Both of them sat down next to the metal box, with neither of them being declared a winner. Catcha! Suddenly, the metal box produced a crunchy sound. Startled, they both jumped up to take a look at whatever was inside the box. Chapter 1688 Royal Garden. Han Sun and Old Cat looked inside the metal box. There was a bright light inside, seething like boiling water. But it didn't spill. Catcha noises were coming from the light, and the noises made them both shiver with a chill. "Old Cat, what is that noise?" Han Sun looked at the light in the metal box, but he couldn't see or feel anything. "How am I supposed to know? It sounds like teeth munching on bones," Old Cat said, peering at the box. "Munching bones? Be honest with me, no. Is this really some sort of greenhouse?" Han Sun hadn't believed Nine Life Cat when he was told it was a greenhouse. Old Cat decided to make a promise and he said, "It is a greenhouse. I would not lie to you." "So why does this look like a coffin? You say you hear some bone-breaking noises, so if this garden had bones, why would that make any sense?" Han Sun looked at Old Cat. Old Cat felt guilty and mumbled, "This is a greenhouse. It's just not a normal greenhouse." "What do you mean? What is not normal about it?" Han Sun asked. Old Cat knew if he didn't explain a little, Han Sun would just go on and on about this. So he said, "I researched it for a while. If I am correct, this is a royal greenhouse belonging to the crystallizers." A royal greenhouse? Han Sun thought Old Cat was lying. Greenhouses grew vegetables. They didn't grow meat, and certainly not bones. Old Cat looked serious and said, "Do not underestimate the greenhouses of the crystallizers. The stuff they grow is not limited to carrots and other vegetables." "It sounds as if you know what to expect." Han Sun stared down at Old Cat with hostility. Old Cat coughed and said, "I only know a bit. This metal box is a crystallizer's growing box. A new type of plant is inside it." "What is different about their plants?" Han Sun asked. "I don't know. I have seen the plants of crystallizers before, and they look very weird. They shouldn't even be called plants, really. They have a life force," Old Cat said. "A plant with a life force is nothing rare. There are loads of Geno plants across the sanctuary," Han Sun said. Old Cat suddenly said, "This is what I'm trying to tell you. The sanctuary does not have genoplants. Crystallizers planted their seeds across the sanctuaries, and that is why they possess a life force." "Are you saying a genoplant's alpha is inside there?" Hansen asked as he looked at the box with shock. The metal box continued to create creepy catcha noises. "I don't know about that, but if it has been created by a royal garden, it should be something good." Old Cat stopped for a moment and then continued. Crystallizers never planned to create new creatures or beast souls. What they wanted to grow was geno armor. "You can grow geno armor?" Hansen was shocked hearing this. Not originally. Crystallizers tried combining the genes of creatures, spirits, and their genoplants. But something big happened. The crystallizers lost, and the leftovers were attacked. The unfinished seeds can be found across the sanctuaries, having become genoplants, Old Cat explained. Hansen looked at Old Cat and said, "If you can find this place and dig up this box, you must have a greater idea of what exactly is inside." Old Cat looked awkward and smiled. "Actually, I really don't know. I came because of my sound judgment. This could have been a royal greenhouse. It is possibly a location for geno armor, and that is why I selected this place. It was the best spot, and many important things are around. That's why I chose this place. You know feng shui?" Hansen didn't believe Old Cat at all, and he looked at the cat, as if he was a liar. Old Cat shrugged and said, "Fine. I admit I picked the place because of the fertilizer, but that's important. I have dug through 3 other places nearby and found nothing." "What fertilizer?" Hansen looked at the deep hole he had dug, and there was nothing there. "Do you see how dark the soil in this place is? Look at the tablet. Do you see the red signs?" Old Cat pointed at the tip of the metal box. Hansen took a look, and it was exactly as the cat had been saying. "Did you really think this was a gravestone? This is a piece of crystallizer gear from the greenhouse. The fertilizer was injected through the tablet. Look at the tablet. The item inside the box is being taken care of. This might be a very important item for the royal greenhouse." Old Cat looked at the box with shiny eyes. "Can you take it out then?" Hansen lifted his lips. "Crystallizer's items are tricky. You should be careful." Old Cat ignored Hansen's suggestion. He kept on looking, but he did not move. "If I didn't appear, how would you have gotten the thing out by yourself? You can't just watch all the time," Hansen said. Old Cat wanted to say something, but they suddenly heard a slamming sound from inside the box. A hand reached through one of the broken sections of the box. It looked like jade, but it wasn't. It looked like bone, but it wasn't. It gripped the box like a demon's hand. Hansen and the Old Cat jumped away together, moving quite the distance. Chapter 1689. Treasure in the box. 5 crystal-looking fingers were held against the box like the keys of a piano. The thing started to climb out of the metal box in a strange manner, and as it left, the light inside the container dimmed. When the hand came out of the metal box, Hansen and Old Cat were both shocked seeing it. They thought some monster would climb out, but when the hand came out, it was just a hand with nothing else attached. The hand was like jade, and it was connected only to a small portion of arm. There was nothing else after. The back end was like a rocket, though, exuding a fountain of light. The inside of the metal box was now empty, and the light was gone. "You said there is geno armor inside. What is that thing?" Hansen asked, pointing at the jade hand. "I do not know." Old Cat looked at the hand, seeming confused. Hansen wished to say something, but before he could, the hand bounced up. It clenched into a fist and shot forward with the light propelling it from behind. It was firing at Hansen. It was so fast, Hansen was surprised. Evading it was difficult, even with the armor he was wearing. Hansen dodged the fist. He couldn't figure out what the hand was, and he most certainly didn't want to touch it. The hand was like a living creature. It turned around and came for him again. Hansen kept trying to dodge, but the speed of his armor wasn't enough to keep up with the fist. He had to use his Dongxian movements and heavenly go to escape the hand. Hansen was shocked. The last thing he wanted was to touch it. The hand was far too weird, and he had no clue what it was. "Old Cat, come and help," Han yelled, looking at the Old Cat after another quick dodge. Old Cat didn't like Han Sen's suggestion, so he jumped atop the tablet and watched. Calm down. What's the rush? I'll observe it and learn its weakness. When I discover what it is, I'll come and save you. Okay. Old Cat did not move, and he just waved his tail while he spoke. When are you going to find it? Hurry up now and take it. Maybe it's a treasure, and you can have it. Han Sen tried to entice Old Cat to give him aid by making that promise. Old Cat was not buying it though. He continued to lay on the tablet, squinting his eyes. It depends entirely on fate. If the treasure belongs to me, none can take it. Are you helping me or not? Han Sen felt disheartened. I want to, but I have no clue what this is. Please allow me to observe, Old Cat said calmly. If you keep observing, I will be killed. And then you will be next. Han Sen felt severely pressured. The hand was so fast it was like light. It almost seemed like there were many fists attacking him at once. Han Sen kept on dodging. If he didn't figure something out soon, he'd have no choice but to block it. You look so handsome. It's no wonder why it likes you. I really envy you. I can just stand here and be completely ignored. Damn. Old Cat squinted his eyes. You can go to hell, Han Sen said, then gathered strength in his own fist to combat the other with a punch. The fist speed was too fast now, so he couldn't dodge it anyway. He could only try to go up against whatever power the fist held. Firstly though, Han Sen tried to lead the hand to the cat's position. But the hand didn't care for the feline. It went right past the cat. Straight for Han Sen. Old Cat looked at Han Sen and the hand. He didn't strike, because he wanted to see how strong the hand was too. Han Sen's fist came into contact with the hand, and he used all of the power he could muster, alongside what the Geno armor could provide. It was only 60%, but it was shocking enough it could probably sunder a mountain. But when Han Sen's fist hit the hand, he couldn't punch it away. There was no shockwave either. Han Sen's fist came right against the hand, and the hand deflated like a balloon. It struck itself to Han Sen's fist. The next second, the hand was shining with a bright light. The disconnected part gloved Han Sen's right hand. Han Sen was shocked, and he desperately wanted to get rid of it. It was too late for that now though. The jade hand had gloved Han Sen's right hand. Pang! Han Sen's Geno armor disconnected. It went back into his sea of soul, as if it was afraid of something. Han Sen was shocked. His fitness was low, and the Geno armor was something he absolutely required. Now that it had disconnected, its protection was no longer available. This was bad news. Han Sen wanted to summon Destiny's Tower, but when he looked at his right hand again, he was shocked. The jade-looking hand was gloved around his right hand, but in a different way than Han Sen had first thought. When the hand gloved Han Sen's right hand, it turned into a gauntlet that looked like jade, but it wasn't jade. It looked like bone, but it wasn't bone. Is this thing like those crystal shoes? Is it a glove? Han Sen thought of this possibility. Before Han Sen could think any more, a strange power from his right hand started pulling him forward. He couldn't keep his body from suddenly getting pulled into darkness. Shit. This thing is just like those motherfucking crystal shoes. Han Sen was struggling to stop the process. It didn't work though, as the glove was much stronger than him. Chapter 1690. Laboratory. Old Cat was shocked. He leaped down from the tablet and ran toward Han Senator, but the glove had pulled him away too quickly. And by the time Old Cat reached the spot Han Sen had been in, he was gone. There were some broken buildings and paths ahead, but Old Cat wasn't sure which one Han Sen had taken. Old Cat stopped. He looked around and sniffed what he could before deciding on a trail to follow. Han Sen had been dragged deeper into the ruins by the glove. His legs were simply dragging, leaving 2 trenches in the ground for a wake. Still, nothing stopped the force that pulled him along. He was taken into a broken building, and after a few twists and turns, the glove drilled into another building's entrance that was half buried by rubble. It was dark inside there, and Han Sen couldn't tell what was around him. He felt very nervous though being dragged in the way he was. But that nervousness did not lead to panic. He'd been through a lot, and he'd had a lot of experience with dire and uncertain situations. Han Sen fumbled around the dark with his free fist and hit something. The item was shattered, whatever it was, but the glove did not stop pulling him onwards. He broke a few more items after that, but eventually the glove stopped. The place was dark and still. There wasn't a sound to be heard. The glove was ahead of Han Sen, and then it jerked him forward and up so that he was standing up straight. Why did this thing stop here? Is there another glove here? Han Sen wondered to himself. He swung his left hand and ignited a flame upon it to use as a torch. In front of Han Sen was a dried-up corpse that was staring right at Han Sr. Arg! Han Sen screamed, wanting to fall back. But the glove held him firmly, and no matter how he tried to resist and move away, his arm remained still. After Han Sen calmed down from the sudden surprise, he noticed it wasn't moving. There was no life force, and it was very dead. The body was sitting on a chair, with its clothes all rotten and its skin dry. It was very complete, though, and it looked like some zombie in the dark. Han Sen looked around and noticed it was a crystallizer room. There were crystallizer tools everywhere, far more than he had seen in the main control room. It made Han Sen feel as if he was standing in a lab. Aside from the tools, though, Han Sen spied the presence of a number of crystal containers. They were full of liquid, and things were soaking inside. There were animals, livestock, plants, even things Han Sen had never seen before. Is it just as old Cat said? Is this a greenhouse? A laboratory in their base? Han Sen thought. But then his right hand moved, and it started to drag him forward again. Han Sen was being brought towards the dead body that was slumped in a chair. The glove began feeling around the corpse, as if it was searching for something. Shit! Is this thing a necrophiliac? Han Sen felt depressed, but fortunately, nothing really messed up occurred. After a while, the right hand found something inside a tattered pocket. It pulled it out. Because his hand was being controlled, though, Han Sen was unable to see what it was. Then the hand returned to his chest. Han Sen felt like he could control it again. And Han Sen could feel himself holding something hard like a chestnut. Han Sen took a peek and was shocked. It was like a seed, and it was smaller than a ping-pong ball. It was dark gray, with a green sproutling on it. It had a circumference of around 3 centimeters. Han Sen had assumed that the glove was like the crystal shoe, in search of another glove to complete the pair. He hadn't expected it to have been searching for a seed. Does it want to grow another glove? Han Sen wondered. The glove had done him no harm ultimately, and the glove had now given back control to Han Senator wanting to look around now. Han Sen pocketed the seed. He could not read the text that adorned the tools of that place. But what concerned him the most were the items inside the crystal containers. The containers looked similar to the one Stay Up Late was found inside. But the liquid was certainly different. Stay Up Late had been soaking in a colorless liquid. But in that place, the colors ranged from yellow to green to even blue. Some were plain and transparent too. Han Sen had a look. Anything could have been inside them. Some included armor and helmets. Still, everything he saw seemed broken and twisted. It gave Han Sen the impression that they were not yet complete. It looks like these might be failed products, Han Sen thought. Right as his eyes grew wide and bright, there was a container with transparent liquid. And inside it there was a humanoid creature that looked both male and female. It had white wings, and it looked like an angel. It looks like little angel, but this one seems genderless. Han Sen observed the angel-looking creature, and then looked down. It has no penis. Maybe this thing is a failure as well. Han Sen saw the person was very smooth down below, and due to it not having any gender-specific parts, it could have very well have been a failure, he believed. After Han Sen looked down, he looked up. But right at that moment, the angel creature opened its eyes. The eyes opened wide, but there were only pupils there. It wasn't like an ordinary creature. The red pupils consumed the whole eye, but turned to gaze right at Han Senator. Han Sen was shocked, and so he started walking backward slowly. The red eyes followed him wherever he moved. The head turned like a robot. I can't be this unlucky. Han Sen felt glum. Crystallizers made weird stuff, and that thing inside the container didn't look too friendly. Old Cat appeared in the lab, and after he saw the angel inside the container, he shouted at Han Sr. Run. It's a feather. Han Sen did not react. The angel-looking creature burst through the container, and then the creepy and beautiful body came forward to grab him. Chapter 1691. Battling feather fear gripped Han Sen's throat. But he found himself falling back before Old Cat even made the suggestion. He summoned his Death Armor Swordsman Beast Soul and transformed into the Death Armor Swordsman. Han Sen had no choice but to use the Beast Soul as his fitness was low, and since he was wearing the glove, he could not summon the white armor. He could only summon Beast Souls. The angry-looking creature blurred toward him. While Han Sen was also fast, he wasn't fast enough to dodge. Han Sen gritted his teeth and used his hand to protect his chest for a block. Pang! Han Sen felt as if he had been hit by a train. His body was sent flying, and he went barreling into one of the walls of the laboratory. He broke through the wall and continued flying back. After bursting through a few walls, Han Sen came to a stop. He fell to the ground and spat out some blood. Han Sen did not have time to wipe his lips, though, and he immediately regained his feet and started running. Old Cat was running, too, and he went right past Han Senator. Han Sen turned around and saw the red-eyed angel giving chase at a blisteringly swift speed. Shit! What is that thing? Han Sen ran as fast as he could, but the being was way too strong. Not even Geno armor could bestow the strength necessary to beat it. Old Cat ran, and as he went he screamed. After the crystallizers lost the war, they stole a few children from the higher race. I thought it was only a myth. But look at this. It's fucking real. Crystallizers brought feathers to such places for research, as they wanted their genes. A superior race? What superior race? Han Sen gnashed his teeth. Don't ask. Just run. It's going to catch up. Old Cat shouted. Han Sen turned around, and the feather was right behind him. The fist was coming so quickly, strong and fast. Han Sen had already taken a hit, and his chest was still in pain. This time he'd definitely be unable to dodge. He gritted his teeth and summoned Destiny's Tower. Pang! The feather punched Destiny's Tower, and the bottom of Destiny's Tower actually caved in. Destiny's Tower had gone through the God's Door test. It was far stronger than it had been before, like Geno armor. But even so, the feather had just punched it. The power required to do what the feather had just done was breathtaking. Han Sen had intended to use Destiny's Tower to absorb the feather, but the feather's punch was enough to knock Destiny's Tower away. The bottom of it caved in. Han Sen gasped and kept on running. The feather was way too overpowered, and it made for a terrifying foe. The feather kept chasing, while Han Sen used Destiny's Tower as much as he could to block it. The feather's punches had made Destiny's Tower all crooked and twisted. It'd break if things continued like this. But Han Sen could not really spare concern over Destiny's Tower, given the circumstances. He had no choice but to use it to keep himself alive. Old Cat, what is this? Can you deal with it? Han Sen shouted at Old Cat. Even if he sacrificed Destiny's Tower, an escape did not seem likely. When the tower broke, he would be killed. Stop thinking and just run. It's beyond either of our levels. This thing must have been tortured by the crystallizers. It's probably weak in comparison to others. If this thing was operating at full strength, you'd already be dead. Old Cat shouted. Han Sen wanted to run, but he felt as if he no longer could. Hearing Old Cat say that their foe was that strong, he knew this was the direst of circumstances. This guy cannot be a creature from outside, Han Sen said. He is, Old Cat said without hesitation. Han Sen was feeling desperate, as there was no safe place he could run to. The feather punched Destiny's Tower with an extra hearty hit, and it sent the tower flying away. The feather was the same as it had been, though, and then it threw another punch towards Han Sr. Han Sen used so many different types of movement, but he was incapable of evading the feather. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch back at the foe. Han Sen was prepared to borrow strength from every ability he had. The fitness of a super creature was minuscule in comparison to a feather, after all. He used Yin-Yang Blast's Yin power. Even if he was risking having his organs damaged, he had to try to outrun his pursuer. The fists collided with each other, and as the fists came into contact, Han Sen readied himself. He felt a scary power come through his right fist, hitting the feather. Those two powers created a massive shockwave that toppled all the buildings around them, while Han Sen was entirely fine. Han Sen's right hand was glowing. The light shone across his body, and he was completely wrapped up by it. Han Sen felt as if he was full of power. It was almost endless, like an endless river coursing through his body. The armor that looked like jade and bone started to cover up his entire body. It almost looked like he was wearing the white Geno armor, but he wasn't. Before Han Sen could get a better look, though, the feather appeared again. Its fist was raging toward him, and the speed was incredibly fast. Han Sen quickly dodged the feather, and he was surprised. With the armor that had come from the glove, he could catch up with the feather's speed. Feather threw a punch, but Han Sen was unafraid. He walked forward to it, dodged the fist, and struck the feather's belly. This resulted in the feather looking like a shrimp, shooting backward. Han Sen was happy about this, but his hand was not relenting. It was going after the feather. His fists and legs followed like a storm. With the armor's buffing, Han Sen's strength and speed were now comparable to the feather. The feather only had strength, though. It had no skill or technique. This allowed Han Sen to suppress it with ease. Huh! Old Cat saw the changes surge through Han Sen's glove, and he looked shocked. And then he looked annoyed and said, "That glove is actually good. I would have gone and gotten it myself, if I had known." Chapter 1692. Killing. Every punch Han Sen delivered to the feather was extremely hard, making the being bleed profusely. The feather's speed and strength were no worse than Han Sen's, but its experience and skill were considerably lacking. Only their stats were on the same page. Suddenly, Han Sen threw a punch that the feather managed to dodge. And right after, the feather retaliated with one aimed for Han Sen's stomach. This gave Han Sen a shock. It wasn't because the feather's punch was powerful, though. It was because it was a punch he himself had used once before. Deal with him soon. He's too strong. He learns fast, and you will lose the advantage you currently hold very soon. Old Cat shouted. As Old Cat yelled, Han Sen dodged the punch and grabbed the feather's arm. He swiftly jerked his elbow to drive it into his opponent's throat. The feather shrieked in agony. Han Sen didn't relent, though, and he twisted his foe's arm and pinned it against his back. With one hand to keep his arm restricted, Han Sen used his other hand to repeatedly punch his foe in the head. The feather couldn't muster much strength due to the way its arm was twisted and locked. Without being able to block the attacks, all it could do was submit to the beating and bleed. Catcha! The feather then flipped its body, no longer caring for its arm. The arm broke, but the feather got free. He stared Han Sen down. It was strange, though. The feather looked as if nothing had happened, and with its head, it tried to ram Han Sen roughly. Han Sen twirled in an evasion and dodged the strike. He grabbed his enemy by the throat and put him into a chokehold. With his knee, he repeatedly hit the feather's chest. Pang! The knee pounded the chest like a drum. Han Sen did that 5 times, until he heard the bones break and could feel the chest cave inwards. The feather coughed up blood and roared. It grabbed Han Sen by the leg and bit it. The teeth pierced through his armor and went into his flesh. Han Sen's reaction was fast, though. He squeezed his foe by the neck, and he stopped. If he kept on going, the neck would snap. Han Sen twisted the feather's neck so far around, the head was back to front. The being smiled at Han Sen as blood poured out of its mouth. It looked scary. A second later, he grabbed Han Sen's arm and delivered his own twist. He wanted to use the same arm lock that Han Sen had. "You are too naive to copy my own skills and use them against me." Han Sen slammed his elbow into the enemy's face. Blood splattered everywhere as the face caved in. The feather hit the ground with an impact that formed a crater. Han Sen's body was like a meteor then. He slammed his knee down against the feather's throat, breaking the neck completely. The feather's head turned to the side, but it had lost all support for turning back. Still, the being didn't die, and it did its best to stop Han Sen. Han Sen kept on attacking the feather until its body was nothing but a mangled mess. When Han Sen took a second to admire his handiwork, he was looking at a mangled mess rather than a body. But he realized that the being still wasn't dead. It was incredibly sturdy. "Fuck! Why won't this thing die?" Han Sen shouted. Old Cat, who wasn't too far away, said, "Feathers don't have a weakness, Percy. You'll just have to rip its body apart. There's nothing else you can really do. If that's how it's done, then I will send it to hell in pieces." Han Sen's fists raged with greater fury. The feather's limbs and chest were all broken, and its skull was deformed. But still the feather did not die. It was very strong. PSSSD. Han Sen ripped off a bloodied white wing. The feather let out an animalistic shriek of pain. Han Sen saw the being real in pain after that, and he realized that the feather hadn't reacted that way to any other injury. So Han Sen grabbed the other wing too. Han Sen punched and punched until the bones broke, and he could rip the wings off. The feather grabbed Han Sen, but Han Sen kicked him off. Then he went back to pummeling the thing like crazy. Alu. When he punched, Han Sen couldn't help but copy Xie Qing King. It felt as if he'd punch harder that way. Pang! The power was brought down on the feather's neck, and after hundreds of punches, the neck finally began to give. After that, Han Sen ripped the enemy's head off. But strangely, the body without a brain still wanted a piece of Han Senator, and the head itself tried to bite into Han Sen's throat. Fuck you! Han Sen kicked the body away, and rammed his fist into the brain. He mashed it continuously. Blood and juices went everywhere as the head broke. With the repeated punches, the head exploded. Juice went everywhere. The feather's headless body approached. With burning eyes, Han Sen moved to punch it. With a multitude of punches, Han Sen was able to break its body. The organs turned into pulp, and it eventually stopped moving. Han Sen wiped the blood off his face and slumped down on the ground, gasping. He felt as if his limbs were numb. That was the first time Han Sen had beaten something for so long that he exhausted himself in the process. Old cat, what was this thing? Han Sen looked at old cat. The cat went over to the corpse and tried to take something off it. Even though Han Sen was tired, he still jumped up and went in front of old cat. He licked his lips and said, "Old cat, this is wrong. You didn't do anything, and now you want to loot whatever is available?" Old cat smiled and said, "I am worried that you didn't realize it was a good item. I was just going to fetch it for you." "Why? What did you see?" Han Sen asked him. "I see these bones aren't too bad. They might make a good soup." Old cat gave him a thumbs up, but Han Sen didn't believe this. He stepped over to the body and examined it more closely. Old cat was digging right about here, so what was he after? Han Sen thought to himself. He only saw organs, blood and bones. It was pretty gross to look at. It was fortunate Han Sen was not super hygienic. He rooted around in the organs and bones, and searched amongst the blood for a bit. He eventually found something, and it sure didn't feel like bone. Chapter 1693 Bone. Han Sen put the item in his hand. It was around 10 centimeters long, and it looked like a bone. But it didn't feel like a bone. It actually felt heavier than metal. It was obscured in a lot of blood, so it was hard to discern its original appearance. He wiped it all away to reveal its true form. It was part of a small bone, but it was red and a little purplish. It was different from the feather's other bones. Han Sen kept looking around the dead body. Aside from that little bone, the rest were white and of the correct weight. They were a little heavier than a human's, but not like the way the purple one was. That was way heavier. "What is this?" Han Sen asked old cat, holding out the bone. The cat looked bored, like he could not even muster the energy to answer. "A bone? What else could it be?" Old cat didn't answer him straight, so Han Sen didn't bother asking him again. If the cat wasn't going to tell him anything, it was pointless trying to get answers from him. Han Sen investigated the bone himself, but he found nothing truly special about it. Or at least he couldn't at the moment. So he put the bone away and turned to ask the old cat. "Old cat, do you know how I can get back to the Alliance?" Han Sen did not want to be there for long. God's organization might have found his home. He would need to return as soon as he could. There was no time to waste. "Find a teleporter in a shelter. You can get back that way," old cat said casually. "If I teleport, where will I end up?" Han Sen asked. The teleporter of a shelter would send a person back to the point they entered from. But the 9-life cat tattoo had pulled him in from nowhere specific. He hadn't used a teleporter, and thus, he didn't know what would happen to him if he used one now. Old cat sighed and said, "It's hard to tell. You might end up somewhere random." Hearing old cat say this, Han Sen's face fell. Teleporting randomly was bad. If he ended up somewhere far from planet Roca, he couldn't make it home in any short jiffy. Hansen asked how he could leave the ruins he was currently in, and if there were any shelters nearby the cat was aware of. Then he left. Old Cat didn't want to leave yet, though. He still wanted to unearth more items. But Hansen had to go, and so he left the ruins via the directions given to him by Old Cat. He proceeded to the nearest shelter. Hansen had been in the fourth god's sanctuary for a long time, but he was in an area he had never ventured to before. He had only heard Old Cat tell him that there was a shelter around. Old Cat had never been there, though, and it had been taken over by creatures. To Hansen, that sounded like a super shelter. Hansen used his death armor swordsman on his way there. Hansen's fitness was 10,000. Using the super shapeshifting beast soul would burden his body. Before, Hansen wouldn't have been able to use it for very long. But his body had changed after the ascension, and shapeshift beast souls did not tax him like they used to. Black Sky Demon Shelter was around that mountain someplace. Xiaqing King frowned and leaned forward. He saw a humanoid creature with black horns. Black God, why are you blocking my way? Xiaqing, I've heard you have been cocky. Black God looked at Xiaqing King and spoke. That is none of your business, Xiaqing King said coldly. Black God laughed and said, it isn't any of my business, but you have been cocky around my Black Sky Demon Shelter. I will give you a decision to make. The first is that you die. The second. Before he finished speaking, Xiaqing King's body flashed with a silver light. He threw a punch towards the foe. Black God was so mad, and the demonic aura he had blasted towards and against Xiaqing King's fist. Boom! The silver light and the demonic force collided, creating an explosion. Xiaqing King did not move, but Black God was knocked back 10 meters. It is no wonder you have such a reputation. You are cocky, Black God said darkly. Then he went on to say, since I am here, you can still choose to obey me. The choice is yours. With Black God's booming voice, the entire mountain was shrouded with a menacing presence. It became tangible, as many forces started to surround Xiaqing King. In my eyes there is only one word, and that is fight. Xiaqing King's eyes were on fire, and the silver light erupted like a volcano. His entire body became silver as he ran towards Black God. Black God grunted. The demonic aura summoned a black Geno core sword into his hands. He immediately slashed towards Xiaqing King with both hands. The demonic force came out like a rippling flash in the air. It looked as if it was going to sunder the skies. Xiaqing King clenched his fists and went against the demonic force. Then, a silver glove appeared upon his fist. They collided in midair. The silver light, however, was indestructible. The demonic force was easily broken, and the silver glove came down on the sword. A catch-a noise sounded as the sword snapped easily. Black God was sent flying into a nearby mountain, breaking it. Kill him! Black God staggered back from the mountainside shouting. His face was drenched with blood. 6 scary presences surrounded Xiaqing King. They were all as strong as Black God, and they all started to attack at once. The silver light was so bright on Xiaqing King's fist, and the super creatures did not dare face it directly. The color of the sky changed, and it looked like the end of the world. Black God looked ill. He had brought 6 super creatures to attack Xiaqing King, and while they managed to hurt him, he had managed to hurt them back. The 7 of them were injured, with one being severely wounded. Pang! Xiaqing King hit Black God and crushed his armor. Black God's chest caved in. Just as he was about to finish him off, a scary power appeared. Xiaqing King heard a cold voice. Hurt one of my blood and you are dead. A humanoid creature that looked like Black God approached, carrying a demonic presence. A black hand covered the sky, crashing down on the area like a mountain. Xiaqing King had to dodge it. Father! Black God looked delighted. Big Black Sky Devil was one of the best berserk super creatures in the fourth god's sanctuary. He was far stronger than Black God. With him there, Black God thought they could easily beat Xiaqing King. Xiaqing King, seeing the big hand approaching, acknowledged how wretchedly powerful it was. Still, that did not mean he was afraid. Xiaqing King was not very good at running. And right now, running would only make him die faster. He stayed where he was, making his body surge with silver light before throwing a punch at the descending hand. The silver light erupted like a volcano against the hand. But even so, the hand was able to suppress it. It was like lava getting squashed. Boom! The hand came down to grip Xiaqing King's head, which Xiaqing King tried to resist by pushing it back. The ground around his feet began to break, forming cracks that webbed the land for a few dozen miles in each direction. Big Black Sky Devil's hand kept pressing down as Xiaqing King held strong against it. His body began to make creaking sounds, suggesting it was going to snap any minute. Xiaqing, obey now and I may just spare your life. Big Black Sky Devil made the offering with a thundering voice that rolled across the land with echoes. I only have 2 words to give you, get lost. Xiaqing King ground out, damn you. Big Black Sky Devil was furious, and his hand pressed down with even greater strength. Xiaqing King's body continued to make sounds of strain as he trembled beneath the pressure. The ground and rocks all started to fall and collapse around him. Xiaqing King's body expanded, as veins coursed across him like toxic snakes. His skin began to tear, allowing silver blood to run free. Killing me might be easy, but it's lonely in hell. Maybe you should come with me? No matter how much Xiaqing King's arms shook and almost buckled, his smile did not fade. After that, the silver light that was bleeding out of Xiaqing King began to grow in intensity. He was like a silver sun, and with that luminosity, Big Black Sky Devil's hand was unable to crush him. The hand was actually getting pushed back. Black God was in utter shock. Big Black Sky Devil frowned. He could tell Xiaqing King was willing to extinguish his own life, if it meant bringing his enemy down with him. Big Black Sky Devil was shocked that Xiaqing King was able to unleash such power. If things kept going the way they were, Xiaqing King would die. He was happily self-destructing. The only question that remained was how far and how strong would the power unleashed be. There was no turning back now though. Big Black Sky Devil thrust his powers down on him again, forcing it all into his hand in a bid to crush Xiaqing King. Suddenly, though the sky went all bright with rain, coins fell down from the sky, covering the entire area. Everyone was shocked as the coins fell upon Xiaqing King and the big hand. Their fire and power were suppressed. Someone walked out from the hail of coins. It was Han Sun, who was still on his way to Big Black Sky Shelter. He wanted to use the teleporter there, but he had stumbled across this fight on his way. He detected the presence of Xiaqing King, and he knew he would have to lend him a hand. Big Black Sky Devil saw the coins, and when he did, his face changed. Are you Mr. Dollar? Yes, I am Dollar. Han Sun was legitimately surprised, not expecting himself to be so popular amongst creatures. His reputation even earned him the honorific Mr. After the fighters froze in place for a minute, Big Black Sky Devil retreated. With great politeness he said, "Why is Mr. Dollar attacking? Big Black Sky Shelter hasn't offended you." Han Sun didn't want to kill him, just strike fear into him. When he achieved what he wanted, he said, "Xiaqing King is my friend. If you could let him go free, that would be great." When Big Black Sky Devil heard this, he was quick to respond without a moment of hesitation. "Oh, if I knew he was your friend, we wouldn't have bothered him." "Thank you." Han Sun did not know Dollar's name carried such weight. "You are welcome. If you need Big Black Sky Shelter for anything, please don't refrain from asking." Big Black Sky Devil was unabashedly polite. "There is something I need to ask you actually. Do you guys have another shelter around here that is owned? I may need to stay there for a while," Han Sun said. "You can come to Big Black Sky Shelter if you need to. I would like to hand over the shelter to you." Big Black Sky Devil actually looked sincere. "No, that's okay. I wouldn't like to be that big of a disturbance. Just find me another shelter nearby, if you can. The closest you are able to," Han Sun said. All he wanted to do right now was go back to the Alliance. He wasn't in the mood to get started with something big like that again right now. It was good that he wouldn't have to fight for it though. "There is one, yes. But it is only gold class. It wouldn't be an appropriate fit for you," Black God said. "That is okay. I will only be here for a few days. Take us there and ask everybody to leave," Han Sun said. Big Black Sky Devil did not dare slow these proceedings, and he worked fast. Without delay, he took Han Sun and Xiaqing King to the shelter. Then he emptied the place, so they could have the shelter all to themselves. When they were all gone, Han Sun cancelled his death armor swordsman and returned to his normal self. Old Han, it is you. I thought you went to the 5th sanctuary with ancient devil. Xiaqing King looked confused. Now he knew why Dollar helped him. Earlier, Xiaqing King hadn't been able to figure out why the elusive Dollar, whom he had never met, had wanted to help him. I don't know where to begin. Something has happened with my family though, and I need to go back. Take care of this shelter while I'm gone. Han Sun was afraid of what might be happening to his family at that moment. He didn't explain any more than that, and he simply used the teleporter to return to the Alliance. Please don't be too far from home, Han Sun prayed in his heart. If he was too far, it'd be difficult to get back. Before he went through the teleporter, though, Han Sun summoned his death armor swordsman appearance as he entered. Since the teleporter he'd come out of was entirely random, there were too many possibilities. He could come out of a public teleporter, or even a private one. Han Sun donned his death armor swordsman appearance before stepping inside, in case someone saw him come through and questioned how he had been able to do that. This was something not even he could explain. The elites knew he had ascended and gone back to the Alliance, but there was no knowing if they knew Han Sun was able to travel to and from the sanctuaries. It wouldn't be just God's organization poking about these matters. If it became publicly known, the Alliance government would undoubtedly want answers too. Han Sun was not afraid, but he just didn't think it'd be worth all the trouble. Dear God, please let me spawn close to home. It would be best if I end up straight on planet Roka. As Han Sun prayed, the teleporter's lights started to blur, sending him to his destination. The dimensions around looked odd, and when Han Sun's vision returned, he was standing in a teleporter belonging to the Alliance. Han Sun opened the chamber and took a look around. He was not standing outside a public teleporter, and he soon realized he was standing inside the music hall of someone's home. The architecture was fairly old-fashioned, but with the decorations and space available, you could tell it was a music hall belonging to a very rich family. Romantic music was playing, and it made Han Sun calm down somewhat. If this place belonged to rich people, he wouldn't be on a planet that was too far away. At the very least, it meant he could get home. Just as he was about to use Dongxian Aura to learn more about his environment, someone entered the hall. It was a beautiful woman with curly wet hair. She had a white towel wrapped tight around her body, revealing her gorgeous long legs. Her skin was snow white. Her eyes were closed as she came in, with a glass of wine in one hand. She danced to the music frivolously, believing no one to be watching. She sipped her wine, immersing herself in the rhythm of the music. She looked happy. The woman was in her private home, and she never thought someone else might be there. She felt entirely secure. Her mood was bright, as she kept her eyes closed while sipping wine and spinning to the rhythms of the music. It happened unexpectedly. After a few mesmerizing spins, the towel dropped from her body. And what's more, she was only half a meter away from Han. Senator Han Sun looked at her, and although he was delighted to allow his eyes to feast on such a wonderful body, he couldn't help but feel a little awkward about it all. To add to that, he knew who this woman was. He was quite close with her. It was Huangfu Pingqing from the Huangfu family. She was his senior, and he never expected their next encounter would play out like this. Because the towel had fallen, she opened her eyes in order to pick it back up. She opened her eyes and saw Han's senator. They looked at each and froze for 3 seconds. Huangfu Qingping screamed. The next second, she summoned a beast soul armor and tried to kick Han Sun in the balls. Han Sun was now very happy. He had used his shape-shifting beast soul. She could not tell who he was in his current state. Things would have been very bad if she could recognize him. And so he swiftly dodged, broke the window, jumped out, and ran off. When he flew into the sky, he soared through the atmosphere. Asshole! I won't let you go. Huangfu Qingping nibbled her lips as she started to pursue. Fortunately, Han Sun was too fast for her, and she couldn't keep up for very long. Defense system, intruder detected. Attack confirmation? The owl standing next to her spoke. Attack! Huangfu Qingping said immediately. Attack! The computer repeated. Then, The weapon systems took aim at Han's son, who was flying away. Boom! A net of lights all came screaming through the air toward Han Sr. That was the Huangfu family's planet, and its defensive systems were strong. They could easily protect the planet from attacks instigated by entire battleship fleets. It was very powerful. Han's son didn't dare use Dongxian Sutra and Heavenly Go. Queen was from the Huangfu family, and although Huangfu Qingping never practiced it herself, she would be able to recognize it when she saw it. The light was too much, and Han's son had great difficulty dodging. So instead, Han's son used the glove on his hand to block the strikes. There were loads of explosions in the air, and the radar systems were disrupted because of them. Seeing Han's son get hit by all those explosions, Huangfu Qingping believed him to have been killed. Demigods would most certainly be shot down under the intensity of such blasts. When the radar system returned to normal, though, the satellites revealed images of Han's son now up in space, entirely unharmed. He disappeared quickly from the satellite's viewing spectrum though. Huangfu Qingping was shocked, and when she went to confirm via the space telescope, she confirmed that he really was gone. That was Qingping Sr. Her skin and body are still as good as ever. It's only her grumpy mood that needs work. After Han's son escaped, he privately complimented her as he reviewed what had happened and what he had been able to see. Han's son summoned the unicorn beetle, then brought up its map. He wouldn't say he was either close to planet Roca or too far from there, but with the unicorn beetle's speed, he'd arrive home in a day's travel. Han's son flew the beetle towards planet Roca, where his family was. Huangfu Qingping was madly looking over the video that had been recorded, trying to learn who that person might have been. There were no cameras in the music hall, but the external cameras didn't pick up anything about him conning in. They only saw him escape and get to space. Huangfu Qingping swore to find who that asshole was. She searched tirelessly for the culprit, despite knowing that he had used a shape-shifting beast soul, which hid everything about the person behind it. She did find something special though. His right hand was strange. He may have had armor on, but his right hand was wearing a glove. It looked very weird. She didn't know if it was a beast soul or not, but she could definitely start an investigation from her knowledge of the shape-shifting beast soul and glove the intruder wore. He must be a powerful demigod to block those attacks. That certainly narrows down the list of possible candidates. Huangfu Qingping thought angrily. Don't let me find out who you are. Otherwise you're done for. (1696) God's organization's assault on planet Roca. 7 creatures dressed in black were hovering in the air above Han Sen's house. They were watching. Yake, you are being too careful. It is only the Han family, and we aren't even certain they are descended from Han Jinji. Even if they were, you wouldn't need me and Rudy here. And here we are alongside Buck, Wuxia said to Yake. Yake's gaze was directed at Han Manor. He saw Ji Yanran Zero Bauer and stay up late all eating food together in the garden. Be careful. Snake Witch, Black Tiger, and Lu Jia all died. Maybe Han Jinji is still protecting them. Our opponent is not Han's son after all. It is Han Jinji. After Yake said this, he talked to a man with white hair. New community leader, how are you doing? Han Yufei, who had become the new community leader, calmly said. The new community has cut off all connections between planet Roca and the galaxy outside. For the next 2 days, no one in the Alliance will be able to help this planet. I am not sure about the G family, but they won't receive word of any suspicious activity for at least 3 hours. We have cordoned off the area, as well, not allowing any other human to approach the airspace. Good. Thank you, Yake said coldly. Then he turned to Buck and another 3 creatures. Do it. Handle the Han family. Han's son and his son must be taken alive, but do with the others as you deem necessary. Me, Rudy, and Wuxia will deal with Han Jinji, or any other elites that show up. You will go in unopposed and undisturbed. Yes. Buck and the other creatures heard what was said, and then flew down into the garden. They were all members of God's organization, but there was a hierarchy and tiering between them. The Geno armors that God's organization possessed all had limitations. The members had to be approved and authorized to make use of an armor before donning one. Yake, Rudy, and Wuxia were of a higher tier. Buck and the others were still in training after becoming gods. They did not have self-geno armor, and they could not be approved. So their tier was lower. But the creatures that could level up to reach the Alliance were very powerful, of course. And they were very proud of their accomplishments. If Han Jinji was there, or any other Geno armor elites, they would be afraid. But in the garden, all they could see were a bunch of youngsters. They did not think they'd have much trouble dealing with them. After all, they had been in the top of the fourth god's sanctuary in their time there. Some referred to them as actual gods. Luolan was having food with the family at the table. Golden Growler, who looked like a lion dog, suddenly stood up and roared to the sky. Han Sun and Ji Yinran knew Golden Growler wouldn't just randomly bark or howl. So they looked up. A fiery dragon came swooping down. It was over 100 meters long, carried by swathes of red and blue flame. When it got in close, it brightened everything. To the left of the dragon was a monster with 4 wings. It had black scales. It was not as large as the dragon, but it was still 10 meters long. On the right of it was an icy eagle. The wings of the creature were 20 meters long, and it came down shrouded in a snowstorm of its own creation. The 3 creatures covered the entire city. The building where the Han family lived suffered the brunt of that frightening aura. Luolan and Ji Yinran's faces paled slightly. These attackers were stronger than demigods, so needless to say, they were scared quite a bit. Buck and the others hadn't been approved to wear Geno armor, and neither did they have their own self-Geno armor. But still they had been in the Alliance for many years. Their fitness was far better than the top demigods. Humans did not have many top-ranking demigods. Aside from Luo Haitang, the others were just gemstone class. And that was still a ways from Buck's strength. Amidst Luolan's fear, she heard a loud noise. Golden Growler's body was expanding, and immediately, he went flying up towards Buck and the others. He was getting bigger in the air like a mountain. And on top of that, he was wearing a gold set of armor. The fire dragon Buck looked like a lizard in front of the giant Golden Growler. The other 2 were tinier than that. Golden Growler brought his gaping maw towards Buck, as the dragon swung its talons defensively. But Golden Growler's teeth came down on his neck and broke it. Blood cascaded down like a waterfall. Golden Growler was using a Geno armor to bully the would-be assaulters coming down from the sky. He ripped the 3 god-class creatures apart in no time. They were bleeding all over, shocking all who witnessed the act. Luolan and Ji Yinran were stunned by the sight, as they hadn't expected Golden Growler to be that strong. Stay Up Late observed Golden Growler's Geno armor and squinted in thought. Yake, Rudy, and Wuxia were shocked too. They were waiting for other elites to back the family up. And they never suspected the dog-looking creature at the table was the one they feared. Golden Growler had managed to kill Buck and severely damaged the other 2 creatures in no time at all. That's so wrong. An elite with Geno armor pretending to be a simple pet dog. Oh, I am going to kill it. Wuxia roared. He flew in front of Golden Growler and stopped him from finishing off the other 2. Wuxia looked like a human, but he had a third eye in his forehead. He was wearing white Geno armor when he swooped down to go against Golden Growler. Boom! Golden Growler slapped Wuxia, and he was sent rolling a few thousand miles. His face looked glum, and he immediately acknowledged that he was no match for Golden Growler's strength. 1697 Beyond expectations. Golden Growler was like Han's senator. He hadn't matured after ascending, and his fitness was worse than Wuxia's and Buck's. But the power of his Geno armor closed the gap and fixed this issue. Golden Growler and his gold Geno armor were quite compatible, and the creature could make use of 60% of its power. That was higher than Wuxia's compatibility with his. It was through this large buff that he could beat Wuxia. Wuxia acknowledged this and his face looked grim. The onlookers Rudy and Yake had the same expression too. They had no way of expecting there'd be a Geno armor creature dining with Han Sun, let alone one with such incredible strength. Wuxia grunted. He jumped up like a silver shadow and avoided Golden Growler's attack. He went behind Golden Growler and attacked his head. Mere power is not the end-all be-all. Wuxia looked cold. His fist was right on the precipice of coming into contact with Golden Growler's head. But in the next second, Wuxia noticed Golden Growler was no longer in front of him. He'd disappeared. His target was missing. Golden Growler hadn't actually disappeared though. He just became smaller, shrinking to a size that was a better match for fighting Wuxia. If his current size was compared to that of an elephant, he now reduced his size to something that was more like an ant. Because of this, Wuxia lost his target. When Wuxia reconfirmed his foe's location, Golden Growler was running like mad. He flashed by Wuxia like lightning, his claws leaving rips in Wuxia's armor that leaked blood. Golden Growler had gotten smaller, but his speed increased. He changed from a strength type to a speed type. When Wuxia fought Golden Growler, he was constantly suppressed by the lion. Golden Growler could switch between strength and speed on a whim, and it gave Wuxia a proper headache. "Rudy, make it quick." Yake frowned at Rudy as Golden Growler appeared and disturbed their plan. Rudy nodded, and a sky blue Geno armor appeared on him. His devilish body flew forward. Suddenly, he moved behind Golden Growler, sandwiching the lion between himself and Wuxia. As Rudy moved toward Golden Growler, a holy light shone from the garden. The next second, an angel-like woman WRTH holy armor appeared. Her hands were like swords, slashing down toward his fists. Catcha! Rudy noticed his gauntlets were broken. His skin was cut and bleeding. Another powerful Geno armor creature. Rudy's face looked ill. The humble Han family had hidden two creatures with Geno armor in their midst that was beyond what anyone had expected. It was already difficult to become a god, let alone gain Geno armor. God's organization, from the time of its establishment, had only managed to collect 10. There were 2 right here, and they sure looked mighty powerful. Yake frowned. Things were definitely not going as expected. Han Jinji hadn't appeared, and they had already lost 3 god-class creatures. Rudy and Wuxia were suppressed now as well. Han Yufei was in shock. He had thought that Han's son had killed Snake Witch, but he did not expect Han's son to have 2 creatures with Geno armor that might have done the task for him. And there they were now, suppressing Rudy and Wuxia. Ji Yanran was so happy. Little Angel and Golden Growler were attacking, and the dangerous fight looked like something petty that would soon be over. Stay Up Late looked at Little Angel and Golden Growler strangely. He already thought the Han family was weird, but this was weirder than even he had expected. Stay Up Late could tell their Geno armors were not their own though. 2 beings that have been approved to use Geno armor. If they could generate their own, could they be qualified? Little Angel and Golden Growler suppressed Rudy and Wuxia. Yake's eyes changed then, and his body began to transform. It seemed as if he wanted to fight and sort out this situation out himself. Han Yufei knew Han's son was not there, and he didn't suspect the Han family might actually have a 3rd Geno armor to fight against Yake. Han Yufei knew Yake was stronger than Rudy and Wuxia though. He was at an even higher tier in God's organization. Han Yufei looked like he cared little for the fight. He kept watching Yake, and just as Yake was about to attack, Han Yufei gathered up a massive amount of power and punched him from behind. The silent and powerful punch was driven right into Yake's back. Han Yufei hadn't generated Geno armor, and his fitness was similar to Buck's. He had to find an effective way to assassinate Yake. When Yake was about to strike, that was the time his guard would be lowered. He'd only have one chance of taking him out, and that chance would be gone for good if Yake thought about putting on his Geno armor. Han Yufei was not cocky enough to think he could defeat Yake when he was wearing his Geno armor. Geno armors were not all the same, or on the same level. Boom! Han Yufei's fist went right into Yake's back. It was powerful enough to sunder a mountain, but his face swiftly changed. Such powerful strength landed on Yake, and yet, Yake had suddenly donned a steel-looking armor. His punch went against it, dealing 0 damage, and it was like his hand had gotten stuck inside the metal. He couldn't get it back out. "You have a problem." Yake turned around to look at Han Yufei. His expression was murderous. Han Yufei did not talk, and he simply threw another fist at his enemy's body. Yake grabbed Han Yufei's hand though, and proceeded to speak. "You think I'm like one of them? You are very wrong. Your skills might work against the likes of Rudy, but to me, it was a really dumb move. I have self-Geno armor, and that is a very different thing." After that, Yake used his hand to break Han Yufei's arm. Han Yufei's face turned white as his arm was twisted. He started to develop a cold sweat. His fist could not reach Yake. And neither could he run off. Go to hell. Yake's other fist was fast approaching Han Yufei's head with power. Chapter 1698 Crystallizer Survivor. Han Yufei's expression looked dire. The gap between their strengths was too wide to cover. If Rudy and the others used Geno armor that originally belonged to others, Han Yufei reckoned he could make battle with them. He could possibly kill them too. But someone who had generated their own self-Geno armor was in another league entirely. Han Yufei knew there was nothing he could do right now. So, the best he could come up with was buying more time by throwing his own fist to meet Yake's. Idiot! Yake snorted coldly. Channeling even more strength into his fist, he was primed to deliver the blow straight to Han Yufei's head. Ji Yanran thought it was strange, seeing what was going on high above. It seemed as if they were fighting amongst themselves. Luo Lan looked at Han Yufei, and suddenly felt a great worry come over her. Although Han Yufei had transformed and didn't look the same, when Luo Lan looked into his eyes, she could sense something. Just as Han Yufei was about to get punched by Yake, a hand suddenly blocked that immense fist and extinguished all that power. It was as if the punch had never been thrown. Stay up late. Luo Lan and the others were shocked. Somehow, Stay Up Late was up near Han Yufei, blocking Yake's punch. Stay Up Late had seen Han Yufei save Luo Lan once before. Seeing this same, familiar person try to attack Yake from behind, Stay Up Late recognized him. Stay Up Late blocked Yake's fist, and immediately pulled Han Yufei away from Yake. Then he simply said, "Go back to the Han family." Thanks. Han Yufei was in shock, but he knew now was not the time for talk. So he held his arm, and flew towards Ji Yanran's building. Yake looked at Stay Up Late. He didn't bother trying to pursue Han Yufei, and he simply stared at Stay Up Late. "You are a crystallizer?" Yake asked, looking up at Stay Up Late. "I did not expect there to be another crystallizer survivor, apart from myself." Stay Up Late looked at Yake. "As a crystallizer, you have chosen to work for a human?" Yake asked. "I observe the Han family," Stay Up Late answered. "Why are you killing those of another race? They could be qualified. You should not kill them." Yake laughed mockingly. "Observe. The crystallizers were destroyed long ago. That thing doesn't exist, so it is pointless to observe." "I am still here," Stay Up Late said quietly. "So what? Even if you are a crystallizer, you can't say that." Yake snorted, and threw a punch at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late deployed his armor, but he didn't fight Yake. He evaded the attack, so that Yake only hit air. "You don't dare fight?" Yake looked a little annoyed. He hated Stay Up Late's face, the way it was currently. "I am a soldier, and the oaths I am bound to forbid me from issuing harm to just anyone," Stay Up Late said coldly. His face did not change. "Soldier, the crystallizers are gone. There are no more soldiers. There are no more oaths. I am the Oathmaker now." When Yake said that, he summoned greater strength, and tried to strike Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late managed to dodge the raging attack, and after he said, "The oath is in my blood, regardless of whether or not the crystallizers exist. In that case, let me see your blood so I can check for the presence of these oaths." Yake's armor started to glow, shattering the dimension around him. But no matter how Yake attacked, nothing he did enabled him to land a strike on Stay Up Late. "You can't fight back." Yake looked cruel as he punched a building. His fist was like a meteor, plummeting into a building with the intent of killing everyone inside. Stay Up Late frowned, and immediately appeared in front of Yake. He punched towards that power and broke it. Good timing. Yake's Geno armor unleashed more power, directed at Stay Up Late in the form of another punch. Two powers collided against each other, generating a massive shockwave that broke the buildings all around. Yake deliberately placed the shockwave near their building. "As a crystallizer, you know this is against the law." Stay Up Late moved and destroyed the power unleashed at the building. He did not allow any of it to touch them. "So what?" Yake punched again towards the building, continuing to say, "Soldiers are nothing in this era. What is the point of war?" Stay Up Late punched Yake's power once again. He stared at Yake and said, "True. The crystallizers are gone, and there are no more crystallizer soldiers and crystallizer laws. It is good that you understand this. Join us. You will earn more than you did when you were a soldier. Yake continued to attack as he spoke. It does not matter who I belong to, but you are the sort of person that I hate. So, Stay Up Late looked at Yake coldly, and his armor began to shine. A light began to envelop his fist. Boom! The scary power of his fist, like an erupting volcano, came down on Yake. Yake used both fists to fight back against it, but Stay Up Late was too strong, and quickly whittled away Yake's defenses. Arg! Yake screamed, as the volcanic power continued to mount. Eventually his Geno armor broke. Pang! Yake's body collapsed on the ground, forming a crater that was filled with blood. He was struggling down in the earth, unable to get up. Yake looked at Stay Up Late and said, "Enthusiastic Rush. You are not a normal soldier. Are you from the 3rd Division Special Forces? It does not matter. Leave this place and never come back. If the crystallizers weren't destroyed, you'd be in jail," Stay Up Late said coldly. Haha, Yake suddenly laughed. A member of the 3rd Division Special Forces, huh? That is interesting. When you see him, it will be fun. Stay Up Late frowned and looked at Yake, as Yake spoke to the sky. Officer, you aren't coming out? Are you simply going to watch us die? Or are you watching the power of the Special Force member killing me? Stay Up Late's body shook, and he looked up to the sky. There a shadow was slowly approaching. When he saw it, he looked at it in disbelief. He screamed, "Officer, you are not dead." Chapter 1699 Officer from the Past Night. It's been a long time. It is nice to see you. The officer smiled. And oh, he was handsome as a god. He slowly walked over to Stay Up Late. It is good to see you again. Stay Up Late felt touched. Stay Up Late's friends and family had died amidst the fighting in the past. Seeing someone he respected alive, and in the flesh provided him a joy that went beyond the possibilities of description. Night, come with me. The crystallizers are gone. But for as long as you and I are together, the 3rd Division Special Forces will never die. The officer looked right at Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late opened his mouth and thought of something. He looked at Yake, and then looked at the officer. His expression was complex. Officer, did you send him to deal with the Han family? The Han family elder stole from us. We have to take it back. You do not have to concern yourself with these matters, the officer said. Stay Up Late looked at him strangely, and he said, Officer, you taught me soldiers are meant to protect. Protect life. Protect the law. Protect the world. The officer quietly responded, I know what you are trying to say, but the world is not like that anymore. The world is changing, and we must change with it. The crystallizers are destroyed, but the humans and the Shura are still here. They have laws and order of their own. It is not our place to tamper with or subvert them. Stay Up Late still spoke with passion, and he went on to say, Officer, you taught us all this. Why are you doing what you are doing now? The officer looked at Stay Up Late. If the things I taught were so useful, the crystallizers wouldn't have been wiped out. We need more than law. We need repopulation. And so we have to go out and try. Stay Up Late looked at the officer, his expression complicated. He wasn't sure what to say. His officer had changed, and he wasn't the same person that Stay Up Late used to know and respect. He was like a different man altogether. Officer, you claim their elder stole something of yours. Their elder? That implies it was none of their business. Please let them go. Stay Up Late pleaded, looking at the officer. The officer didn't say anything, but he seemed hesitant about something. Officer, he is our only lead. We need to catch them to draw out Han Jinji. You shouldn't just let them go because of this kid. We have sacrificed many people in this pursuit. We can't turn back now. Yake shouted. Shut up, I am talking with the officer now. Stay Up Late stared down at Yake, who was looking like ice. Yake seethed, but he did not speak a word. The officer sighed and said, Fine. Since you say it is so. The officer walked in front of Stay Up Late, and patted his shoulder. He said, Let us take a walk, Knight. I have many things to tell you, after all these years that have elapsed. Officer. Stay Up Late's eyes turned red and teary. His love and admiration for the officer of the 3rd Division were back. Pang! The next second, the officer's fist was driven right into Stay Up Late's belly. The scary palm broke through his armor and went right through his guts. Stay Up Late did not think this would happen, and he was already flying through the air and coughing up blood before he noticed it had occurred. He hit a building and broke it. Stay Up Late! Luo Lan was in shock. The officer was a truly callous man. Why? Stay Up Late stepped out from the ruin and asked the officer, looking up at the sky. The officer said coldly, "To secure the future of the crystallizers, there is something I must do. You are the best soldier I ever trained, but even I cannot control you. And there is something you must do, and you must do it for me. You are no longer the officer I once knew." Stay Up Late's face was expressionless. The world is changing, and so are you. You just haven't noticed it yet. The officer was speaking with an icy tone of voice. He went on to say, "Zagozak, take Han Sen's son and the new community leader. Take them away." 2 metal bodies came forward, approaching the top of the building. "I'll go help." Yake looked coldly at Stay Up Late as he followed Zack to the roof of the building. Stay Up Late clenched his way through the pain, attempting to stop Yake. But the officer went right in front of him. "Excuse me, officer, but I cannot allow you to take anyone," Stay Up Late said to the officer, wiping the blood from his lips. "You are the best crystallizer warrior there is. You do not have to help humans as you are." The officer did not move. Seeing Yake was almost at the rooftop, Stay Up Late did not say anything, and instead planned to break through the man obstructing him. The officer moved and used his fist to stop him though. "I am sorry, officer." Stay Up Late built up power and tried to annihilate the defense before him. But Stay Up Late had only just moved when the officer repeatedly punched him backward. Stay Up Late kept trying to go from a different direction, but he couldn't get past. Pang! Stay Up Late's chest was delivered another punch by the officer. He stumbled back a few hundred meters and coughed up more blood. "I taught you, remember? I know exactly what you have learned. And now that you are injured, come back with me and make the crystallizers great again," the officer said. Stay Up Late did not speak, and he just flew over to the officer. But it looked like he was too late. Yake, Zack, and Zagu were already on the top of the building. "Damn you guys! You killed so many of our creatures, you should all die." Yake looked at them with murderous eyes. He looked at everyone, ignoring Little Flower and Han Yufei. Instead of going for them as he was supposed to, he threw a punch towards Luo Lan. Luo Lan's face looked ill, but she knew she'd have to fight back. They wouldn't be able to do much against such forces, but they had little choice in the matter. Han Yufei was injured, but he wanted to brawl. But just as he was about to do something, a golden light appeared. It was Bauer clad in golden leaves. She punched Yake. Boom! 2 scary powers came against each other. Yake looked on in disbelief. His power had been broken, and he had been sent flying again. Bauer's face looked murderous as she hung in the air. Her fists were coming down on Yake again, this time on his face. Chapter 1700 Crystal King Armor Impossible. Yake looked at her with disbelief. He was a crystallizer with self-generated Geno armor. He was also the only creature that could still stay in the sanctuary after doing so. He lost to Stay Up Late, who was a crystallizer from the 3rd Division Special Forces. That did not come as a surprise. But Bauer was just a pet beast soul that belonged to Han Senator. He could not believe a pet beast soul's power could be even remotely stronger than he was. And Bauer was also wearing a Geno armor. Bauer jumped up and threw a punch towards Yake's face. She looked so angry, and she knew who was important to Han. Senator Yake had wanted to kill Luo Lan, which was something that swiftly infuriated the baby. Yake was in the air, and he'd be unable to dodge her next strike. All he could do was raise his arms and try to punch back her incoming fist. But Bauer's fist was like a hammer, and it tore Yake's arm open. The fist landed on his helmet, caving it in. The force propelled his body down into the ground with the force of a cannonball, cratering the zone. The angry Bauer wished to give chase, but Zack and Zagu were slipping behind her and going for Ji Yin Ran. They were planning to take Little Flower away from her. Bauer's little body flashed back to Ji Yanran. To stop Zack and Zago, she gave them a punch each. Dong! Zack and Zago were strong. They were stronger than Yake, definitely. And that was because they had also generated their own Geno armor. Even so, their armor sets were visibly dented by the punches that Bauer delivered. Yake's face, which was smeared with mud and blood, emerged from the crater. He came rushing towards Bauer with manic fury. Bauer fought all three of them with absolute strength. Her fists and her arms were so hard. Bauer was able to keep delivering strikes that repeatedly dented their armor. Yake and the others were in shock. It was difficult to believe that anyone this powerful aside from the officer resided in the Alliance. The officer frowned seeing all this, and he was visibly afraid of the power Bauer wielded. But Bauer's golden leaf armor suddenly started to shine. The luminosity made it look rather unstable. Bauer had put the armor on to defeat Snake, which before she really should have. And that had made her weak for some time. This time, however, she wasn't able to kill them immediately. It was taking her a while. And it didn't help that there were three of them to deal with. Things were turning dire once more. Ji Yanran saw Bauer's situation suddenly turn grim, and she gave Little Flower to Luo Lan. Then she put on the crystal shoes that were in her bag. Crystal shoes, please help us. We will very much appreciate your assistance, Ji Yanran said to the crystal shoes. The crystal shoes heard what Ji Yanran said, and then leaped down onto the ground. They slipped themselves onto her feet, and a crystal light began to shine everywhere. The shoes were like magic, and they turned into a crystal armor that decked out Ji Yanran. Before Ji Yanran could move, the crystal armor pulled her into the air. She attacked Zack with spinning legs. Zack threw a punch at the incoming legs, and they collided. But Zack's fist was broken against the solid crystal armor, resulting in a spray of blood. Arg! Zack fell back. As Ji Yanran was now in the thick of things, Ji Yanran joined the fight alongside Bauer. The attackers had a hard time withstanding Bauer's strikes alone. But now they could do nothing. They kept on getting hit without reprieve, and they were bleeding like mad. Everyone from God's organization was in shock. They thought it would be a fun event to draw Han Jinji out of hiding. The Han family wasn't even their target. Yet as soon as the fight began, they realized how scary the family was. That fear had only mounted in the time since, and they felt truly powerless and helpless before them. Yake, Zack, and Zaga were having a particularly terrible time. They had claimed to be the strongest, and they had even claimed to be crystallizers. But now they were getting cruelly beaten by Ji Yanran and Bauer. They were on a short fuse now. Ji Yanran was not fighting them herself, of course. She was being controlled by the crystal shoes. The shoes merely borrowed her body for fighting purposes. When the officer saw the crystal shoes, his eyes opened wide. He said, "Why would Eastern King's crystal shoes be here, owned by these humans?" The officer suddenly left Stay Up Late where he was. He headed straight for Ji Yanran and Bauer. "Officer, are you leaving?" Stay Up Late followed the officer and stopped him. "Knight, I said this is none of your business." The officer frowned, and then his body moved. He was unable to get rid of Stay Up Late that easily, however. Stay Up Late's mouth was bleeding, but he could still smile and mock his former superior. "You taught me everything, so you know me. But that also means I know you. You're not shaking me so easily. Step back. I do not want to soak myself in your blood," the officer said coldly. "I told you I have been watching over them, and I won't let anyone bring them lasting harm." Stay Up Late blocked the officer again. "You really think you can stop me from going over there?" The officer sighed. "I told you. We both understand each other too well," Stay Up Late said. The officer shook his head. "You know me, but you don't know time. It's been so long and things can change like..." After that, the officer blasted out a scary power. A flaming pair of wings appeared, setting him ablaze, assimilating with his armor. "Southern King wings? How is that possible? Your Geno armor is compatible with it?" Stay Up Late screamed in shock. "There are many things of which you know nothing," the officer said, then pulled out a white sword. "Western King sword." Stay Up Late could not contain his expression of surprise. He was truly shocked. The Geno armors of the 4 crystallizer kings still exist, and I have obtained 2 of them, and they are blending into my Geno armor. No one in the sanctuary can ever hope to fight me, Before me and my power, your knowledge is useless. The officer held the white metal sword high as his body blazed with fire. He coldly told Stay Up Late, step aside. Don't make me spill the last of your blood. Chapter 17. One coming back. Stay Up Late looked at the officer sadly. Without moving an inch, he said, Officer, it was you who taught me to never fall back. It was you who taught me to always do my job. I will never forget that. The officer moved his eyes and then stopped. He responded by saying, If you must be like this, then excuse my cruel deeds. After that, the officer swung his white metal sword. But before Stay Up Late could see how it moved, he groaned in pain. He now had a wound on his chest that was deep enough to reveal his ribs. That was a warning strike, the officer said to Stay Up Late. Stay Up Late looked at the white metal sword and said, The Western King sword and the Southern King wings are so powerful. No wonder they are legendary. I only used 10% of my power, the officer said. Stay Up Late looked down on the wound on his chest and calmly said, Next time you strike, and I don't dodge, please just leave my body here. A special ops operative that doesn't complete their mission should not return home. Why are you so stubborn? The officer sounded a bit angry. These are my principles. You taught them to me. Stay Up Late said, Good. I will teach you another lesson then. You need to think on the fly, the officer said and moved his Western King sword again. He did so faster than last time. But this time, Stay Up Late moved. It was like he moved with the Western King sword. Except he was a little ahead of it. Stay Up Late grunted, and another wound appeared on his body. This wound was lighter than the last, however, and the damage wasn't so grievous. It looks like you can teach an old dog a new trick. The officer frowned. The sword had not performed as impressively as he had expected, especially after he put even more strength into the second swing. Stay Up Late laughed and said, I learned that from Han. Senator. Humans are weaker, and their lifespans are shorter, but their creativity far exceeds ours. The skills they create are far more ingenious than what the crystallizers developed. You are falling, the officer grunted. He waved his fire wings and swung his Western King sword. Stay Up Late's movements were similar to Han Sen's, but not exactly on the mark. He was borrowing some techniques and skills, but he was adding them to his own. He was still using mostly his own talents. Stay Up Late dodged the deadly attack, but he was too weak to escape at all. His body was wounded again. He was beginning to look like a blood man. The officer, with armor from 2 crystallizer kings, was faster and stronger than Stay Up Late. Seeing Wuxia get killed by Golden Growler, the officer had lost all his patience. He waved his Western King sword and prepared to unleash all his power. Stay Up Late had managed to avoid getting killed by the previous 3 strikes, but he had still been hit by each. With the wounds incurred, he wouldn't be able to evade the 4th. The sword was on its way, arcing down towards his chest. It's over. Stay Up Late sighed. He knew he wouldn't be able to dodge it, and he knew his body would be cut in half. Boom. Suddenly a light came from the sky. It hit the Western King's sword with the power of a small sun. It shocked the officer and his sword, and the sword missed its target, buying Stay Up Late time. Stay Up Late's body moved fast, and he avoided the strike. He looked to the sky in shock. The officer's face changed and he looked up too. There was a shadow up there moving quick, and there was a light coming down on the officer. The officer kept swinging his Western King sword to try and break the light, but he then saw a giant beetle land. Han's son had finally come back to Roka, and he saw Stay Up Late was going to get killed. He used the unicorn beetle's weapon systems to save him. Seeing the person use a sword to break the beetle's light, Han's son was shocked. The beetle's light was not as good as Geno armor, because the mobility wasn't up to scratch. The officer saw someone appear, and he didn't want to waste any more time with the unexpected. So he had to finish his task before Zagu was killed. He flapped his wings and teleported to the beetle. He slashed towards the beetle and cut a 3-meter-long crevice through it. Han's son was shocked, so he quickly recalled the beetle. The unicorn beetle could not move fast to evade attacks. He was afraid it could very easily be destroyed if that continued. Han's son, The officer was shocked when he saw Han Sen emerge from the machine. He used his Western King sword against him, trying to slash him like he had never slashed before. Han Sen's face changed, and he tried to dodge, but his fitness could not save him from those swipes. Before he could move, the glove on his right hand became an armor set that shielded his entire body. Then, the fist aligned itself with the arc of the Western King sword. Boom! The fist hit the sword, and it created an explosion in the sky. It was far worse than the detonation of an atom bomb. The impact turned the ground into an ocean. The city became a ruin. Han Sen's body fell back a few thousand meters. He was rather shocked that he didn't fall over. He knew the immense power of the glove, but even so he was still sent flying. His chest fell awful, but his opponent hadn't moved an inch. That was a testament to the sheer power he wielded. Han Sen did not know Western King sword, Southern King wings, and the glove were all on the same level. The officer was simply stronger than Han Sen, which made the glove appear weaker. Northern King glove. I did not expect one of the 4 Crystallizer King's armors could be found here. Let me take the Northern King glove and the Eastern King crystal shoes, then I can get moving. The officer looked excited, staring down at Han Sen in the jade armor. He flapped his wings alongside his sword. The officer looked completely murderous, and he wanted to kill Han Sen for the glove. Han Sen used the story of genes and let his energy combine with the armor to assimilate with it. Chapter 1702 Heart-Eye Pang. Han Sen used his Dongxian movements, thinking he could dodge the officer's strikes. But he was hit, and he fell like a star. When he hit the earth, the impact created a big hole amidst the ruins and rubble. Why can't I dodge? Han Sen wondered. He had seen himself manage to evade the strike, so it was a puzzle. Don't look at his sword, look at his eyes. Stay up late called to Han Sr. Look at his eyes? Why? Han Sen did not know what that meant, but he did know there wasn't time to dwell on the matter and think it over. The officer was on his way to strike again. Han Sen wanted to adhere to the advice and not look at the opponent's sword, but he found himself unable to do it. If someone was coming at you with a sword, how could you not look at which way the weapon was falling? You'd die if you didn't. This was instinct pang. Han Sen was sent flying again. Even though he was wearing the glove and its protective armor, he ended up coughing blood. The armor hadn't broken yet, but there were some concerning dents across it. His organs felt ready to give up the ghost. Don't look at his sword. Look into his eyes. Stay up late was badly injured, and all he could do was shout at Han Sen from afar. Explain it to me. How can I look at his eyes and not his sword? I can't do it. Han Sen shouted, as the officer came at him to strike once more. With his Dongxian movements and heavenly go, he did his best to try and dodge it. But the tragedy continued. Stay up late had only learned a bit about Han Sen's talents, but even through that, he had been able to dodge the officer. But Han Sen had the glove armor and was stronger. Yet despite that, his evasions were unsuccessful, and he was repeatedly hit. The glove armor was strong, but the Western King sword and Southern King wings were as well. Han Sen couldn't keep himself from being damaged. The hand is the heart eye. The eye is the beginning of the hand. You need to see through his eyes to see his sword. That is his trick. If you do not register his eyes, you won't evade a single one of his attacks. Stay up late called as he healed himself. What does that mean? I don't understand. Han Sen shouted. When the officer hit Han Sen, the felon coldly said, Knight, you are too naive. Even under my teaching, it took you 3 months to begin to grasp the concept. Do you think you will understand in 3 minutes? How will I know if I don't try? Stay up late gave a wry smile. He knew this would be a difficult concept for Han Sen to grasp, and it'd be a truly incredible thing if Han Sen was able to see into his enemy's eyes in such a brief amount of time. But there was no choice. Han Sen could understand that concept or die. There was no alternative. Han Sen realized he could not do anything to avoid the officer's attacks at all. So, he decided to stare into his opponent's eye and take his mind off the brutal sword. His eyes were nice. He had thin eyebrows and eyes as bright as a rising phoenix. While they were a pretty sight, Han Sen didn't yet understand why he should be looking into them. At least Han's son had known how the earlier strikes had hit him. Now if he was hit, he wouldn't know exactly how it had happened. Pang! Han's son fell into the ruins again. He stood up and exclaimed, "Brother, are you playing with me? What is the point of looking into his eyes? You have to learn this and look deep into his eyes. Understand or you will die here." Stay Up Late was confident about this, and spoke very surely. So, Han's son ran back out into the fray. His armor had a lot of marks and dents now. It was pretty earlier, but now it looked like rugged scrap. If this continued much longer, it'd likely break and leave him exposed. Hansen's body was already badly damaged too. He had coughed up a hefty amount of blood throughout the fight, and it was fair to say that his body was in a worse condition than the armor was. "Save me, officer." That was Yake's voice. Yake was severely damaged with his arm all mangled. He was running away. The officer hesitated for a moment, but did not shy from his chosen target. He was still going after Han's senator. The Northern King gloves were more important to him than Yake's life. Although Ji Yanran had the crystal shoes, they were only using her to fight. Han's son was a formidable foe, and he actually made use of the glove. If the officer took Han's son out of the picture, getting the other item from Ji Yanran would be an easy task. "Arg!" Yake screamed, right as Bauer annihilated his brain. He was very dead. Bauer's armor broke then too, not because the enemy had shattered it, but just because she couldn't support it anymore. She had eaten a lot of fruit, but it wasn't enough to sustain continued use of the gear. Ji Yanran then held on to Bauer, who slumped weakly in her broken armor. As she did, Ji Yanran's legs still fought and held off Zack and Zagu. Unfortunately, she was still unable to kill them. Near Little Angel Golden Growler killed Rudy. Only Zack, Zagu, and the elusive officer were left out of the attacking forces. Golden Growler wanted to go over and help Han's son, but Han's son forbade this. He bid that they help Ji Yanran first. Their powers were good, but they had not grown enough yet. And furthermore, they hadn't generated self-geno armor. If they came over to help, the officer would likely kill them in a single strike. No, it's not working. Han's son tried staring deep into the officer's eyes, but it was all to no avail. Nothing was working, and he didn't really know what he was supposed to see. The officer's eyes hadn't changed. He looked at Hansen's body, but he attacked in a different location every time. It was difficult. Han's son was good at judgment, but this was the one foe that his predictions did not work on. Pang! Hansen's armor could not withstand the next strike, and it was broken by the Western King's sword. The strike almost obliterated the flesh beneath the armor. Han's son was knocked to the ground, and he had trouble getting back up. If it wasn't for the glove armor, he'd have already been rendered unable to fight. The officer looked excited. He used his sword to try to stab Han's senator. He wanted nothing more than to kill the human, so he could take the Northern King glove. Han's son gritted his teeth, wishing to summon Destiny's Tower to block. But suddenly, a scary power began to emerge, and it landed right on Han Sr. Chapter 1703. A sword you cannot block. The crystal armor on Ji Yanran became the crystal shoes again. They started running towards Han's senator without the crystal shoes, though Ji Yanran started to fall from the sky. She wasn't strong enough to participate in the fight in her ordinary condition. Zack, seeing the crystal shoes leave, raced over to Ji Yanran with the express desire of killing her. Golden Growler roared. He suddenly made himself as big as a battleship and absorbed the hit Zack was going to deliver. In doing so, he managed to save Ji Yanran and Bauer both. A gaping hole was left in Golden Growler's armor and body as a result though. Fortunately, it didn't hurt as much when he was that size. As Golden Growler roared, Ji Yanran and Bauer were able to get to safety with Luo Lan. Since Ji Yanran had now lost her crystal shoes, Little Angel and Golden Growler were fighting Zack and Zaga desperately. Fortunately, their opponents had already been damaged by Ji Yanran and Bauer. If this wasn't the case, things would have been far worse for Little Angel and Golden Growler. The crystal shoes landed right before Han's senator. He put them on. At the same time, the glove armor returned to just being a glove again. Boom! The officer stabbed a number of holes into the ground. He was breaking the planet. But he wasn't managing to hit Han's senator. The crystal shoes and their power pulled Han's son away, preventing him from being stabbed. How is that possible? The officer was in shock. He looked at Han's son and the crystal shoes in much confusion now. The crystal armor was something special, and ordinary people could not make use of it. Once the shoes recognized someone as their master, they would never betray that master or be used by someone else unless the owner was killed. The reason the officer hadn't killed Ji Yanran was because the shoes would have selected Han's son as their new master once she was dead. He had the Northern King glove after all. It was highly probable that the shoes, given a choice, would select Han's son as well. But the officer did not expect the crystal shoes to willingly follow Han's son and not strictly remain with Ji Yanran. Han's son had been very worried about his family being put in danger during his absence, so he had left the shoes with Ji Yanran. The shoes really did help the family too, while they were in danger with him gone. The crystal shoes never truly obeyed Ji Yanran. When they sensed that Han's son was in danger, they went over to their master and slipped themselves onto his feet. Han's son didn't like wearing them, but fashion principles weren't much of a concern at the moment. He had an enemy he needed to defeat. The crystal shoes didn't become crystal armor around Han's son though. They became shoes and the glove remained a glove. Neither item shielded him in the shape of an armor set. It's useless. Even if you have the crystal shoes and the glove, you are still so very weak, the officer said savagely, swinging his sword once more. The fiery wings of the officer sent him flying towards Han's son with the sword. Han's son felt the shoe's powers dragging him back a few thousand meters. It was too fast for Han's son to decide how to react himself. The crystal shoes on his feet provided him speed. They were much stronger than when they were taking the shape of an entire armor. And the shoes were far faster now than they were when Ji Yanran was making use of them. But the officer was still able to catch up. The fiery wings on his back could go faster than the crystal shoes. Seeing the sword approach, Han's son remained calm. He went towards it. Han's son had the crystal shoes and the glove. He had nothing shielding his body. He had a Geno armor inside his Sea of Soul, but he could not use it while he was wearing those other two items. Even if he could put it on, it still wouldn't be very good against the Western King sword. Now, all Han's son hoped he could do was use his gloved fist to hit the sword. If he missed, he expected he'd be cut in half. Before this, Han's son had failed many times. He couldn't block the sword no matter how many times he tried, and neither could he evade it. Now that he had no armor, this was his last chance. The officer looked cold, and he didn't think Han's son could block it. Just like all the other times, he expected he'd be able to deliver a cruel blow to Han's senator, and furthermore, Han's son's body had no protection because there was no armor on him. He could kill Han's son and take the crystal shoes and glove all for himself. Stay up late, and the others all turned to look at Han's son now. He and Han Yufei both knew that if he was unable to successfully block the next strike, he would die. Look at his eyes! Look at his eyes! Stay up late shouted out, despite expecting such a call to be practically pointless. Hard eye was a technique that was very difficult to teach. When Stay Up Late learned it from the officer, he had practiced the skill for a very long time. After many repeated failures, Stay Up Late managed to wrap his head around it and learn it successfully. Stay Up Late had learned it in the course of training, however. The officer had taught him by using the technique slowly. Months of training with it. Stay Up Late found success and managed to learn it. It resulted in others calling him a genius. Han's son was in the midst of genuine combat, and there was hardly any respite. He couldn't dedicate much of his mind to learning new things right now. The sword and fists collided with each other, but the sword was like a shot that slipped by. It didn't touch Han Sen's fist, and was instead going straight for his chest. He didn't block it. Stay Up Late's face changed. It's over. Han Yufei looked ill. Ji Yanran and Luo Lan were unable to see the situation, and they had no clue Han's son was in danger. It's over. The officer could feel his sword tearing through fabric and penetrating flesh. It made him feel very good. After this, he would receive all the Crystal King armors. If he could combine them all together, he'd have no issue surviving out there. Seeing the skin on Han Sen's chest start to break, he added more strength. He had to ensure that he killed Han Sun in a single hit, without giving him any chance of survival. Chapter 17. For you don't have to understand the sound of breaking flesh felt good to listen to. Seeing the blood cascade from the torn skin, the officer became ravenously excited. Pang! Suddenly, a fist like cold water slammed across the officer's face. It broke the fire that enveloped the officer, and sent him soaring away with a twisted body. He fell into the ruins. He stood up from the rubble and stared up at Han Sun, who was in the sky. He did so with a look of disbelief. He could not believe he had been hit by Han Sun, and his mask had been shattered. Stay up late, and the others could not believe this either. They could not believe this had happened. I don't understand hard eye, and I don't need to. Han Sun licked his lips and looked down at the officer. The officer didn't say anything. He simply drew his sword and started swinging it towards Han Senator Pang. Just as the sword was going to land on Han Sun, he managed to punch the officer's face with his right fist again. The officer's face looked all mangled, and his body was sent barreling through the sky again. How is that possible? The officer held his face, and his pupils shrank in absolute disbelief. It's fine. It does not matter how strong you are. I will always be faster than you. Before you kill me, I will kill you. When Han Sun said this, his crystal shoes propelled him like a rocket, bringing him right before the officer. This is impossible. The officer could not believe what was happening, and so he just frantically swung his blade again. The results were still the same though. Just as the sword came down on Han Sun's body, the officer was punched away. Han Sun could not understand or learn the officer's hard eye, but that wasn't a concern anymore. All he had to do was be faster than the officer. Before he put on the crystal shoes, he wasn't as fast as the officer. Now things were different. The crystal shoes provided him a speed boost that allowed him to rival the officer and become just as fast as him. And the glove, when it was in glove mode, imbued his right hand with a lot more speed and power. It was far stronger than it had been when it was protecting him via the armor set mode. But the most important thing was Han Sun's predictions and judgments. When he no longer had to care about countering the officer's strikes, he just had to be faster than him. Pang, 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 pang. The fist and armor kept hitting each other. Han Sun's hands railed against the officer's body, breaking it fiercely. The once pretty officer was covered in blood, as more and more oozed from his mouth. His face was swollen and blue, and all semblance of fairness had abandoned it. The officer kept on flailing his sword arm in vain, but he kept on getting hit by Han Sun every time he sought to land a blow. He could only damage Han Sun's skin, and he couldn't hurt him properly. The officer just needed to be faster than Han Sun to kill him, but he couldn't. He kept on getting hit by Han Sun each and every time. Stay Up Late was in a state of shock. He had never before seen anyone triumph over Heart Eye in this way. It seemed a very risky thing to do, but Han Sun managed to strike first and firmly every single time. It really was quite unbelievable. Boom! After all those attacks, the officer's Geno armor started to crack. Han Sun punched him again, and he fell to the ground like a meteor. There was a giant crater following his descent. No, I cannot lose. I cannot lose to a human. The officer wanted to pull himself out of the earth and fight. Han Sun swooped down from the sky and punched him square in the head though. And then again and again, he kept punching his skull into the ground. The officer's head was beaten into a pit, which filled with blood that bubbled and sprayed. Eventually, the officer's fingers weakened and dropped his sword. The Western King's sword fell to the ground and emitted some ding-dong noises. Han Sun wanted to keep on attacking, but the flames of the officer exploded like a sun. Han Sun, I will be back. After the explosion, the officer was gone. Only the voice remained, like an echo on the wind. Han Sun used Dongxian aura and attempted to search the vicinity for any trace of the officer. The officer had definitely become an enemy, so he'd feel better if he could kill the man now and spare himself some trouble down the road. The officer was already beyond the atmosphere of the planet though. He was traveling fast. Han Sun wanted to give chase, but Little Angel and Golden Growler were both injured. He looked at the officer, flying away, and knew it would be hard to catch up. So he decided to fly in front of Zack. Boom! Han-sun punched Zack's head. His right gloved fist was driven into Zack's metal helmet and obliterated his head. His headless body crumpled to the ground. Zaga looked eager to flee, but he was far slower than Han-sun and his crystal shoes. So, Han-sun was easily able to catch up and send his fist right through the escapee's chest. Aside from the officer who ran off, God's organization was out of commission. But even so, Han-sun was still not happy. And that was because of his inability to kill the officer outright. Han-sun looked at the white metal sword the officer had left behind. He held out his hand toward the metal sword, and the sword flew right into his palm. The sword had already left a big impression on him. It was as good as the glove, there was no doubt about that, so it was quite the treasure to have. Han-sun did not know much about these items. He did not know the sword, glove, and crystal shoes were the armors of crystallizer kings. He did not know where the sword was from, but he sure knew how important it had been for the officer. Therefore, he spared no debate in taking it for himself. The crystal shoes slipped off Han-sun's feet, and then the glove left his hand. That was a surprise. The glove and the shoes could move by themselves. He already knew the shoes could, but seeing the glove just flap around on its own was almost spooky. He did not need to clean up after all that fighting, as the city had been completely leveled. There were no undamaged buildings anymore. Ji Yanran called for someone to bring over a big airship they could stay in for the time being. Fortunately, while there were many injuries, no one had been killed. Han Yufei met Luo Lan with his true self. When Luo Lan saw him, she didn't say anything. She merely grabbed Han Yufei by the ear and dragged him into a room. After that, many horrible sounds were heard. Han-sun got goosebumps just hearing them, but when he next saw Zero, he was shocked. He realized something. Zero was able to follow him into the sanctuary, and it never mattered which one. That meant she could always be near him. Up until now, Han-sun hadn't been able to understand why that was possible. Now he understood. Chapter 1705 Same tattoo. When Han-sun first saw the 9-life cat symbol on Zero, he thought it was just a sign associating her with Blood Legion in some way. Now that Han-sun was thinking about it, he realized the symbol was just like the tattoo on his back. Zero could enter the sanctuaries without issue, unlike others who were subject to limitations and restrictions. She never had to go through a formal ascension process either. Now Han-sun was thinking that if Zero had a 9-life cat symbol like his, the mystery was practically resolved. Old Cat had said that having 9-life cat blood meant you could come and go in any sanctuary as you pleased. It was a fine explanation for why Zero was able to enter any of the sanctuaries without ascending the proper way. And Zero teleported to Han-sun whenever or wherever he ended up. That was something else that went against the pre-established system of the sanctuaries. That was similar to what had happened to Han-sun when he ended up next to Old Cat. If Zero's tattoo was the same as his, that meant they shared a weird connection of some kind. They might have been one and the same, and that was why Zero would always spawn next to him. Han-sun thought this was very possible. He'd only ever had one brief look at her 9-life cat tattoo, though, so he couldn't quite remember the details. He didn't know if it was exactly the same one that was on his back. Seeing Zero, who was currently treating his wounds, he thought to himself, she's a grown woman. I can't ask her to take her clothes off, so I can inspect her. Han-sun thought about this conundrum for a while, but he couldn't come up with an excuse that would permit him to get a look at her tattoos. Zero, you haven't bought any new clothes in a long time. How about we go and get you some later? Han-sun looked at Zero's clothes. He only had to make her wear something that revealed her back, and he would see the tattoo. No, I have enough, Zero said calmly. But I need to. You are a beautiful girl, and you need to dress up pretty. If you don't, people will find out I've been cheap on you. I will handle this for you, okay? Han-sun said that all at once, not giving her another chance to respond. Zero did not say anything either. Once she had dealt with Han-sun's wounds, she left. Han-sun was on the sofa browsing Skynet. He bought a few different garments for Zero. He bought a number of different clothes to hide the ones he truly wanted her to wear, the ones that would display her back. Of course, he wasn't dumb enough to buy a lot of different clothing that all showed her back. That would be too obvious. And it'd be like he was making a statement. By buying a bunch of different styles, she'd be none the wiser. 2 days later, the clothes were delivered by a drone. Han-sun called Zero over and convinced her to try them on, one by one. And when Zero wore the clothes that revealed her back, Han-sun was delivered quite the surprise. Zero's appearance hadn't changed much, but she had grown up a lot. She was a woman now. She looked very beautiful in the dress he got her, and Han-sun couldn't stop admiring her looks. Zero walked around, with Han-sun staring keenly at her back. He also took a photo for future investigation, but when he saw her back, he really could see that the 9-life cat tattoo was the same as the one he had. It wasn't just the shape that was a carbon copy either. He could sense it was the same via its color and feel. I was right. If Zero's back tattoo is the same as the 9-life cat pendant, it explains everything. But why would Zero have it and the pendant? Blood Legion had 2 of those relics. Where did Zero come from? Is she a human or a Shura? Or is she something else entirely? After Han-sun discovered this, his mind found more questions than answers. Han-sun believed Zero might be a human that had used a geno fluid at the Shura grave. It was certainly a possibility, but the tattoo posed other problems. When Han-sun became a god, he had absorbed the 9-life cat. When had Zero combined with the necklace? And how had she done it so soon when she wasn't strong? Dear, what do you want for dinner tonight? Because you are injured, I will cook. Ji Yinran pushed the door open and walked right in. She was shocked by the scene she was witnessing. Han-sun was lounging on the sofa, staring at a loosely clothed Zero. The dress she wore left her whole back on display. Han-sun wished to give her an answer, but he immediately noticed a dangerous look take over her face. He quickly told her, Zero bought a number of different pieces of clothing, and she wished to ask me which looked the best. Zero, you bought these clothes? Ji Yinran nibbled her lips and asked Zero directly. Han-sun bought them. Told me to wear them. Zero wasn't a liar, and her EQ was low. She wasn't really sure what was going on, so she simply answered with honesty. Ji Yinran squinted her eyes and looked down at Han-sun with a look that was more frightening than hell's most rotten demon. She slowly approached him. Let me explain. It isn't what you think. This is all a misunderstanding. Han-sun wished to explain. Ji Yinran walked in front of Han-sun and then smiled a smile that was creepier than the officers. You love to watch girls change their clothes? I will show you how it's done right when we go home. The smile remained fixed on Ji Yinran's face, and it gave Han-sun a horrible chill. Let's go to the mall and buy the most expensive garment. Then, you can dress yourself up in it and show me. Han-sun quickly said, Shut up and get in here. Ji Yinran grabbed Han-sun by the ear and pulled him into the next room. Many screams were heard after that. A while later, Han-sun managed to explain everything clearly. He desperately wanted to escape the wrath of her finger. After dinner was done, Han-sun saw Stay Up Late up in the observation tower. He walked over and started to chat with him. This matter concerns our lives. Is there something you need to tell me? Stay Up Late was more injured than Han-sun was. He was reclining on a sofa with a hot cup of tea. He stared up at the sky as he replied. That was the 3rd Division Special Forces officer. He trained all its members, myself included. Stay Up Late sounded okay, just a little cold. Still, it was a soothing voice to listen to. But what he said next shocked Han Sr. "1706 The outside world Stay Up Late was just a soldier, not a high-ranking officer or important individual in the crystallizer civilization. He only knew the history of the crystallizers from what he learned in the history books. The history he knew about the crystallizers placed their origins in the sanctuaries. The crystallizers wished to avoid a war, and so they sought refuge in the sanctuaries. Heaven knew how long it took after that before their civilization developed into what it became. Many elites wished to leave the sanctuaries and return to the outside. They did succeed in doing this, but they were also destroyed. Something bad happened inside the sanctuaries that resulted in the destruction of their entire civilization. That was what became their recorded history. Stay Up Late didn't exactly know what had happened amidst the downfall and disaster. It affected him, anyway, and put him to sleep inside the Geno fluid. He remained there in stasis until Han's son woke him up. Stay Up Late only remembered the powers passing over him that made things feel as if the world was ending. He couldn't resist it and passed out. Nowadays, all that remained of the crystallizers were fragments and remnants. Only ruins had been left behind, following what transpired. Stay Up Late said the crystallizers were far more advanced than humans at their peak. They had evolved more than humans as well. Even elites like him were just soldiers back then. He was in the special forces, but that still put him a long way from being the best of the best. There were 4 crystallizer elites: the Northern King, Eastern King, Southern King, and Western King. Aside from Eastern King, the others wished to escape the sanctuaries. They wanted to leave and reclaim the lands they had lost. But the crystallizers had been gone from that world for too long, and they had no clue how scary it had become. Their developments made them too confident, and Han's son knew the end. Humans were a tribe of crystallizers, or to put it in a slightly starker way, they were test tube results of beings that had been spliced with crystallizer genes. Many test subjects were regarded as the lowest of the low in the sanctuaries, so they were given the opportunity to grow. The crystallizers were hoping to produce a greater race that would one day help them reclaim the lands they had lost. There were many races based on the crystallizers. Some were immediately sent out of the sanctuaries, but none were able to survive longer than a month. Stay Up Late recalled there was a place they used as a graveyard, where they could also store their Geno armors. But after the disaster, most of their civilization was destroyed, and the location of that place was unknown to him now. Han's son could guess he was talking about the Hero Spirit Hall. What humans died there? Amidst the fighting? Han's son asked. Stay Up Late went silent for a bit before responding. When he did, he said, the creatures were given crystallizer genes, but the splicing also included the genes of other beings, too. As a result, they were different. To the best of my knowledge, the humans were incapable of reaching the Alliance before the disaster. Humans did eventually get there, but it was only after our downfall. Once there, you started to breed. But you only created one creature. How was it able to reproduce? Han's son asked. So, your race is called human, but you have other genes within you. Still, your body kept the same height as the crystallizers. The other genes may have come from more crystallizers belonging to a different tribe, Stay Up Late said. Han's son asked Stay Up Late a number of other questions. Han's son was worried, as the last time the crystallizers opened the sanctuary, it remained open. If someone generated a Geno armor, they'd be sent out of the sanctuary. It was impossible to close the sanctuaries now, and in regards to how that might be done, only the 4 kings had known. But even if Han's son and Stay Up Late did know how to close the sanctuaries, they probably wouldn't have been able to do it by themselves. What is the outside world like? Han's son was curious to learn about this. Stay Up Late gave a wry smile and said, I don't know. Like I said, I was merely a soldier. Even the high-class crystallizers didn't know much about the outside world, though. If they had, they wouldn't have made the mistakes they did, which resulted in the near obliteration of our race. They hid in the sanctuaries for too long, not learning about the outside world. Han's son thought this might be the case. After they were done talking, he decided to go and see Han Yufei. He explained the situation to him, and told him not to generate his self-Geno armor. Too many elites were known to have died out there, so it was too risky for him to do it as well. Still, Han's son needed to practice, and he didn't dare slow down. He went as fast as he could. Even though the sanctuaries were open now, Stay Up Late said the creatures from the outside could not get in. But if that was true, that made Han's son wonder how the crystallizers ended up getting destroyed. So, Han's son did not feel too safe being inside the sanctuary. He kept on practicing. If something happened, having a great deal of power amassed would be the best thing. And Han's son did not believe that the creatures from the outside could not get in. If they couldn't, then how had the 9-life cat entered and gained so much authority? The officer did not show up again. Aside from constant practice by himself, Han's son also spent some time practicing with Stay Up Late, and crystallizer technology. He also spent time learning about Hard Eye. He spent a whole month on that subject alone. If he had to go up against the officer again, there wouldn't be much of a risk. He'd be able to use Hard Eye, but the officer did not show up. Han Sen wasn't sure whether that was because the officer knew he was too weak to go up against him, or whether he had gone back to concocting a new scheme that would take some time. As Han Sen rested, he took time to investigate the Western King sword. It was a crystallizer's Geno armor, like the glove and crystal shoes. Han Sen asked Stay Up Late what the difference between this Geno armor and the others were. Stay Up Late did not know though. He said every crystallizer could generate Geno armor, but only the 4 kings could generate these special Geno armors. The crystallizer glove and crystallizer shoes had wills of their own, but the Western King's sword seemed entirely inanimate. Han Sen could not sense that it had a will, and neither could he sense any special power it may have possessed. After Han Sen and Stay Up Late examined it, they thought the officer must have used a special method to combine the sword with himself. The sword had probably become lifeless because it was away from the officer. Han Sen had nothing to do right now, so he used the Blood Pulse Sutra and dropped a smidgen of blood on the Western King's sword. The real blood Geno core had become a part of who he was. It was in his blood, and Han Sen's blood could therefore be called real blood. It was no weaker than the actual real blood Geno core, and as Han Sen grew and became stronger, it would develop too. Meeting Old Cat again. Han Sen put a drop of his blood on the Western King's sword. The blood didn't spread and blend into the metal, however, and it just remained a droplet upon the surface. I can't believe this isn't working. Han Sen cut his wrist and bled some more of his real blood over the sword, and went at it until it was entirely painted red. Even after rubbing it in, it didn't work. Han Sen put the Western King's sword aside, hoping the real blood would do something in time. If there was a will, there was a way, and Han Sen wasn't keen on giving up just yet. That was one of the 4 Crystal King armors, and he didn't think there'd be a 5th in existence. According to Stay Up Late, whether someone was qualified was determined by the Geno armor they generated. But the difference between the average Geno armor and the special Geno armors was something Stay Up Late couldn't accurately define. Fitness was not an accurate measurement, and it wasn't that you simply reached a certain fitness and were then able to generate a special armor. Eastern King of the 4 kings had a fitness that was not all that excellent during his earlier years. He was like an average crystallizer, and yet he went on to generate one of those special Geno armors. So the crystallizer observer's task was to watch their creatures grow and learn how they might go on to generate the special Geno armors. But before they could find another special one like those, the race was destroyed and brought to ruin. Even the crystallizers did not know if a qualified one currently existed. Han Sen went to practice the story of genes. He progressed quickly, and it was like he was learning new skills every single day. And through that his fitness was rising. Even so, it would still take a long time for him to recover the demigod strength he had lost. Entering the sanctuary again, Han Sen appeared right where he should have been. Xiaqing King was still there too. Although the 9-life cat had told him his blood would not restrict him from entering any sanctuary, he didn't really know how to get to any of the others as of yet. For the time being, he was stuck in the 4th god's sanctuary. Han Sen was worried about the officer appearing though, so he wouldn't stay there for long. He had a chat with Xiaqing King, and the spirit asked Han Sen to take his latest issue of the comic. He wanted it uploaded. Han Sen's life had been quiet for a while now. After the last fight, the officer and God's organization seemed to have been dealt with. He didn't hear anything about their movements anymore, and there was no news regarding potential operations. Han Sen was a legend in the Alliance, but it was fortunate he was not one to revel in the limelight and fame of such stature. And truth be told, he could control the entire Alliance by force, if he so wanted to. Even though he didn't do this just yet, Han Sen's power was still sending ripples across the Alliance. The Ji family grew more quickly and steadily. They were no longer given any trouble. Some said it was because of their strong ties with others, But those associations paled in comparison to the influence of Han's senator in the next election. Ji Ruozhen was planning on running for the presidency again. Some of the other families that had ties with Han's son also benefited. Even if Han's son didn't want to play any role or part in the politics of the government, his mere existence was influencing things. It didn't mean much to him though. Controlling the whole alliance through bureaucracy wasn't even remotely interesting to him. Civilizations like the crystallizers were destroyed easily. Humans would fall even swifter if similar forces came against them. The officer was an enemy, yes, but what he said was true. Time passed and Little Flower was 3 years old. Han's son wished to send him to a kindergarten, but he was afraid that God's organization might come and bring Little Flower harm if he was out there without Han Sen's supervision. After a lengthy discussion with the family, they decided on having Little Flower study at a kindergarten on Roca. Han's son could protect him there, and Little Flower would be able to socialize with ordinary folk of society. Han's son decided to buy half of the planet too. Little Flower's kindergarten was located on the side that he did not own though. Traveling would take some time. Stay Up Late volunteered to take Little Flower to school every day and bring him home. He worked harder than Ji Yinran and Han's son, that was for sure. He frequently said Little Flower was special, and there was a chance he could be qualified. His potential was even greater than Han Sen's. So he spent a lot of his time observing Little Flower. That made Han's son feel safer. If the officer was planning on taking Little Flower, and Han's son was late to the rescue, Stay Up Late could definitely keep the child protected for a time. After soaking the Western King's sword in blood for a whole year, a reaction was finally achieved. It wasn't falling under real blood's control, but the sword's own will was finally returning. But even with the will coming back, it wasn't quite like the glove and the shoes. It was easy to trigger the Western King's sword's power at least. Han's son decided to give it to Stay Up Late. Han's son would need someone to fight if the officer showed up again, and Han's son himself wasn't around. Little Flower was a popular kid in school. There though, aside from the principal, no one knew he was Han Sen's son. And even so, the kids and teachers all grew fond of him. He was the cutest kid in the kindergarten. Kids loved playing with him, and teachers liked treating him better than the others. But even so, Little Flower was still very quiet. No one knew he was Han Sen's son, and so other than being well-liked, he didn't draw much attention. Han's son entered the sanctuary again, and there, he found the 9-life cat. "Why are you here?" Han's son frowned. He didn't believe that their unexpected meeting was coincidental. Old Cat laughed and said, "I found something interesting in the ruin, but I can't get it out by myself. Let's partner up again if you're interested. I might help you, but only if you answer a few of my questions." "No answer, no thank you," Han's son said sternly. "You have 9-life cat's blood. Come on, we're like family. You can ask me anything, and I'll give you a proper answer." Old Cat spoke as if they were brothers. "What is this thing on my back?" Han's son asked Old Cat. "1708 Entering the ruins again. It's nothing too exciting. That is the remains of a 9-life cat. It is their leftover genes," Old Cat said with a slight tone of awkwardness. "Does that mean there is more than one?" Han's son asked. Old Cat hesitated for a moment, and then said, "There aren't many." "What's going on?" Han's son frowned. Old Cat wasn't answering fully and forwardly, and it was clear he was hiding something. Old Cat retreated into thought before speaking next. He said, "It's not a big secret, only rare 9-life cats can leave behind something like that. And to the best of my knowledge, there are only 10. Hearing him say this, Han Sen's mind drifted back to Zero, who had the exact same thing. He still went on to ask, "How many are there in the sanctuaries?" "Just one." It was from Human Emperor. Old Cat suddenly stopped short. Han's son heard half of what he said, and immediately, his face changed. He looked at Old Cat and asked, "Human Emperor visited the 9-life cat? 9-life cat comes from the outside, so the Human Emperor got out?" Old Cat smiled and said, "I guess, but he didn't go out with his powers intact." "What does that mean?" Han's son asked. "If I told you I helped him out, you wouldn't believe me. So, it would be best if you stopped asking. And if you ever do make it out, you'll hear it from him. But if you can't make it out, such knowledge is useless to know, Old Cat said. Han-sun was shocked. He had no idea that an alpha human had made it out of the sanctuaries. Is he still alive then? Can you at least tell me that? Han-sun asked. I don't know. When I came here he wasn't dead. But predicting if someone is dead or alive out there is now something anyone can do. Even me. Old Cat shook his head. Han-sun thought about this for a while and said, How did you even get into the sanctuary? As far as I know, aside from the crystallizers, no others were able to get inside. That was what concerned Han-sun the most. If the creatures from the outside could enter, just like Old Cat seemed to have, then that could spell out something pretty bad. Old Cat seemed to see through Han-sun's thoughts and answered, If nothing could get in, then how could feathers be here? Han-sun's face changed. Old Cat, with a cocky expression on his face, went on to say, But don't worry, if the crystallizers hadn't killed themselves, it would have been difficult for other races to enter. I came in when the crystallizers opened the sanctuaries. And yes, the crystallizers are practically all dead. They can't kill themselves anymore to open doorways. Did you destroy the crystallizers? Han-sun asked, looking at Old Cat. Do I look like I'm capable of such an act? Old Cat revealed his claws. Han-sun ignored the mocking and asked him, Well, could other creatures have made it through? Old Cat nodded. There were others, but I don't know them. Now come on. I've told you everything you wish to know. Will you follow me now? Why don't you tell me what for? Maybe I'll consider coming. Han-sun smiled. Breaking a promise made to the 9-life cat isn't a very wise move to make. Think about it. Old Cat squinted his eyes. I said I'd consider coming along. I didn't say I'd come or not come. Han-sun smiled again. Old Cat was a professional liar, and Han-sun wasn't willing to put absolute stock into everything he was being told. And right now, there was every chance he might be getting sold out. Old Cat saw that Han-sun really wasn't moving, so he went on to explain the ruins. Old Cat had discovered another lab with another race there. It hadn't woken up like the feather had, but just in case, he wanted to bring Han-sun for help. Old Cat explained that if nothing happened, he would take the item. If something bad happened, then any treasures they found would be shared. Han-sun asked him what he expected to find, but the cat's explanation made no sense to him. It was like some sort of bone that was similar to the one Han-sun retrieved before. What is the point in getting such a bone? Han-sun couldn't figure out what that other bone was for, so now was as good a time to ask as any. They're useless in the sanctuaries, but out there, they're highly sought after by all. If you can get out, you'll find out for certain. Old Cat didn't really explain anything. Han-sun mulled the idea over some more, but ultimately decided to follow. He was quite curious about discovering another race anyway. So, do the sanctuaries only have one of these items, brought here by Human Emperor? Han-sun asked. It should be just one, assuming Human Emperor did not lie, Old Cat said. Han-sun asked Old Cat how Human Emperor had managed to get the bone, but he didn't receive an answer. Old Cat was afraid of telling him. Han-sun was planning on going alone, but Xie King overheard them and wanted to go along. Han-sun wouldn't mind some extra help, and Xie King was nearing emperor status too. He'd be very good to have along. But before setting out, Han-sun returned to the alliance. He took the glove, but left the crystal shoes for Ji Yanran in case something happened during his absence. The three of them entered the relics Han-sun had been to before. Han-sun thought the lab was the one he had previously visited, with the feather inside. But even though 9-life cat was taking them to the same ruins, that was not the lab they were headed for. Where did you find this thing? Han-sun frowned. There are 3 other labs, and I found what I seek in one of the others. I know my way around, and if it doesn't wake up like the feather did, we should be safe. Old Cat spoke as he led them forward. They walked around the ruins for a while before reaching their destination. When they entered, it looked just like the one Han-sun had previously visited. There were many tools and crystal tanks. The laboratory was damaged though. The room was in bad shape, and much of the equipment was broken. Many crystal tanks had broken too, leaking their fluids everywhere. There were a number of rotten bodies and bones scattered all about. "1709 The greenhouse changes. What is this?" asked Xiaqing King, holding his nose and looking at the bodies and the liquids around them. They are creatures held for testing and experimentation. Some are prototypes of something else, like him. Old Cat jumped toward one of the crystal tanks, and he spoke with eyes fixed on it. Han Sun and Xiaqing King looked at Old Cat, and then observed the strange creatures contained within the tank. Han Sun could not describe what it was. It looked like a human, but a bug at the same time. It had human limbs, but the head had the eyes of a fly, with the multitude of lenses. And while the limbs were like a human's, the joints were those of bugs. It looked very weird. "It's just a disgusting bug." After Old Cat said that, he leaped onto the tank and began slapping it with a paw. He obviously intended to break it open. "Are you ready? Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. Behead the thing as soon as you are able to," Old Cat said to Han Sr. Yes. Han Sun was in agreement. Pang. The crystal tank broke, and the liquid and the bug man came spilling out. Han Sun did not say a word. He simply summoned the white Geno armor, and with his hand like a blade, struck the neck of the creature. The hand, now clad in the gauntlets of the armor, made a metallic striking noise when it hit. Han Sun's power and Geno armor had only been able to make a slight scuff on its neck. Fortunately, the bugman showed no reaction. It looked to be already dead. But just to be safe, Han Sun gave it another 100 cuts until he was able to break its shell. The meat inside was like jam, and there was no blood. It looked like it had been dead for quite some time. God knew how many times Han Sun had to hit it after that. But eventually, the head was lopped off. As he worked on it, he thought to himself, "This thing is so tough. Thankfully it is dead. If it wasn't, this would be quite a lot of trouble." "Han Sun, according to the terms of our deal, if it was dead when we found it, the item we came for belongs to me. You'll hold up your end of our bargain, correct?" Old Cat saw the bugman's head fall off, and quickly jumped on it to speak. "Fine. Suit yourself." Han Sun did not plan on stealing from him, so he just walked back a few steps and watched the old cat. He was keen to see what he was going to obtain. Old Cat used his claws to scratch away at the bugman's armor. A deep crack was instantly formed, and that gave Han Sun quite the shock. Han Sun knew Old Cat was not weak, but the action it had just performed was rather shocking. Even if Han Sun used the glove, he knew he'd have much trouble trying to break the shell. It wouldn't have been easy. Old Cat was certainly much stronger than he was letting on, and much stronger than Han Sun's own estimation. Old Cat's claws were sharper than a surgeon's scalpel, that was for sure. In no time at all, he was peeling the creature open, and before long, pulled back a paw that was holding something green. "What is that? A stone?" Han Sun looked right at the item in Old Cat's hands. "Those are its guts." Old Cat looked so happy to have obtained the jade-looking guts. Han Sun didn't see where the cat put it, but he still asked. "They look like rocks, not organs. What are they truly for?" Han Sun asked. "This is good stuff. You'll know all about it once you get out. With how you are now, you won't understand." After Old Cat dug up the guts, he ended his search. He jumped and said, "Let's go, there is nothing left." Xiaqing King meanwhile wasn't feeling too good about this. He said, "While we're here, shouldn't we explore more of this strange place? Do you think we have come here to sightsee? You'll die if you explore any more." Old Cat rolled his eyes and started walking out. Han Sun and Xiaqing King looked at each other, and then followed after Old Cat, so they could be led back to where they had initially come from. The three of them walked past the greenhouse, and as they passed it, Old Cat hunkered a little and asked, "Did you touch the stuff in there? We were with you. You know that we didn't take anything." Xiaqing King said, "Old Cat, what's going on?" Han Sun asked, looking across the greenhouse. "Someone has been digging in the soil." Old Cat stared at the disturbed earth. Han saw it too. It was like a freshly dug grave, with soil churned up everywhere. "You didn't dig this, did you?" Han Sun asked with a frown. "If I did, why would I ask?" Old Cat madly rebutted. "If it wasn't you or us too, might there be other creatures around? And if that isn't possible, Maybe the thing buried dug its own way out, Xie King said. Han Sun and Old Cat looked glum. No matter what the case was, this was bad news. Let's get out of here. After Old Cat said that, he started to run. Han Sun and Xie King ran as well. They ran for a while, but eventually their faces fell. They had run dozens of miles, but they hadn't escaped the vicinity. They found that they had walked in a loop, ending up back at the greenhouse and the fresh hole. It gave them a very bad feeling. They looked around, but it was all quiet. There didn't seem to be anything else there that was alive. Han Sen's Dongxian aura could not feel the presence of other creatures. But they fell silent and went to examine the deep hole. Keep going. Old Cat told them to keep going, and so they did. This time, however, they walked faster. It wasn't long before the three of them ended up back at the greenhouse. How can this be happening? Xie King wasn't afraid, and he was actually quite happy to see the greenhouse again. Han Sun and Old Cat looked at each other and prepared to run. But suddenly, they heard a strange noise. Pang, 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 pang. The soil around the grave started to explode. Many more black holes were created, and the entire graveyard looked like one giant beehive. "1710 snakes in the dark holes. There was something red like lanterns shining. When the red lights rose to the surface, they were revealed to be the triangularly shaped heads of snakes. The red lights were their gleaming eyes. Now black things were pouring out of the dark holes. They came straight for Han Sun, making a sharp noise. Han Sun was startled as he looked at them. Old Cat had already escaped with incredible speed. Xie run. Han Sun shouted and started to run. They did not know what those black-scaled snakes were. But if Old Cat had run away upon seeing them, they thought it was a good idea to follow after him. Xie King did not want to run, but he obliged Han Sen's request and went along with him. The toxic snakes were coming at them like a breaking tide. They were very fast, but thankfully, they were slower than Han Sen. The trio kept on running as fast as they could. But a while later, the snakes appeared in front of them. The greenhouse also ended up in front of them too. Somehow, through means unknown, they had been forced to make another loop. Now that they had snakes in front and behind, they were firmly sandwiched. Seeing the groups of snakes gathering together, Xie King unleashed a silver light. His fists were like a volcano, spewing silver fire as he threw them forward to punch the black snakes. Alu alu alu. The raging fists of silver light killed a vast number of the black-scaled snakes upon contact. The toxic blood was thrown everywhere. I thought these things were something scary. They're this weak. When Xie King stopped punching, the place had undergone a makeover to look like a slaughterhouse. The bodies of the snakes were everywhere, and not a single one had survived his rampage. Old Cat looked at him as if he were an idiot, and he said, "Are you stupid? If this was that easy to deal with, why would we have run? You killed so many of those snakes, she is going to go mental." "Old Cat, what do you mean?" Han Sun asked with a frown. Old Cat did not answer. An explosion came from the greenhouse, one that sounded like the earth tearing apart. Something emerged from the ground. It was a person with long hair and a beautiful body. Or at least the upper part was, for the lower body was a slithering snake. She'd have been a beautiful woman if she was a complete one. She opened her eyes, but there were no pupils. She even had the eyes of a snake. She stared at the three of them intensely. "Don't move. Don't make a sound. Her vision is bad, so there is a chance she'll be unable to see us right here," Old Cat told them, retreating to the side. "She can't see, but she's not deaf. You're so loud, she'll certainly hear you," Xie King said, not moving. "She can't hear either. She can see moving objects, so if we don't move, she won't be able to see us," Old Cat said. Han Sun and Xie King did not believe him, but when Lady Snake came out, she made a noise with her tongue but did nothing else. She didn't pay them any attention. Lady Snake moved around a bit, but it appeared as if she couldn't see the three of them. It was as if she was moving around in search of something. She really can't hear or see us. If that's the case, why are we afraid of something so dumb? Xie King was shocked. Dumb? You better hope she doesn't find us. She can kill you as easily as she might a chicken. Old Cat looked at him with disdain. Stop it, you two. She's coming, Han Sen said, looking at Lady Snake. Lady Snake could neither see nor hear, but she was sure Han Sen was around there. It kept searching and searching, leaving him unable to move. What should we do? She will bump into us sooner or later. And when that happens, we'll have no choice but to move, Han Sen said. She can't hear and she can't see. Why don't we just get rid of her when she comes too close? Xie King said. Old Cat laughed and said, no one is stopping you from trying. If you want to die, be my guest. I will be running. How do we escape? Han Sen asked. Old Cat laughed and said, I don't know, but judging from the way she's searching, she'll be bumping into you first. And when she's busy with you too, I can have a chance to run. You're fucking shameless. Han Sen shot him a glare. That sounds like a good idea. But even so, you cannot leave here completely. She will hunt you down, one way or another. If we are all going to die, why don't we work together, find her weakness, and kill her through cooperation? Old Cat said, no, we cannot fight her. I am old, and I still want to live a while longer. I will run first anyway. There's nothing you can do about that. Look around you, man. Don't you think this place looks a little different? Maybe her rising made the restrictions disappear. Perhaps we can waltz out now. Okay, if you want to run off, why don't you tell us what it is? Han Sen said. Old Cat looked at Lady Snake, and then said, if I'm correct, this thing is a new creature. One combined with a Naga. She has the power of a Naga, and she's got the creature's genes. That makes her even scarier. What are their weaknesses? Han Sen asked. I told you. Her vision and hearing are awful, Old Cat said. And, how do we kill her? Han Sen pressed. Haha, Nagas are a noble race, and any of them can easily destroy the tribes and families of others. Where the crystallizers found Nagas, I have no idea. But I really don't think you can kill her. It would be best if you decide which of the two of you would rather die first. Who knows? Maybe one of you can make it out while the other is mauled. Old Cat sounded quite spiteful. After that, Lady Snake came right before them. If she slithered in another circle, she'd undoubtedly bump into them. She'd hit Xie King first too, judging from her position. When Lady Snake was only 30 meters away from Xie King, the spirit said, if she's as strong as the cat says, I will try and fend her off while you make a break for it. Just remember to upload my comic. Han Sen wished to say something, but the monster suddenly changed direction. It was supposed to hit Xie King, but now it was going for Old Cat instead. Oh shit, Old Cat's eyes widened. "1711 Old Cat's time to shine seeing the beautiful Lady Snake coming toward him. Old Cat thought through many different options very quickly. He couldn't think of a way to get out of the predicament though. Brother Han, didn't you say we should find a way to get rid of her? I have an idea. Old Cat said to Han Senator Han Sun, and Xie King laughed and said, sorry. We've changed our minds now. You are right, living is more important. We'll run while you deal with her. Lady Snake came close and ran into Old Cat a number of times. Then, Old Cat raised his paws and started to scratch the creature. He was so quick though, Han Sun couldn't even see him do it. At that close distance, Lady Snake saw the movements. Her hands that were covered by scales came into contact with the cat's paws. Boom! A scary power blew a big hole in the earth. The dust and soil scattered everywhere, prompting Han Sun and Xie King to take off running. The scary power kept on appearing behind them, driving Han Sun on in fear. And this time, they were really running forward. They were no longer looping. Before long, they were at the outskirts of the ruins. They made it outside. I didn't expect the fourth god's sanctuary to be a habitat for such extraordinarily strong beings. Not even emperors could fight them, Xie King said, as he felt the earth rock and shake. Emperors are nothing to them. Han Sun stood outside the ruins. It was so dark in there, but you could still see the powers wreaking havoc. There were only two creatures fighting down there, but you could immediately tell it was a bad battle. Are we really going to just leave the cat? Xie King asked. With the power we have, we can't help. After Han Sun said that, he heard a cat start to squeal. Then a scary power swiftly began heading out of the hollow. Oh no! Old Cat couldn't fight her. They are coming this way. Run! Han-sun shouted, and the two ran away at an even faster pace. Before Old Cat could get to them, though, Lady Snake caught up to him, and he was re-engaged in combat. As Old Cat fought, he squealed, "Idiot! You think I can't fight you? If it wasn't for the rules, you'd be dead already. You better run while you still have the chance. If you make the cat angry, I'll cook you alive." Old Cat's still spouting that egotistical crap? Han-sun thought to himself, but he didn't allow his legs to slow or stop. Suddenly, though, he felt something hot on his back. The heat increased until it burned. Han-sun wasn't very happy about that. If something was now happening to his tattoo, then it wasn't a good sign. Han-sun turned his head and looked. The shadow of a red cat started to cover the ground, and it looked very oppressive and scary. It covered the entire area around them. Han-sun was frozen, and the cat's shadow gave him a fright in half. It made Han-sun feel as if he was as small as an ant. The burning feeling of the 9-life cat on his back was because of that. Old Cat's transformation had triggered the reaction of his tattoo. Old Cat did not have time to be tricky, and he looked like a beast as he tore off the arms of Lady Snake. Lady Snake immediately experienced immense pain, and she quickly wished to run away. But Old Cat was swift to break open her chest and pull out her beating heart. "Damn thing! You ruined the cat's business. Now you die!" Old Cat screamed aloud as he raised his claws to the sky. Lady Snake was then ripped to pieces, and not a complete bone remained. Her blood was spilled everywhere, and Han-sun and Xie King were put into a state of shock. The cat is that strong? Xie King's eyes opened wide. Han-sun did not say anything. Old Cat was strong, but his back was still burning, and that worried him. Old Cat killed Lady Snake, and before anything else could happen, the sky started to change. A black sun appeared above them, expanding in size. It was like a whirling black hole getting bigger in the sky. And as it grew bigger, a force of suction started to manifest. The scary old cat could not withstand the might of that suction power, and he was pulled towards the black hole. He used his claws to dig into the ground and fight it, but his attempts proved useless. The claws created drag marks that were a few miles long, but his body was still being pulled without reprieve. The suction did not seem to affect anything else. Not even the trees near Old Cat were swayed more than average, and it seemed only Old Cat was affected. But it wasn't as if nothing else could feel the suction, and by now, Han-sun's 9-life cat tattoo was shining red. He felt the suction then, and he started flying towards it like a magnet. Han-sun hugged the nearest tree to him, but the tree was pulled out by the force, unable to stop him from flying into the vortex. Xie King wished to help Han-sun, but Han-sun waved him off. If it could suck up Old Cat, then Xie King would definitely have been pulled in. "Tell everyone I will find a way back. Tell them to be careful." Before Han-sun could finish his speech, he was sucked into the black hole. Old Cat was squealing all the way, but he could not resist the force. He was eventually sucked in as well. They were gone. The black hole, as if it had finished its mission following the acquisition of Old Cat, disappeared. And then, the lands returned to normal. Han-sun felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. He kept getting rolled around, and he had no idea how long it took before the motion stopped. Pang! Han-sun felt as if he had just been rudely thrown off his bed out of deep slumber. He felt great pain, enough to make it feel as if his bones were going to snap. "1712 Planet Kate in the plaza. There was music playing. There was a fountain, and there was a statue depicting a cat. It stood at a height of 40 meters, and it was situated in the direct center of the plaza. It looked to have been made of gold. Han-sun was sitting on the foot of the statue, and he looked at everything in disbelief. He had only just gotten his vision back, and now it seemed everyone present was looking at him. Not with hostility, luckily, but with surprise and curiosity. It was akin to animals meeting one of a different species in a zoo. What was most unbelievable about the crowd was that they looked mostly human, but their heads possessed cat ears, and their rears possessed tails. The pupils were cat-like too, They were round and cute. The rest of their bodies were practically human. The cat people were all dressed in individual ways. There were some in elegant clothing, some in simple clothing, some in sexy clothing, and some in very manly clothing. Some beautiful women wore skirts and tank tops, showcasing their snow-white arms and legs. They looked gorgeous. There were cars and motorcycles traveling along the streets. Aircraft were visible in the sky, and all the cat people were carrying swords. It was a weird sight. Han-sun did not feel happy about this though, especially when a few of the cat people brought swords to his neck. Han-sun wanted to gather up power and fight, but he felt his body start to sink. It was incredibly difficult to just stand, so making an expert combat move was out of the question. One of the cat people then said something to Han Senator, but strangely, he could not understand. He used his Dongxian Sutra to try to understand what the cat meant, but the Dongxian aura was strangely suppressed. It wouldn't leave his body, and he immediately wanted to cough up some blood. "Old cat, where are you?" Han-sun looked around, but could not see him. It didn't seem as if he had come here. Without being able to find old cat, Han-sun tried talking to the people before him, but they did not seem to speak his language. The soldier-looking cat people brought Han-sun to a jail-looking construct and threw him in a cell. Han-sun was unsure what was going on, and his body was suppressed. He couldn't fight, so all he could do was helplessly sit and watch. The cat people seemed very civilized. They didn't look savage or murderous at all, so he wasn't worried at least. What is going on? Han-sun wondered as he sat in the jail cell. The place was quite different than he had imagined. Han-sun had expected to arrive in a horrible place when he left the sanctuaries. He thought there'd be horrible monsters around, looking to tear him limb from limb, requiring constant combat to survive. He expected he'd be running for his life, each and every single day. But this was very different from what he imagined, and it went against everything Han-sun had believed about the outside. Is this really the outside world? Why can the elites of the sanctuary not return? Han-sun did not understand. Han-sun tried to cast the story of genes and the Dongxian Sutra. They now ran perfectly. They hadn't been suppressed or stolen, so he could still use them. But the thing was, the powers in the outside world were massive. They made Han-sun feel dwarfed and extremely weak. He realized he could no longer even fly. There was a strong suction restricting his powers. The cat people seemed civilized. And while he might have been locked up, at least he was not being tortured. No one had taken his things either. And cats that looked like wardens even brought him food. Han-sun could not get out though, and neither could he speak to them. So he just remained in the jail where he was practicing what he could. He hoped to finally be able to generate a Geno armor. Where did old cat go? We went through the same vortex, so where could he have gone? Han-sun was now hoping old cat could help him out. If he didn't receive help from the only person he knew out here, he was screwed. Over the next few days, a few cat people came over to try and talk with him. Unfortunately, they couldn't establish any communication. And all the while, Han-sun was locked in the same cell. Han-sun saw many different cat people. But the most shocking thing was that they all had Geno armors. And they were all on a 1-to-1 power ratio with the armor. His incarceration did not last too long though. A week later, Han-sun was taken out of his cell and brought to an interrogation room. After entering the room, Han-sun's eyes opened wide. In the room, a beautiful woman sat on the other side of the table. She wore a white uniform. Her hair and ears were snow white. Even her tail was too. She looked very pretty, and she filled out the uniform very well. Her legs were displayed, and they looked nice and long. "Outsider, where are you from? Why are you on planet Kate? What do you want?" The beautiful kitty policewoman asked Han-sun in a special language. It wasn't a language Han-sun knew, but for some reason, he was able to understand. It seemed as if the woman had a special power of some sort. "I am from planet Roka. I entered a black hole and somehow just ended up here," Han-sun said. The beautiful cat lady understood, but she did not seem to know where planet Roka was. She stared at Han-sun, and after a while of silence she said, "Okay, according to the laws of planet Kate, we will have to conduct a test and have you monitored for a while longer, particularly when you work. When we have confirmed you are able to behave, we can consider getting you residency. Come, let's perform a test. We can see what you are able to do. After that, the cat lady opened a door. Han-sun followed her through it. Things were turning out far better than his direst predictions. If this was the outside world, it wasn't so scary. And the cat people seemed rather nice. Han-sun followed her to the station's exit. She slid into a car that looked like a ladybug and told him to get in. My name is Lansei. And here, I will be in charge of your work duties. You can ask me anything you would like to. Do you mind telling me what level your Geno armor is, though? The pretty cat lady had started to drive when she asked this. I don't have Geno armor yet, Han-sun answered. Lansei was very shocked, and she opened her eyes wide when looking back at Han Sr. You are quite old, and you don't even have Geno armor yet? What race do you belong to? Why are you so weak? "1713 Noble Weak." Han-sun gave a wry smile. Han-sun wished to rebut, but Lansei's communicator rang, cutting him off. She picked it up and said, This is Lansei, go ahead. Officer Lan, please go to the steel mill in the west, something has happened there, said a rushed voice on the other end of the line. I will be there in 5 minutes, Lansei replied, her expression growing tense. Lan-sun looked at Han-sun, then thought of something. But the next second, she turned the car around and drove in another direction. It was rare to see cars in the Alliance, and Han-sun had never before had the opportunity to sit in one. It was quite cool, witnessing her smooth driving skills. The car was very fast on the streets as well. And because she turned on the siren, the cars around would move to let her pass by. With the siren and her crazy driving skills, Lansei did indeed make it to the mill in 5 minutes. There were many more cat policemen there, all cordoning off the area. They were all clad in Geno armor, and it was difficult to distinguish one from another. Sit here and do not move. If you run off, Planet Kate's laws bid we punish you severely. Lansei got out of the car and shut the door. Then she went to the middle of the hubbub. I should follow you. I don't know this place, and I'm an outsider. I'd hate for there to be a misunderstanding, Han-sun said, getting out of the car after her. Lansei nodded and said, Okay, but you must do as I say, and don't make any sudden movements. Yes, Han-sun agreed. He could smell something very bloody coming from the mill, and he wished to see what had happened. Han-sun followed her. The cops seemed to know who she was, and none moved to stop her. With haste she entered the mill. Once they entered, though, Han-sun frowned. It wasn't a very large mill, but there were many bodies scattered across its floors. The bodies weren't whole either. Many of them had been cut open, and limbs and legs were spread everywhere. It was a terrible sight. The bodies were those of cat people too. They looked as if they had been ripped apart. And there was no clean cut, weapon dealt damage to the corpses. What surprised Han-sun the most was that the dead cat people were also wearing Geno armor. But even so, with such strength, it looked as if they had all been brutally killed with no chance of fighting back. It seems that this place isn't as safe as I thought it was, Han-sun thought to himself. What is this? Lansei moved over to another cop. She looked down at the bodies, her face gloomy. The cop said, They were the night shift workers here. When the morning crew came in, they found them like this. There doesn't appear to have been any sign of a struggle, break-in or combat. And yet, their bodies in Geno armor seemed to have been torn off of them by claws. They did this. Lansei looked sicker by the second. They could have. We contacted the supervisor, and the leader is sending a noble over. They should be here soon, the cop said. Lansei, looking across the mound of bodies, nibbled her lips and did not say any more. Don't be sad, say. If it was them, we can still stop them. The leader will resolve everything. The cop tried to comfort her. Han-sun watched while Lansei examined the crime scene. Things didn't seem to be going well. Not long after, an aircraft landed just outside the mill. A cold-looking man was sitting inside, and when the cops saw him, they all parted to provide him a path that led to the scene. And furthermore, all the cops bowed when the man walked past them. Han-sun looked at the man and noticed that he was another cat man. He had black hair, and the cops referred to him as Mr. Hae-sun. This Mr. Hei-sun gave Han-sun a different feeling than the others did. But Han-sun couldn't be certain what the difference was. Even Lan-se bowed before Hei-sun, referring to him as Sir. Han-sun could at least determine he was the superior amongst them. But Hei-sun just walked around, telling them he'd handle things from there on. After that, all the cops departed. Han-sun followed Lan-se to leave too. On the way he couldn't help but ask, "Who is Hei-sun? He seems powerful." Hei-sun is a noble who has a Geno weapon. You can't compare someone like that to normal people. When Lan-se spoke about Hei-sun, admiration permeated her voice. "Can I become a noble if I obtain a Geno weapon?" Han-sun asked, curious about this prospect. Of course. Those who can gain Geno weapons are called chosen ones. They are regarded as nobles, Lan-se answered. If I had a Geno weapon already, would that mean I would receive special treatment here? Han-sun asked. Lan-se looked at him and said, "If you can generate a Geno weapon, and you are willing to join us, you can most certainly be treated as well as Mr. Hei-sun. You'd be shown much respect." Speaking of that, Lan-se went on to say, "But you are an adult, and you don't even have Geno armor yet. Your race is weak, so I don't think you'll be able to generate a Geno weapon. Just go to work, and when you've got enough money, get lost and go back to where you came from." What are the requirements for obtaining a Geno weapon? Han-sun was not angered by her insults, and he just continued asking his questions. You need a good race for a start. That heightens the chance of earning one. Don't you know this? Has your race never generated a Geno weapon before? Lan-se asked. No. Han-sun gave a wry smile, but he went on to ask, are there any other eligibilities? Not really. They wouldn't be referred to as the chosen if there were. On planet Kate, nobles are very rare. The younger you are, the easier it is to generate one too. There are no eligibilities though. Some were quite weak compared to others when they earned theirs, Lan-se said. Han-sun frowned and thought to himself, can I generate a Geno weapon? (1714) Geno Tree Lan-se brought Han-sun to a testing room. She wanted to test his fitness and see what sort of job he'd be eligible for. Han-sun thought planet Kate resembled a modern society, so the testing methods should also resemble those of the Alliance, where all tests were conducted through various apparatus. When Han-sun went in though, he quickly realized his assumption was wrong. The test room only had one lobby, and there was no proper room full of equipment. There was a semicircular table with a vase on it. A small tree was planted in it, and the bark of the tree was dark. It had no leaves and looked rather dead. Dozens of people were queuing, and Lan-se told Han-sun to go and join them in line. Han-sun watched a man up front step onto the table and extend his hand. With a dagger, he cut his finger to raise a drop of blood. He let the drop fall onto the planted tree, and when the liquid landed on the bark, it was as if the plant was a sponge. It was quickly absorbed. And then an even stranger thing occurred. The dead tree that absorbed the man's blood came to life. It did not grow leaves though. Across the tree, red flowers began to bloom. They grew rapidly like red bells, all across the boughs. It was rather beautiful. Han-sun took a look and counted how many red flowers there were. There were 23 of them, and they were all red. A flower power of 23. That's not bad for a commoner. Fire elemental sorts take up most jobs, Lan-se said. Officer Lan, how much is a decent flower power? Han-sun didn't know much about the metric. One flower is one flower. What do you need to compare it to? Lan-se looked at Han. Senator Han-sun did not say anything. It looked like the Alliance, but it was different in certain ways. Quickly the bells started to die. Eventually, nothing was left behind, and the tree returned to its dead state. After that, the other people in line tested it out, one by one. Just like the man, they would drop a smidgen of their own blood onto the bark of the tree. The tree would shortly bloom with a different color, and a different number of flowers each time. Only adults came to the clinic, and they each had around 20 flowers. The colors Han-sun saw included red, yellow, blue, green, purple, white, light green, and black. They were their elements. It was Han-sun's turn for the test next. He went onto the table and cut his finger, just like the others had. He let a drop of blood fall onto the tree. Han Sun was curious to see how many flowers he could make bloom. In the alliance, his fitness had reached 100,000 points. But those numbers were different from the flower metric, so that figure wasn't very useful in comparison to this. The Planet Kate people had only managed to get around 20 flowers, so he didn't think he'd be able to bloom much. Not many people had come to the test, though. Han Sun and Lan Se had gone to the crime scene, so they had arrived late. There were 2 more Planet Kate people behind Han Sun, so there were only 4 in the clinic now. Lan Se looked at the tree. There weren't many people of a different race there, so she was curious to see what the little Han Sun would show. When Han Sun dropped his blood onto the tree, there was no immediate difference between him and the others. The tree started to bloom. The flowers were white, so the element was undetermined. But the number of flowers was quite depressing. He only bloomed 11 flowers, and that meant his fitness equated to 11 flowers. That was far worse than the average adult of Planet Kate. Lan Se looked at Han Sun's fitness and merely shook her head. Letting him work with a fitness like that was like putting a kid in a sweatshop. It'd be very difficult to find him a job. The 11 white flowers then started to open. They were really beautiful. The colors represented the element, while the number of flowers represented strength. Weak. Han Sun thought he wasn't really upset though. He was prepared for a low score, and it was much better than he expected. He thought he would die in there. When Han Sun came off the table, he heard the sound of bells ringing. He looked underneath him, and the 11 flowers were shaking and chiming. Han Sun did not know what was going on. When the people from Planet Kate had been tested, all their flowers had died when they stepped off the table. Han Sun thought he might have made a mistake, so he quickly turned to Lan Se. Lan Sen's eyes were wide open, fixed on the ringing flowers. She looked to be frozen in shock. When the 2 people behind them heard Han Sen's flowers ringing, they seemed to be in absolute shock. Earlier, when they only saw the lifeless 11, they looked at him with disdain. The tree for the test was called a geno tree. It used genes to survive. The flowers that bloomed upon it showed the strength and element of whoever put blood on it. The colors were the elements, and the numbers were strength. Usually that was all that happened. Very rarely, however, something else could happen. If the tree enjoyed the genes it was given very much, it might request more. That ringing was a pleading for more of Han Sen's genes, and a proclamation that they were truly excellent. Ordinary people could not make it ring. People said a noble with a geno weapon could make it ring. But the nobles never tested in front of commoners, and the validity of the claims could not be verified. If a young man without a geno armor could make the flowers ring, there was a high chance he'd one day earn a geno weapon and become a noble himself. It wasn't a 100% guarantee, but it was definitely a 50-50 chance. There was a higher chance than there was for commoners at least. 1715 The name on the grave, I can't tell. Your genes are good if you manage to make the flowers ring. Lan Se told Han Sun as they drove away. If I have good genes, does that mean I am eligible for a good job? Han Sun smiled. Although I would like to give you a good job, you are too weak. 11 flowers will prohibit you from doing anything half decent. Lan Se then asked, what is your race, might I ask? Human, Han Sun said. Lan Sun had never heard of the race before, so it must have been something small and insignificant. Therefore she did not ask any more questions. She brought Han Sun to the job center and helped him browse through possible options. She let him pick out what he liked first. Normal people weren't given this sort of treatment, but Han Sun's genes had made the bells ring. It made Lan Se look up to him, and so she was willing to let him pick and choose. It wasn't certain that he'd be able to generate a geno weapon, but people admired creatures who were superior, and this was within Lan Se's authority to grant. Han Sun looked at what was available for him, but all he could see was something that was the equivalent of washing dishes. A job like that required neither skill nor strength. There weren't any options here that Han Sun really liked, and there was nothing that would be challenging. But it was getting late, and there were people waiting for him to decide. He had to pick something. It was a shame there weren't many options. That one, Han's son pointed at the job of his choosing. A grave watcher? Not a bad choice. This is a public place, so you can live there as well. There is no need to look for additional housing. Lan Se began sorting out the necessary paperwork for him. And then, Han's son became a grave watcher. He guarded the cemetery gates and kept the place tidy. This was different than what Han's son expected he'd be doing. The graveyard was not scary, and all the headstones were surprisingly clean. Lan Se said it was a public graveyard, and there were over 10,000 graves there. If people lacked money, or if bodies were recovered and were unable to be identified, they'd be buried here. Other creatures would also be placed to rest here too. It was different from how the Alliance dealt with matters of death. The graves here were simple. There was merely a name and date of passing written on the headstones there. Some had small samples of text too. Aside from Han's son, there was another grave watcher too. But this man was very old. They only had to guard the place, and so they would probably get bored easily. When they were bored, he supposed they could take the time to scrub the tablets and keep them all neat. Planet Kate was a nice place, all things considered. The tree leaves didn't even fall. Han's son was rather satisfied with the job he had selected. Lan Se and the old grave watcher explained to Han's son his living situation and responsibilities. And when she was done, she left. She told Han's son that his coworker was called Old Ku. He was a decent chap. And Old Ku brought Han's son over to where he was going to live. He didn't have to jump into work immediately though. He was given the opportunity to get used to the place first. There was one thing that Han's son noticed immediately. The other grave watcher lacked Lan Se's powers of communication. Han's son didn't understand what the old man was telling him, but he could at least feel that the grave watcher wasn't being hostile. There was nothing to do after clocking in. All the plots in the graveyard were filled, and no more dead people would be sent there for burial. So aside from opening the gates for visitors, there was nothing to be done. Han's son walked around the graveyard observing the place. If something happened, he wanted to ensure he had an escape route pre-planned. Han's son kept walking to get familiar with the place. He also examined the headstones of the graves themselves to see what was written on them. The text on most of them was of the language of Planet Kate. Han's son couldn't understand the writing, but the formatting suggested only the names and dates were written on them. But suddenly, Han's son's body was delivered a huge shock. He saw one headstone with the name Han Jinji written on it. Han's son quickly walked over to get a closer look. And it really did say Han Jinji. And the text was the one used by ancient humans. No way. Han Jinji got out and died here. Han's son examined the grave closely. The only thing written there was the name. There wasn't a date listed. There was an additional line of words, but it wasn't of the ancient human language. It looked like the Kate language. Have you grown accustomed to living here? A familiar voice came from his side. Han's son saw Old Cat on a gravestone smiling at him. Where did you go? If you followed me, why didn't you help me explain my situation to them? Han's son sounded angry. Old Cat laughed. I told you, 9-life cats don't have a very good reputation out here. If I was with you, you wouldn't be having the comfy living you are now. Isn't this 9-life cats territory? I thought the Planet Kate people with all their cat ears would be related to you. Han's son looked surprised. Related? And maybe a little. But it's not a good association. Don't let them see your 9-life cat tattoo, okay? If that thing gets you killed, just don't take it out on me, Old Cat said. Han's son was too lazy to talk to Old Cat much more. But he did ask, what happened here anyway? Can I go home? Old Cat went silent, then said, since you are out, you'll learn soon anyway. Planet Kate is at the edge of the Big Silence System. And the Big Silence System is a restricted area of the galaxy. It's dangerous out here. Even nobles can be killed. You would be far worse. Are you trying to tell me the entrance of the sanctuary is here in the Big Silence System? Han's son said, looking at Old Cat. Yes, but it is not too difficult to go back. I am powerful, and I can take you to the entrance. But this is a big risk, so you'll have to pay me something that'll make the venture worth it. Old Cat smiled. What do you want? Han's son frowned. Didn't you get one of those bones from the feather? Give me 100 of those and I'll send you. Old Cat seemed to have prepared this demand in advance. 1716 Xenogeneic, this is Planet Kate. So, where can I find feathers to collect these bones, and then give them to you? Han-sun frowned. Old Cat lifted his lips and said, even if there are feathers about, you wouldn't stand a chance against them. If you're looking to harvest their bones, you think too highly of yourself. The one you killed in that lab was some underdeveloped retard. That doesn't even count as a feather. That was rubbish. Do you actually think they are all like that? If you knew they are that powerful, why would you ask me to kill them? Han-sun knew his power wasn't that high, compared to the breadth of the Geno universe. Old Cat looked at Han-sun and said, I didn't ask you to kill them, but you are the one who wants to go back, yes? I can't throw my life away in the pursuit of helping you, you know? Han-sun didn't reply, but the old cat went on to say, you don't have to go back either. Even if I did help you return, what if you were simply pulled back here, anyway? Do you really think generating a Geno armor will allow you to escape Big Silence system? Many nobles have died there. Yes, even if you have a Geno weapon, you can still die. You are doing good right now as you are. And following me is the best course of action, and the best card you have to play. Aside from the bones of feathers, is there anything else you'll take? Han-sun didn't respond to what Old Cat had just said. Yeah, I want a Xenogeneic gene. Old Cat swiftly answered. What is that? Han-sun asked. Old Cat brought out the jade organ he had pulled from the weird bug creature. He held it up with a flourish, as if he had pulled it out of thin air. Look, this is a Xenogeneic gene. Your bone is one too. You will only find these on a mutated creature. Of course, the body parts can be different, as it all depends on how they were mutated. But the bottom line is the same. Kill them, and then find these inside the bodies. Where can I find them? Han-sun frowned. Xenogeneic genes can be found inside every race. Old Cat looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't. So at this point, you've learned that Geno armors and Geno weapons are different. Han-sun nodded. Old Cat went on to say, in this Geno universe, creatures can generate Geno armor. Some are lucky enough to be chosen, and when they generate their Geno armor, they can evolve into two different things. They can create Geno weapons, or mutate their bodies. Han-sun quietly said, that means the mutated are the same level as Geno weapons, right? Yes. Whether a creature is Xenogeneic or has a Geno weapon, it will have super gene powers. If you don't have either of those, you can't hurt them. You should just focus on generating a Geno armor, and see if further down the line, you can generate a Geno weapon. Without a Geno weapon, there is little you can do. And of course, there is always the possibility you end up Xenogeneic. But the biggest problem is that as a Xenogeneic develops, they lose sense and become hostile and murderous. Old Cat laughed. Han-sun didn't ask a question about that, thinking it was pointless. Without Geno armor, he wouldn't be able to kill a Xenogeneic anyway. His biggest help right now was the Northern King glove. That was a Geno weapon, but it didn't quite belong to him. He couldn't use it, as well as the nobles could use their naturally developed ones. What do those words mean? Han-sun pointed to the grave of Han Jinji. Old Cat looked and said, the biggest liar in the universe, Han Jinji. After reading it, Old Cat found it interesting, laughed, and said, what an ostentatious epitaph. Do you think it is a human buried here? Han-sun asked Old Cat. Old Cat shook his head and said, I don't think so. Not many people can leave the sanctuaries. I would say this is most likely a crystallizer. Han-sun did not believe that both the name and the epitaph sounded like Han Jinji. Han-sun could not dig up a grave though. He wasn't afraid of doing some excavation, but this was not the alliance. If the people of Planet Kate found out, he'd probably be sent to jail. And when creatures died here, they were cremated. There were only ashes, so there wouldn't be anything to see. Old Cat encouraged him to generate a Geno armor with some haste. If he had a Geno weapon, he could kill a Xenogeneic. Before Old Cat left, Han-sun asked how he might contact the cat in the future. The cat responded he'd come back himself sometime. But he left no details on how he could be found. Han-sun kept on practicing, and he kept trying to understand more about Planet Kate and the Geno universe. Fortunately, there was an internet system. It wasn't as good as the Alliance's network, but it could send messages. Han Sen was able to learn some of their language, and he was soon learning quite a bit about the place. Because the Xenogeneic always wanted to kill, the universe was in some danger. And you could never tell when someone was going to become one of them. But once someone became Xenogeneic, they grew much stronger. Unless nobles came to help, people with Geno armors would be shredded. He learned that the society there had really come to admire nobles too. To the commoners, they were true royalty. They were protectors in a way. There were different classes of nobles too. There were dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons. The Xenogeneic had ranks as well. Han Sen only found these titles on the internet, and he was so far unable to learn the differences between them. But there was one thing Han Sen knew for sure. If he encountered a Xenogeneic before he generated a Geno armor, he'd be killed. It looks like I need to generate a Geno armor quickly. Han Sen worked as a grave watcher, but practiced the story of genes, Dongxian Sutra, and Blood Puisi Sutra whenever he could. Most of his energy was exhausted on the story of genes though. It was the fastest to practice with, so it would be the easiest way for him to generate a Geno armor. "1717 contract. That outsider really made the Geno tree chime?" In a manager's office of Black Gold Group, Hardman asked his subordinates in shock. Those subordinates of Black Gold Group had been the two behind him in the test. "I promise it's the truth. I heard it," a subordinate quickly answered. "Do you know who he is and where he lives?" Hardman asked. Beings that could make the flowers ring had a 50% chance of evolving. If Han Sen became a noble, he'd become quite the hot character. Black Gold Group needed someone like that. If they were able to recruit him, it'd be very good for Hardman. "I am not sure, but I do know that he was in the company of Lan Se. And when they left, he even traveled in Lan Se's car. For obvious reasons I could not follow," the subordinate said. "Someone Officer Lan knows? That should be easy." Hardman let his subordinate finish, and then dialed a number. He was calling the security department. Not long after, Hardman had acquired Han Sen's information. An outsider accidentally entered here? One from a nameless race. He made the flowers ring. This is a great opportunity. After Hardman read the profile, he stood up and continued. "Prepare a car for me. I am going to the graveyard." Han Sen was currently in the security room, learning the language. With his level of intelligence, he was able to start speaking the language in a mere few days. He might not have been fluent, but old Ku could at least understand all that he was trying to say. Han Sen thought he would just have to make simple conversation, but he wished to learn more information off the internet. This required him to learn more of the language. Han Sen's communicator rang with old Ku's voice. "Han Sen," someone called. "He says he is the manager of Black Gold Group, and he is looking for you." Han Sen looked at the CCTV images and saw that there was a black cat-eared man standing outside the graveyard. He had dressed up rather nicely. Han Sen was confused. He didn't know anyone here. So why would some manager come looking for him? He knew he couldn't escape this sort of rendezvous. And if something was going to happen, he would prepare to face it rather than shy away. So he got up to go and meet with Hardman. "You are Mr. Han Sen? It is nice to make your acquaintance. I am the manager for Black Gold Group. My name is Hardman. This is my card." Hardman seemed to be quite the humble sort, as he gave his card out with both hands. Han Sen accepted it. He could read the simple stuff of the Kate language, and he was indeed the manager of Black Gold Group. "Why are you looking for me?" Han Sen asked Hardman, looking right at him. Hardman quickly responded by saying, "I want to invite you to join Black Gold Group. I want you to become a member of our hunting team. Black Gold Group is a powerful entity on planet Kate, and will give you a lot of money." Han Sen understood what the man was saying, but he had not had the time to investigate the factions of the planet yet. He wasn't familiar with who, or what the Black Gold Group stood for. But Han Sen knew that in this universe, many companies had their own hunting groups. Many were tasked solely with the hunting of Xenogeneic. Those groups didn't always include nobles, and many were composed entirely of common warriors. They were often referred to as pawns. Hardman wanted to use a lot of money to buy Han Sen's cooperation and have him as a core member. But Han Sun did not have a Geno armor or a Geno weapon yet. Hardman already wanted to sign a contract with him and provide him money and resources to help his ascension. That way, when Han Sun did generate a Geno armor or Geno weapon, they'd sign another contract that would make him a proper member of the hunting team. It looked like the team was looking to pre-order Han Sun before he hit the market. They wanted to buy into the prospect of his future. They were planning ahead. If Han Sun managed to generate a Geno weapon, Hardman would pay him even more money. If Han Sun could not generate a Geno weapon, the contract would be pointless to sign. He'd still be bound, and he wouldn't be paid as much. Han Sun was not interested in opportunistic contracts like that. But there was one condition that made Han Sun change his mind and end up signing it. Hardman promised Han Sun he would not be observed in his work, and he would earn his citizenship. For an outsider, having those would make life much easier. And when he became a member, at least he'd still get a lot of money and resources. It sorted out all of Han Sun's problems. And it was especially great that he did not have to work. If Han Sun generated a Geno weapon and joined a hunting group, things wouldn't be all that bad. It would actually be a good thing to follow those with greater experience and see what battling the Xenogeneic was actually like. Han Sun had only been a grave watcher for 10 days, and 2 years later, Hardman had completed all the paperwork and necessary procedures. He gave Han Sun the best possible living quarters in the base. He also gave Han Sun a Geno fluid that would help him generate a Geno weapon. Han Sun lived in the Black Gold hunting base for the next 4 months, and every day, he'd spend some time soaking himself in Geno fluid. The story of genes was showing a promise of leveling up. The Kate laws and contracts required Han Sun to undergo observation when leveling up. People like Han Sun, who made the flowers ring, had every chance of becoming Xenogeneic. So, they had to be watched until the process was over. Planet Kate sent people over to conduct the study on Han. Senator He Sun and Lan Se were amongst them. Chapter 17-18. Finishing the evolution process. Hardman, your business is great. You have spent such a small amount of money on someone who has the possibility of becoming a noble. He Sun sat down next to a monitor and started a discussion with Hardman. Hardman laughed and said, "It is difficult to tell if he will be able to generate a Geno weapon. Even with the flowers chiming, the possibility still stands on a 50-50. Everyone could hear the false humility in Hardman's voice. 50% was actually quite high, especially considering how few people could make the flowers ring. Lan Se observed Han Sun through the monitor and looked curious. She knew he had made the flowers chime, but she hadn't learned much more since then. She had looked for Han Sun in the graveyard, but Hardman had already come to him first and whisked him away. Lan Se was curious to see if Han Sun could become a noble. If he was truly able to, he'd have a near infinite amount of wealth and fame. Han Sun started casting his skills. Nobody said anything now, and everyone focused closely on him. Han Sun used the story of genes and felt that his flesh, skin, bones, chest, and even genes were releasing some mystic substance. The substance was like a sprout coming out of the soil. His skin was that soil, and the black substance began to grow across it. It enveloped Han Sun, shredding all the clothes he had been wearing. The black substance kept on expanding, forming into a set of armor all around him. The more of that black substance arose, the more the armor took shape. Hardman looked at Han Sun and his Geno armor, watching it as it changed. His palms were sweating in anticipation. He had spent quite a lot on Han Sun, and if this evolution failed, Hardman would be losing quite a bit on the gambit he had taken. But if he succeeded, he'd be far richer. The mere prospect of having a noble join Black Gold Group made him supremely excited. He could very well become a chairman. Everyone looked at Han Sun's armor in keen interest. Lan Se was curious, whereas He Sun remained emotionless. It was almost as if all this did not matter to him one small bit. 10 minutes later, the shape around Han Sun was completed. The black armor he was wearing was very detailed, and there wasn't a single seam around Han Sun's entire body. Just as everyone thought the process was finished, the armor began to twist. A black pattern emerged across its surface. If you looked closer, however, you'd realize it wasn't a pattern. They were symbols and words none of them could understand. They sank into the armor's surface like engravings when they were revealed. Han Sen's armor looked very mysterious. No wonder he made the flowers chime. I have never before seen a set of armor look anything remotely like this, Hardman said. Generating a Geno armor was always a weird spectacle, but he had thought Han Sen could also generate a Geno weapon. He Sun still did not say a word. He kept on looking at Han Sen and his Geno armor. The patterns that had appeared on Han Sen's armor looked mystic and beautiful. They made Han Sen's armor a rather mesmerizing sight. Although there were no powerful energy readings, the Geno armor had a strange energy of its own. Of course, the armor was brand new, so the energy wasn't very strong. 10 minutes later, the Geno armor stopped developing. The process looked to have been completed. To Han Sen, it didn't really feel like armor. It actually felt like a part of his own body, generating this massive power flow. Han Sen's brain felt as if it was rattling, and then, all of a sudden, a voice started to ring in his head. Evolution process complete. Han Sen was shocked hearing this. It was the same voice he had heard all the time in the sanctuaries, and he thought it was something that only played within the sanctuaries. He was shocked it still existed, even out here. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.